everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Starting as a great celestial venerable, rising from the wilderness to the supreme ruler of all realms. Novel summary: good news, Luo Shu transmigrated, immediately receiving the title of Heavenly Emperor, and wielding supreme power over the celestial realm. Bad news, the world's evolution has gone awry, and it's uncertain when it will end. Silently watching ferocious beasts ravage the land, colossal monsters roam the starry sky, the entire world a desolate wasteland, devoid of even a single human being to communicate with. Fortunately, while his cheat ability is unreliable, the basic transmigration function still exists. Thus, the novice Heavenly Emperor looks at each familiar world and decides to build the heavenly court from scratch, making it bigger and stronger. The gods of the earthly mishap are bored. Give them all a job, black bullets are tainted by the mortal world. The Avicii hell will serve them, too many crazy people on the starry sky railway. The heavenly army will overturn the tables and quell the chaos. Several years later, the heavenly court's order pervades all realms, and people say the great heavenly venerable governs with virtue. Luo Shu, don't recognize the 5 virtues? Then learn about the 5 elements. I see you're currently plagued by misfortune. 3 completed novels totaling 5 million words. Chapter 1 to 25, starting as the great heavenly venerable, moving from the wilderness to the supreme of myriad realms. Author, Butterfly Dance. Introduction. Good news, Luo Shu has transmigrated, and upon arrival, he was bestowed with the position of Luo Shu, holding supreme power over the celestial realm. Bad news, something went wrong during the world's evolution, and it might fall apart at any moment. Silently watching the ferocious beasts ravaging the earth, and giant monsters roaming the starry sky, the entire world is a vast wilderness without a single soul to talk to. Fortunately, while his cheat is unreliable, the basic transmigration function still exists. Thus, the novice Luo Shu looks toward familiar worlds, deciding to build the heavenly court from scratch, making it bigger and stronger. The gods of Danmaki are bored. Get them all into the establishment to work. The world of Black Bullet is filled with human filth. Serve them a seat in Avicii hell, too many lunatics in Honkai, Star Rail. The celestial army will flip the table and quell the chaos. Years later, the order of the heavenly court is implemented throughout the myriad realms, and the world says the great heavenly venerable wins people over with virtue. Luo Shu, you don't recognize the 5 virtues? Then let's talk about the 5 fortunes. I see you've been plagued by calamity lately. Already has 3 completed books totaling 5 million words. Volume 1, Waking Up, I Became the Wilderness. Luo Shu. The sky is vast, the wilderness is boundless, the wind blows, the grass bends low, but where are the cattle and sheep? In fact, let alone cattle and sheep, Luo Shu has been in this world for 3 days. Using his newly acquired power, he has patrolled the surrounding 100,000 miles several times, yet he hasn't found even a single ant. I might as well just name this world the Kangmang world. Sitting casually on a rock, the handsome young man boredly plucked an unknown wild grass from beside him and swallowed it directly. As for whether it would upset his stomach, what a joke. It was already shabby enough that he, the dignified Luo Shu, couldn't eat dragon liver or phoenix marrow. Could it be he couldn't even eat some flowers and plants of the celestial realm? That's right. As a transmigrator, as soon as Luo Shu descended into this strange wilderness world, the position of Luo Shu actively threw itself at him, allowing him to ascend to the heavens in one step as the Lord of Gods and the sovereign of the celestial realm. It could be said he started at the peak. But after calming down and carefully studying the situation of this world, he realized he had actually fallen into a bottomless pit. The so-called Lord of Gods was actually a commander without a single subject. The so-called sovereign of the celestial realm meant that in the entire celestial realm, he was the only living being capable of movement. Everything had to be built by him alone from nothing. That would have been fine, but the key was that something had gone wrong during the evolution of the Kangmang world. It looked like if it kept going like this, it would explode from the inside. Luo Shu, who was already bound to the celestial realm, couldn't even escape. He would have to go down with it when the time came. As for how much time was left, 3 years. 5 years. optimistically, maybe 10. If possible, he naturally wanted to turn this limited-time Luo Shu trial card into a permanent one. Thinking of this, Luo Shu sighed with a bit of a headache. With a gentle wave of his hand, dozens of glows appeared, condensing into interfaces before him, displaying various terrifying scenes on the land of the mortal realm. Ferocious beasts raged, a Taotai swallowed thousands of mountains and rivers in one gulp, and Hundun shattered the void and all phenomena. In the endless starry sky, giant monsters roamed. Stars shattered and fell like rain, and baleful energy flickered within the sun and moon. Finally, there was the netherworld, symbolizing the world after death. In the Yellow Springs River, there were only the carcasses of ferocious beasts and the souls of giant monsters. There was no god at all to fulfill their duties. Obviously, the Kangmang world belonged to the classic three-realm structure found in myths, consisting of the heaven, earth, and mortal realms along with the starry sky. However, except for the celestial realm, the other key parts all had problems. In Luo Shu's assessment, he could only conclude that this world's instinct was faulty. It must have been bored out of its mind to evolve such a large pile of exotic and giant beasts capable of throwing heaven and earth into chaos. Couldn't you be more reliable and put more resources into the celestial realm, creating some gods who symbolize order first? No wonder it gave him the position of Luo Shu as soon as he arrived. It turns out it's looking for a life-saving straw because its end is near. Hundun, Taotai, Taowu, Cheongqi. Looking at the exotic beasts with overwhelming ferocity on the land of the mortal realm, and then at the tens of thousands of giant monsters in the starry sky whose sizes alone were comparable to mountain ranges, islands, and even continents, Luo Shu couldn't help but fall silent, even with the power of the celestial realm. If it really came down to a fight, it wasn't that he couldn't win, but the world would definitely be destroyed first before he could completely eliminate these exotic beasts. Especially those two things sleeping within the solar star and the lunar star. If he couldn't win in one hit, once they were allowed to pull the sun and moon to crash into the three realms, it would definitely result in the end of both heaven and earth. Although the danger was great, it went without saying how precious the opportunity was to transmigrate from a mortal to a Luo Shu. Naturally, Luo Shu would not give up easily. Not to mention, there's still hope. Gazing at the sky with slightly vacant eyes, at the young man's thought, an illusory interface was immediately projected before his eyes. Name, Luo Shu. Status, Luo Shu of the Kangmang World Authority, Celestial Realm Sovereignty, 60%, Kangmang Sovereignty, 9%. Core Authority, Jun Tian Force. Remaining transmigration count, 3. Ultimately, before transmigrating, Luo Shu was just an ordinary person who had graduated from university and entered society only 2 years ago, a single man without any burdens. As a mortal, there was naturally a reason why he could achieve the miracle of waking up and crossing worlds. Well, to put it simply, it was the gold finger that most transmigrators possessed. It might be a standard system, or it might not. In any case, no matter how he called out, only this panel appeared, without any dedicated consciousness to explain things to him. What a pity, in this alien wilderness, it would have been nice to have a system spirit to talk to. Left with no choice, Luo Shu had to research it himself, finally determining that this thing currently had only one mechanism, transforming the world power generated during the world's operation into transmigration counts. After understanding this, as the newly appointed Luo Shu, the young man naturally realized what he should do next. Without a doubt, he would obtain the power to save the world from beyond it. After settling for 3 days, while strengthening his control over the celestial realm's sovereignty and studying the Jun Tian force derived from the Luo Shu's authority, and seeing that the remaining transmigration count had increased to 3, Luo Shu finally decided to officially extend his reach toward other unknown worlds. After a moment of thought, the Luo Shu looked around at the flowers and plants everywhere and carefully selected one with relatively abundant vital energy. It and its kin grew at the intersection of rivers and divine soil, nourished by the water and soil of the celestial realm. If there were time to cultivate them patiently, in a few decades, perhaps a bunch of Lin Dais could be grown from these immortal grasses. The problem was that the Kangmang world might not hold out until then. Now that Luo Shu was going to use a transmigration opportunity, he naturally couldn't just rashly head over himself. After all, transmigration itself seemed random. If the other side was a world with cosmic-level gods and demons like Index, Little Garden, Saint Seiya, or Honkai, Star Rail, wouldn't his true body going there be equivalent to home delivery? A gentleman does not stand under a crumbling wall. His current Luo Shu status could not support him being completely unrestrained in any world. Not to mention, given the situation in the mortal realm and the starry sky, if he didn't stay in the celestial realm to keep an eye on things, those ferocious and giant beasts would really overturn the entire Kangmang world. Therefore, after much thought, Luo Shu finally decided to imprint a divine sense onto this celestial realm immortal grass, and let it scout the way for the great Luo Shu. To commemorate this immortal grass's contribution to opening up the future for the Kangmang world, the young man decided to bestow the name Crimson Pearl upon its race. From now on, it would be the first Crimson Pearl immortal grass in this world. Well, go in peace, the three realms will never forget your contribution. After amusing himself for a bit, Luo Shu took a deep breath and silently closed his eyes, activating the great power existing in the nameless part of his consciousness. The invisible panel flickered, and the remaining transmigration count immediately decreased from 3 to 2. At that very moment, a miracle transcending the world occurred silently, a portal to another world opened, and the Luo Shu threw the immortal grass carrying his divine sense directly into it. Good luck to you, and good luck to me. Volume 1, 2, Young Senjino Haruheim, the fox who wants to repay a favor Danmaki world. The scent of rotting leaves mixed with soil entered her nostrils, and the smell of blood stimulated the fox girl's nerves, which were on the verge of collapse. Senjino Haruheim's consciousness drifted in the cold, her vision focusing blurrily on pairs of cloudy beast pupils not far away. Those were large monsters, orcs. These creatures were plump and round, with brown skin and pig heads. Tattered old skins covered their waists, making it look like they were wearing ragged skirts. Ugh! A weak whimper escaped her cracked lips, mixed with tears of despair. The young Senjino Haruheim didn't understand why this was happening to her. Just 2 days ago, she was still the young lady of a noble family, but then she was suddenly kicked out of her home for doing nothing, and now she was reduced to being food for monsters. Goddess Amaterasu. The fox girl's voice was hoarse from crying. As an ordinary person who had never received a fauna, she couldn't possibly fight these monsters. Someone save me. However, in this dense forest, there were only the occasional roars of wild beasts. The surrounding orcs made unintelligible gurgling sounds, saliva dripping onto the ground, seemingly looking forward to a full meal. It was over. At that moment of utter despair, the world went silent for an instant. Invisible ripples bloomed from the void, a streak of emerald light appeared abruptly, and then quickly drifted into the girl's slightly parted lips. The crimson pearl immortal grass, melting upon entry. The cool juice rolled down her throat, and Haruheim only heard a boom inside her body, as if 10,000 miles of the Milky Way were pouring in. Accompanied by an indescribable throb surging through every inch of her skin and flesh, the body's weakness was easily swept away, replaced by an unprecedented sense of clarity and power. In the dark, the fox girl could sense a strange connection being established. Haruheim's lips moved, her voice so hoarse it was almost out of tune, but the despair in her eyes had been replaced by unbelievable ecstasy and awe. Gods existed in the world, they would descend from the heavens to the mortal world, live with adventurers, and together forge family amidst this was common knowledge known to all intelligent life on the continent. Without a doubt, she had indeed been noticed by some noble god. I'll borrow your body for a bit, little fox. The god's voice was clear and bright, carrying the echoes of the firmament, falling into the girl's mental world. Haruheim opened her tearful eyes. Deep in her mind, a phantom figure in black clothes and a gold crown, with jade ornaments at his waist, stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes reflecting the triple world surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars. The title is too long, remember it later. First, clear the area. I understand. Please use Haruheim to your heart's content. As the young lady of a shrine family who had practiced Shinto knowledge since childhood, the girl naturally understood what the current divine possession was all about. So she immediately let go of her body and mind completely, allowing control of her body to be taken away. In the next breath, the girl's slender body was taken over by a soft golden light. Luo Shu opened the fox girl's emerald green eyes and observed this brand new world with great interest. The leading orc seemed enraged by this sudden change, letting out a deafening roar as its thick arm, carrying a foul wind, grabbed for Haraheim's head. Tisk, brainless fool. Clicking his tongue in slight annoyance, Luo Shu directly used his core authority, the Jun Tian force, to guide this body to digest the vital energy of the Crimson Pearl immortal grass from before. As an extension of the Luo Shu's status, the Jun Tian force could interfere with things that nominally belonged to Luo Shu, deepen his dominance over concepts that actually belonged to him, and integrate the concepts under his dominance to weave brand new things. As the saying goes, he manages the heavens, the earth, and the air. He is omnipotent in the 3 realms and 6 paths. This is the authority a world's Luo Shu should have. Well, if he had both the title and the reality. But regardless, simply digesting a Crimson Pearl immortal grass to enhance the girl's strength was easy for Luo Shu. After all, it was a spiritual item containing a large amount of high-level vital energy. Even if it was everywhere in the celestial realm, it was still an unimaginable treasure for ordinary people. Senjuno Haraheim, who had already become a bystander, could feel the changes in her body, like the parched earth welcoming the sweet dew of the 9 heavens, or a silent volcano erupting with lava. Her bones made a crackling sound, her muscle fibers were reshaped and strengthened, and a scorching stream of light flowed through her meridians. Her 5 senses suddenly broadened, and the entire world in the girl's eyes seemed to have shed its disguise, revealing the surging energy networks beneath. Annoying things, all of you disappear. Just as the orc's arm was about to grab its target, it suddenly felt heaven, and earth flip it was actually lifted by one hand by a petite fox girl. In the next moment, the peak of her fist exploded with the power to move mountains, turning into a visible azure storm. The dozen or so orcs didn't even let out a howl before they instantly shattered into a rain of flesh. Luo Shu frowned with some disgust, and then a visible ripple, purely composed of golden light, spread out with the fox girl as the center. Section 2. Everywhere the light passed, the air emitted a purifying, sizzling sound, and the mangled remains of all the orcs dissolved like melting snow, eventually turning into primal dust and scattering away. The entire process was incredibly fast. When the light dissipated, only a clean, empty space remained, as if that group of ferocious monsters had never existed. Lord God! Haraheim let out an incredulous exclamation in her mind. However, Luo Shu did not respond, as the matter was not yet fully resolved. Just moments ago, when the orcs pounced, dozens of greedy eyes were staring fixedly from the bushes on the other side of the forest path. They were a group of fierce-looking armed men who had originally intended to scavenge from the orcs, but after witnessing this unimaginable scene, they were scared out of their wits and were currently trying to slip away quietly. Luo Shu raised an eyebrow at this, recalling the plot of the light novel Danmaki, and knew that these people must be the bandits who, in the original story, sold Haraheim to the Ishtar familia. In other words, they were the scum who sold an 11-year-old girl to the pleasure quarter. What more was there to say? The Foxian girl simply raised her finger and gave a light flick. With a soft snap, ripples formed in the void. The targeted bandits instinctively froze, turning back in terror to see the moonlight piercing through sparse clouds, bathing the Foxian girl who should have been eaten in a layer of holy radiance. His golden fox ears twitched slightly, and within the emerald vertical pupils, there was no longer any weakness or panic, only the indifference and divine majesty of one looking down upon ants. Lord God, mercy! We never intended to harm your dependent. The leading bandit shrieked, falling to his knees with a thud after realizing the reality of the situation. But it was already too late. Haraheim, or rather the Luo Shu temporarily possessing her body, was not the type to be soft-hearted just because a villain begged for mercy. This world had souls and reincarnation, all sins would be settled after death. Therefore, Luo Shu only wanted to send them to meet the god of death right now. Thus, a ripple in the void swept across, and all the bandits collapsed stiffly without even letting out a groan, extreme terror remaining in their eyes as their life force was severed. The girl clapped her hands clean, as if brushing away dust. After completing all this, Luo Shu's divine sense fluctuated slightly, briefly separating from Senjino Haruheim's consciousness. A strong sense of dizziness washed over her, and Haruheim stumbled, only steadying herself by grabbing a nearby tree trunk. She looked at the many corpses on the ground rapidly losing their warmth. Her heart was still pounding wildly, her fox tail was puffed up, and her head felt burning hot. Lord God, so powerful, so merciful. To actually be willing to personally step in and save someone as incompetent as herself. Half a minute later, the Foxian girl finally recovered from the series of twists and turns. She turned toward the empty space in front of her and knelt on the ground in the most devout posture, her forehead pressed against the cold earth. Lord God, thank you for saving my life. Haruheim has no way to repay you, but I am willing to offer this body and heart to serve at your feet for all eternity, dedicating everything to you. Please let Haruheim become your exclusive shrine maiden, and spread your venerable name in this mortal world. Under the moonlight, the Foxian girl lowered her head deeply and swore an oath in the most solemn tone, her golden tail swaying gently behind her, seemingly very nervous. As the eldest daughter of a shrine family, Senjino Haruheim had undergone training as a member of the clergy since she was a child. If no accident had occurred, she would have naturally taken over her father's duties when she grew up and become a shrine maiden serving goddess Amaterasu. Although everything had now come to naught, she had not lost that vast ocean of Shinto knowledge, which was also the only way she could think of right now to repay Luo Shu. Otherwise, how could an ordinary mortal reach a god who is high above and omnipotent? A shrine maiden, huh? Luo Shu's consciousness gazed at the Foxian girl, who was more youthful than he remembered. She could be considered the most broken support in the Danmaki plot. The fauna system of the Danmaki world is said to have the potential to reach godhood, but the highest level person in history was only LV. However, Haruheim's magic, Yukai no Kazuchi, can forcibly increase a companion's level during critical moments in battle. As the girl's own strength grows, the duration and number of people affected by the magic can also continue to increase. This was also the cause of the girl's series of hardships in the original story. The goddess of beauty, Ishtar, was overjoyed after obtaining her, and decided to sacrifice her to create a one-time use item, mass-producing Yukai no Kazuchi to defeat another goddess of beauty, Freya. Thinking of this, Luo Shu couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. Then, it shall be as you wish. The young man's voice softened slightly. My title is the Supreme Emperor of the Purple Zenith, and the boundless void of the mysterious vault of heaven, Emperor Juntian. You may simply refer to me as Emperor Juntian. This was the venerable name naturally generated by the laws of the three realms, after he assumed the position of Luo Shu in the Kangmang world. Legend has it that the heavens have 9 fields, of which Juntian is located in the center, the residence of the Luo Shu, supreme and ultimate. The Kangmang world seemed to be evolving in this direction at the beginning, but something went wrong midway, causing the 9 fields to fail to form properly, eventually merging into one. Of course, no matter how underdeveloped the heavenly realm was, Luo Shu was the sole Luo Shu in charge of all authority. Compared to the situation in the Danmaki world where authority is divided among many gods, he felt he could beat all those slackers with one hand. Volume 1, 3. Bestowing the curse of beastification, catching a lone god first after taking Senjino Haruheim as his exclusive shrine maiden, Luo Shu began to question the little fox about her experiences during this time to determine if they were consistent with the plot he knew from the past. My origin is the Far East. Feeling that sense of belonging closely connected to the god deep in her soul, Haruheim couldn't help but become relaxed and comfortable. My family is a noble lineage with a long history. I have no mother, and my father is an official serving goddess Amaterasu. Haruheim stated that she usually lived in a large mansion and knew nothing about the outside world, learning noble etiquette and behavior every day. Although this pampered life was somewhat lonely, she still had a few friends, and her days were spent without lack of food or clothing. Speaking to this point, the Foxian lady's expression suddenly became sorrowful. Just 2 days ago, for some reason, I was so dazed that I ate an important item belonging to my father's distinguished guest, an offering dedicated to goddess Amaterasu, and was therefore expelled from the house. According to Haruheim, recently, a certain Paolam official had begun to visit the mansion frequently, occasionally staying overnight. She hadn't cared at first, but the day before yesterday, when she woke up, she found her mouth covered in food crumbs, the source of which was actually the precious offerings dedicated to the god. It must be because Haruheim was hungry, and went to steal food every night. The Foxian lady covered her face with her hands, and began to sob. What happened next followed naturally. Her father, who served goddess Amaterasu, was furious, and wanted to punish Haruheim severely. It was only through the persuasive words of the Paolam guest that the girl was able to escape with her life, but she was also expelled from the house as a result. Hearing this, deep in the little fox's consciousness, Luoshu frowned. Knowing the original story, he was well aware that Haruheim had actually been framed by that Paolam. Because he coveted the girl's beauty, he had designed such a conspiracy. After the Paolam's plan succeeded, he originally intended to kidnap Haruheim, but they encountered a orc attack on the road. In front of the group of monsters, he unhesitatingly abandoned the burden, letting her serve as a decoy while he escaped. If the original plot had been followed, that group of bandits would have intervened before the girl was killed by the monsters, and then sold her to the Ishtar familia in Orario. Fortunately, all of this had been changed, and would not happen again. A Paolam. Truly a despicable little person. Luoshu's consciousness immediately transmitted the truth of the matter into the girl's mind. Senjuno Haruheim looked very surprised, but she didn't doubt it at all. Lord God is omniscient and omnipotent, how could he lie to her? It was that guest. The girl's fingers clutching the hem of her clothes turned white, and tears welled up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. It wasn't until Luoshu's divine sense manifested as reality, gently stroking the little fox's ears with his palm, that the grievances of being misunderstood, the anger of being framed, and the despair of being abandoned poured out like a bursting flood. Why treat me like this? I thought he was a good person. Haruheim's voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz, her ending tone carrying a sob. As a girl who had never experienced the malice of human hearts before, she perhaps couldn't understand at all that such a wicked fellow could exist in the world. Don't dwell too much on such things. You did nothing wrong. The one who deserves to die is that Paolam insect. Luoshu's voice was cold. Just watch, he will pay the corresponding price. Feeling her god's care, Haruheim rubbed her eyes, revealing red-rimmed eyes through the gaps in her fingers. I'm sorry. Haruheim has caused trouble for Lord God. Luoshu's divine sense fluctuated slightly as he said, as a matter of course, since you have entered my service, you shall not suffer even a bit of grievance again. Woo! The tip of the little fox's tail swayed gently, and a hint of soft shyness rose in her emerald eyes. Do I really have the qualification? Being able to meet Lord God today might be the arrangement of fate, right? Thinking this way, the anger and sadness of being framed and abandoned in the girl's heart dissipated quite a bit. Luoshu chuckled. His shrine maiden was truly kind to a fault, thanking so-called fate even after being persecuted to this extent. Gratification and anger rose simultaneously. He no longer hesitated, and his divine sense swept through the surrounding dozens of miles like a crashing tide. Invisible ripples pierced through dense forests, mountains, and streams, reflecting every inch of space in his perception. Found you. In just an instant, a Paolam hiding in an abandoned wooden cabin was plucked out by him. No, don't. The Paolam, suddenly feeling the world turn upside down, shook like a sieve, his voice full of fear and confusion. But before the other party could figure out the situation, a violent pain permeated his entire body from the inside out, causing him to let out bursts of shrill wails. That fellow was screaming and struggling at first, until his skin began to crack, brown fur grew wildly, his nose and mouth twisted and deformed, and his limbs turned into thick beast hooves. In just 2 or 3 breaths, he completely turned into a bipedal orc, a pig-headed man. Listening to the monster's terrified roar, Luoshu sneered. Countless thorns drilled out from its body, piercing muscles and wrapping around bones, making it suffer unbearable pain yet quickly recover, repeating this cycle until the end of its life. You shall be transformed into a beast's body, lose your wisdom, and forever suffer the pain of thorns devouring your heart. This kind of curse could be called being unable to live yet unable to die. But Luo Shu didn't think it was excessive. After all, letting this kind of scum who framed and kidnapped an 11-year-old girl die easily would be doing him a favor. If even a noble lady of extraordinary origin like Senjuno Haruhime could be framed, then how many innocent families had the other party conspiratorially persecuted before this? The Foxian girl stared blankly at all this, her slender body trembling slightly. Lord God bestowed such a heavy punishment for him. Being too soft-hearted won't do. A phantom in black robes and a golden crown, with jade ornaments at his waist, appeared behind Haruhime and pinched those fox ears. Repaying malice with kindness, how then do you repay kindness? Punishing evil and promoting good can only achieve maximum effect when used together, neither can be omitted. Luo Shu knew that he had always been a person who clearly distinguished between love and hate. It was just that he didn't have the power to practice his inner thoughts before. Now that he had become the Luo Shu, with authority enough to shake the mortal world, if he still had to be forced to endure and ignore those disgusting and unpleasant things, wouldn't his transmigration have been in vain? Daring to lay a hand on my little shrine maiden, this kind of fool, let alone in this life, even in the next life, and the life after that, is only fit to be reincarnated as a pig or a dog to have a chance to atone for his sins. The tips of Haruhime's ears turned bright red, the heat burning all the way to the base of her tail. Lord Luo Shu, she covered her cheeks with both hands, but couldn't hide the soft murmur leaking through her fingers. Haruhime is so happy. If this continued, she would become a spoiled bad child. Luo Shu just shook his head and laughed at this. Scanning the surrounding dense forest, which appeared exceptionally dark under the moonlight, his divine sense took over the girl's body again. This place is not suitable for a long stay, we need to find a place to rest. Controlling the Foxian girl's body, a slender fingertip drew a pale gold arc, tearing through the air like cutting paper with a chi-la sound. In an instant, the clanging of a blacksmith shop and the clamor of a tavern came from the other side, along with waves of the sweet aroma of grilled food. That was the unique hustle and bustle of a city-state. If the Luo Shu wishes to preside over the three realms, he naturally needs to possess the authority to manipulate space. Otherwise, how could he cast his will from the heavens into the human world and the netherworld? Thus, with just a single step, Luo Shu brought the little fox to a town settlement nearest to the dense forest. First, find an inn to wash up. You've been running through the wilderness all day and encountered monsters and bandits. What you need most right now is a bath and some sleep. After speaking, the god relinquished his control over the girl's body. Haruhime lowered her head and tugged at the hem of her skirt, which had been torn by thorns, saying shamefully, "I'm sorry for letting Lord Luo Shu see Haruhime in such a dirty state." "It matters not," the god's divine sense rang directly in her mind. "Go bathe and change quickly, lest you catch a chill." Though such a thing was unlikely to happen, as Luo Shu had specifically strengthened her physique with the crimson pearl immortal grass when he first arrived. In terms of pure strength, the girl was absolutely overwhelmingly powerful compared to most high-level adventurers in this world. "I understand." Senjuno Haruhime's fox ears twitched suddenly. As if thinking of something, she was so embarrassed that the tip of her tail curled into a ball of fur. "Lord Luo Shu, do you want to join?" As everyone knew, the duties of a shrine maiden included purifying the body to serve the gods. Not to mention, the consciousness of the Lord God still resided within her soul. "You're thinking too much for your age." An invisible palm appeared, and a finger flicked the girl's forehead. "Just worry about yourself." He intentionally drawled his words, as if teasing a small animal. "I have no interest in a little fox's tail. Wait until you grow 9 tails before you start considering adult matters." "But in 2 years, I'll be of marriageable age, I'm not that small." "So Lord God likes 9 tails, I'll work hard." Haruhime protested softly with a red face, but she still obediently stepped through the door of the nearby inn. As for the currency needed in this world, the dignified Luo Shu naturally wouldn't resort to a $0 shopping spree. Instead, he chose to use materials dropped from the monsters he killed earlier to pay for the accommodation. Once Haruhime entered the guest room's bathroom, Luo Shu's divine sense spread directly to various key points in the town, gathering intelligence about this world from the mouths of well-informed passers-by. By this method, he quickly determined that the current timeline was exactly 5 years before the start of the main Danmarki story. Cranel was still living in the countryside with Zeus. The blue-ribbon Hestia had not yet descended to the lower world. Rio was at the end of its dark age, and the Loki and Freya Familius were competing for supremacy. The most notable event of this period should be the Astrea Familia, the symbol of justice, falling into an Evolus trap and being nearly wiped out, with only the lone survivor Ryu Lion remaining. Judging by the news spreading through the town, this event that shook the continent seemed to have only just happened. However, this didn't have much to do with Luo Shu. Perhaps he could intervene if the opportunity arose in the future. But at this stage, his most important goal was to resolve the destruction crisis of the Kangmang world as soon as possible, then find a way to gather the authority of heaven and earth to create order and complete the unification of the three realms. As expected, I should first catch a lone god and figure out exactly what's going on with them. Volume 1, 4. Luo Shu's strength and considerations of order in different worldviews. The definition of a god is also completely different. Though all called gods, some existences can only rely on incense and faith. Once forgotten, they lose their divine power or even perish directly. While others are the incarnations of natural laws, representing the authority of heaven and earth, moving mountains and filling seas, or summoning wind and rain with a single thought. Like the magic gods of the Index world, the Aeons of Honkai, Star Rail, or Madoka god in Madoka Magica, though all defined as gods, are these existences that can overturn the universe with a single thought, the same thing as those stray gods born from human wishes who need divine instruments to show their power. Without a doubt, gods cannot be compared to one another. Luo Shu also held the status of a god in the Kangmang world, and he was the peak among gods, a god above gods, as the Luo Shu. But his foundation stemmed from his dominion over the heaven realm. As the controller of the heaven realm source, he naturally reigned over the three realms. He didn't need faith, nor did he represent any specific law. In essence, he was more like an administrator or a shareholder of the Kangmang world. The volume of the entire Kangmang world was roughly equivalent to 3 solar system units, with the human realm and the starry sky each accounting for 30%. Because of underdevelopment, the heaven realm and the nether world each occupied 15%, while the remaining 10% was scattered across various corners of the three realms. As the Luo Shu, he currently possessed 60% of the authority over the heaven realm, which translated to 9% of the authority over the entire Kangmang world. Of course, volume and authority are not entirely equivalent to strength. The mass of a nuclear weapon is only so much, but that doesn't stop people from using them to destroy civilizations and cities. If he were standing on his home turf in the heaven realm, Luo Shu was confident that even an existence with power comparable to a star would be no match for him. Currently, even if only a single divine sense had descended, in terms of strength alone, with the support of the heaven realm, he could still slaughter his way through a combined force of all the gods in Danmarki. The question was, what do these gods of Danmarki actually mean to this world as a whole? If their essence is actually that of world spokespersons, then these gods gathering together could very likely trigger something unpredictable. Luo Shu didn't want the Kangmang world and the Danmarki world to enter a full-scale war at the world level. If it really came to that, he might as well give up on this world and choose another target. After all, going to war externally before internal hidden dangers are resolved is just asking to blow oneself up faster. I choose you, Ares, the primary god of Rakia. After much consideration, Luo Shu decided not to go to Rio, the gathering place of gods, for now, but instead head to the nearby warring nation of Rakia. He was still quite covetous of the divine authority in this world. If given the chance, bringing all the gods of this world to the Kangmang world to work for him, and analyzing and replicating the authority they had carried for hundreds of millions of years would surely allow the heaven realm under his control to grow rapidly. Third floor of the inn. Warm yellow lamplight, the scent of clean wood, and the faint sound of water. Haruheim walked into the bathroom with a change of clothes. The rising steam filled the room, making her feel as if she were in another world. Lord God. The girl silently moved her lips toward the void, but unfortunately, she didn't get the response she hoped for. Haraheim bit her lip, and only then did she take off her mud-stained dress piece by piece. As the fabric slipped off, the fox girl stepped into the bath. When the warm liquid enveloped her skin along with her fatigue, her tense body finally relaxed. She cupped a handful of water and splashed it on her face. Her emerald vertical pupils looked through the mist toward the void. A connection in the dark told her that the god she had resolved to serve was in that direction. Shame climbed her heart like a vine, but another, more surging emotion soon drowned it out. This little one was truly saved by the Lord God, just like the stories in the hero tales. Lord Luo Shu's true body should be in the legendary heaven realm. I wonder if I'll have the chance to see it with my own eyes in the future. I heard that only after mortals die do their souls ascend to the heaven realm to stay by the side of the god they believe in. With all sorts of messy thoughts in her mind, Haraheim buried her chin in the water, hiding her gradually blushing face, leaving only a pair of moist eyes visible. Lord Luo Shu. Half a quarter of an hour later, the sound of water stopped. Haraheim came out wrapped in a large bathrobe, the hem dragging at her ankles. When she entered the booked guest room, the girl stared blankly at a shadow flying toward her. After catching it, she realized it was a red furusode kimono. There doesn't seem to be any suitable change of clothes here. Try this one to see if it fits. Senjuno Haraheim's eyes were a bit dazed. She directly took off her bathrobe and changed into the kimono. It feels like a very good fit. That's good, Luo Shu's gentle voice entered the fox girl's mind. Now go rest. Children should sleep more. I'm not a child. Though she wanted to protest like that, an obedient shrine maiden would not ignore a god's command. So Senjuno Haraheim could only pout her small mouth and run to the bed, pulling the quilt up to the tip of her nose, leaving only a pair of emerald eyes exposed. Good night, little fox. Good night, Lord God. As the curtain fell and the lights were extinguished, the room immediately plunged into darkness. But in less than 15 minutes, the bedding began to rustle. Haraheim turned over, facing the wall. Turned over again, facing the window, turned over once more, rolling her entire tail into the quilt, as if tying herself into a zongzi. Can't sleep. Luo Shu spoke softly from deep within her consciousness. Yes, I'm a bit scared. A muffled nasal voice came from the quilt. Scared of what? After a few seconds of silence, a corner of the quilt was quietly lifted, revealing the girl's reddened eyes. I'm scared that when I open my eyes, I'll still be in the forest, with no Lord Luo Shu, only monsters. The girl's voice grew smaller and smaller. If this is a dream before death, Haraheim wants to wake up a bit later. Luo Shu was silent. This kind of psychological shadow could usually only be healed by time. After a moment of contemplation, the approachable phantom of the young man appeared by the bed and stroked the girl's delicate face. Can you feel it? Lord God's aura. Haraheim blinked. She plucked up her courage, reached out her small hand from the covers, and grabbed the sleeve of the divine phantom. Even though it was a phantom, it had a substantial sense of presence and could actually be held. Can we stay together forever? Haraheim will be a good shrine maiden, and will definitely grow 9 tails. Please, please don't abandon me. Then you'll have to work hard, Luo Shu chuckled, reaching out to rub the tip of the little fox's ear. My time is very long, so long that you might even get bored. I definitely won't. As long as Lord God is here, Haraheim is very happy. Haha, you just focus on growing up. Grow your tails one by one. Until then, I will wait slowly. It's a promise. The tips of Haraheim's ears were flushed red, but she still insisted on looking at the god in her eyes. Yes, it's a promise. The god accepted the promise, and the girl finally closed her eyes in peace, her breathing gradually becoming even. Seeing this, Luo Shu withdrew his projection and silently swept his divine sense across the entire town. Even though it was an era where gods and humans walked together, the atmosphere of this world didn't seem much better. How should I put it? It's a bit disappointing. It seems that not only does the good and evil in human hearts need to be constrained, but the gods themselves should also be brought into an order. Volume 1, 5. Ares, the god of war, sweeping thousands of soldiers. Kingdom of Rakia. This was a military nation ruled by Ares, the god of war, with a population of over 600,000. In essence, it was the largest and most complex nation-type familia among the various factions in the Danmarki world. According to historical records, after Ares descended to the lower world, he didn't choose to develop in Rio with the other gods, but instead recruited familia members elsewhere on the continent. Initially, there were only a few members, but as the number of members continued to increase, he eventually founded a country, which became the Kingdom of Rakia. The soldiers and military personnel within were all dependents who had received the blessing of the gods, and were also combatants. As for the people who managed industries and supported the country, they were called non-combatants. The monarchs of successive generations were concurrently the captains of the familia. Influenced by their primary god Ares, Rakia was naturally very bellicose, and had launched wars against various countries on the continent and Rio multiple times. As for its battle results, better left unsaid. In short, as a god of war, Ares is only responsible for starting wars. As for victory, that is not within his authority. And on this day, our legend of repeated defeats was once again planning his scheme to attack Rio, the center for adventurers. No matter what, we must find the Kratso family again, who can manufacture magic swords. As long as we can forge a sufficient number of magic swords again, my army will surely regain its past glory. In Rakia's largest military camp, a man in bright red armor with shining blonde hair was gesticulating wildly. For section 4, although the gods of Rio often mocked him as the god of war but not victory, the kingdom of Rakia under Ares' rule once had a glorious history. The key to that period lay in the Kratso family, who were recruited by Ares and excelled at making magic swords. The so-called magic swords refer to weapons that can manifest magical abilities without the need for chanting. Because these weapons possessed overwhelming firepower and were instantaneous, the kingdom of Rakia, possessing the Kratso family, won victory after victory in the early stages of the war. Everywhere the magic swords passed turned into scorched earth where not a blade of grass grew, creating a myth of invincibility, and the flames of war even spread to the forests where elves and spirits lived. But this also incurred the resentment of the elves, leading to the Kratso family being cursed by the spirits, rendering them unable to manufacture magic swords anymore. And so, the kingdom of Rakia was beaten back once again. 2 years ago, upon learning that a member of the Kratso family who could make magic swords had appeared again, Ares was very excited for a time, but that guy named Welf Kratso soon escaped with the help of the goddess Phoebus. My Kratso. It's all because of that bitch Phoebus, letting the reappeared Kratso get away, damn it. Watching their main god's habitual madness, the other members of the familia said nothing, simply continuing their weapon training on their own. Swords swung, parried, and clashed, the metallic sounds merged into a dull iron tide. Perhaps next year, perhaps next month, or perhaps even tomorrow, under the leadership of their main god, Rakia would surely continue to encounter war. Until then, any bit of strength gained through training was worth it. At that moment, in front of the training grounds gate, a slender figure stepped through the backlight, slowly walking in after leaving the inn. Luoshu took over Haraheim's body. Without hiding in the slightest, he opened a spatial gate and grandly broke straight into the Ares familia's base. Looking at the Renard girl before him wearing a crimson kimono, who was clearly still a minor, the guard at the training ground froze for a moment before remembering to shout, "Who goes there?" What was going on? Are the guards in front all dead? Why would they let a Renard break into a military stronghold? However, Luoshu had no intention of answering him. The Luoshu descended upon the shrine maiden's body, merely swept a single glance over them. With the girl as the center, the sandy ground within a 30-meter radius instantly collapsed. Nearly 100 soldiers were knocked 3 feet off the ground and then slammed back down, their armor cracking inch by inch. While the cries of alarm were still stuck in their throats, the second wave of impact arrived. A visible storm swept through like a scythe harvesting autumn wheat. Everywhere it passed, men and horses were overturned, and iron shields were twisted into pretzels. Enemy attack. A horn blast cut through the air but couldn't sound a second time. A bolt of lightning struck down, directly shattering even the sound waves. At the same time, Ares, inside the military camp, finally noticed this scene. What's happening? There's only one enemy. Is it a first-class adventurer attacking? After seeing Sanjuno Haruheim's appearance, the god of war's roar was full of confusion. But this thought was quickly tossed aside. The enemy had arrived, the war had begun. As a god of war, the only response he could give at this moment was naturally to counterattack. Defend the glory of Rakia with the enemy's blood. Amidst the main god's roar, the crimson military flag was raised, fluttering in the wind. Soldiers in heavy armor, hundreds of armored warhorses, a forest of long spears emitting a dull glow under the overcast sky, the most elite warriors in this camp were all ready. At the command, they charged without hesitation toward the young-looking Renard girl. There was no underestimation, no arrogance, they went all out from the start. Whether officers or soldiers, all had solemn expressions, as if what stood before them was not a delicate girl, but the most terrifying monster from the depths of the dungeon. It could only be said that habit becomes second nature. This army looked powerful, but in fact, it had already been ravaged by countless powerful adventurers. And the result this time was indeed the same as always. Amidst the thunderous neighing of the warhorses, Luo Shu, controlling Haruheim's body, lightly tapped the tip of a spear with his toe. He rose like a paper kite, spinning within the bladed formation. In the next moment, as a divine sense shockwave blasted in all directions, the forest of spears was twisted into pretzels by an invisible giant force. Iron shards flew, and the soldiers discovered in horror that their bodies were spinning uncontrollably on the spot, like being thrown into a giant grindstone. Screams, the clanging of iron, and the sound of bones dislocating mixed together, yet no one died. Luo Shu's sense of proportion was extremely precise, only causing the soldiers to lose their fighting capacity before letting them fall to the ground and faint. Thus in an instant, the only beings still standing on the entire battlefield were the Renard girl and Ares. Such strength! Seeing this, the blonde god of war laughed instead of getting angry, letting out a lion-like roar. Is this a new trump card cultivated by some familia? Excellent. Strong and beautiful, I really like you. Let the flames of war burn even more fiercely. Where the enemy came from? That sort of thing was completely unimportant. As the main god of Rakia who waged war everywhere, Ares knew very well that he had offended an unknown number of divine familias and nations across the continent. If some god had cultivated a powerful dependent and then sent them to teach him a lesson, that would be a perfectly normal occurrence. My blood is boiling. Come and fight. Strike me down or be struck down by me. Volume 1, 6. Status unknown. Then he's dead. Looking at Ares, who was hot-headed, completely brainless, and charging forward with his weapon in a burst of momentum, Luo Shu, descended upon Haruheim, was somewhat speechless. He simply took a subtle step, instantly flickering in front of the god of war. Ares's pupils shrank, and he immediately swung his spear in a horizontal sweep. The spear's shaft created a sonic boom, but hit nothing. In the blink of an eye, the Renard had teleported behind him. A fist enveloped in a faint starlight fell lightly onto the back of his neck. An invisible airwave exploded. Ares's eyes rolled back, his knees slammed heavily into the ground, and he couldn't even hold onto his war spear, which flew spinning dozens of meters away. The god of war's last conscious thought was seeing a deep, dark portal open behind the delicate girl. On the other side of the portal, a vast world that looked very unfamiliar yet had a somewhat similar aura unfolded. Within it, a grand divine figure wearing black robes and a golden crown, with jade ornaments at his waist, cast his gaze down. Infinite pressure crushed down, and so he completely blacked out. Even the divine intent in the deepest part of his soul was frozen, unable to move any more. Luo Shu gave a kick, directly sending the god of war into the Kangmang world, leaving no trace behind. Executing this matter seemed much easier than imagined. He had originally considered whether any accidents would occur midway, but it turned out he had overthought it. But thinking carefully, it was quite normal for this situation to occur. The gods of the Dan-Maki world are transcendent beings born in the heavenly realm of this world, favored by the mysterious source. They are eternal from birth, ageless and immortal. The reason they descended from the heavens to the mortal world 1,000 years ago was actually quite extravagant, sounding like a humble brag because living in the heavenly realm for hundreds of millions of years was too boring. Even if they were killed, they would be resurrected 10,000 years later. Some gods even sought fun through suicide. Thus, the increasingly bored gods chose to start interfering with the lower world with a gaming attitude, acting with their own entertainment as the priority. They experienced all the food, interests, friendships, arts, and even illnesses of the lower world, enjoying every moment without tire. Of course, because divine power is too great, in order to better experience the life of mortals, the gods agreed to seal their divine power after descending. Except in special circumstances, they must not manifest divine authority without permission, or they would be deported back to the upper realm. Normally, the behavior of the Dan-Maki gods in daily life is similar to that of ordinary people. They need to establish familius by granting fauna to lower world residents through their divine blood to enjoy the support of their dependents. In Oro-Rio, the central city of the continent where gods gather, due to the large number of gods, those who cannot find suitable dependents or whose familia is weak might even fall to the point of needing to work for mortals just to avoid starving to death. As the main god ruling the kingdom of Rakia, Ares' status was naturally not low, but his strength in an unsealed state, relying on martial arts, he might be able to fight some high-level adventurers, but against Haraheim under Luo Shu's control, forget it. The only variable that could affect the outcome was that the god seal is not mandatory. Once he realized he was in a critical moment, Ares could release all his authority at any time. Therefore, if he didn't want to add trouble for himself, he had to resolve the battle quickly before Ares actively released the seal. And the development of events showed that the plan was executed very smoothly. Next, it would depend on the reaction of this world. Thinking of this, Luo Shu couldn't help but narrow his eyes, looking at the sky with a somewhat strange expression. Unexpectedly yet logically, the entire world at this moment began to break out in an anomaly that had never appeared in history. The Dan-Maki gods, whether those still staying in the heavenly realm, or those who had already descended to form familius, and even the leaders of Evolus known as evil gods, all felt the wailing of the world source at the same time. Thus they instinctively understood the situation. Since the beginning of time, the first godfall event in this world had occurred on this ordinary day. Oro-Rio at noon. Crimson-black thick clouds suddenly rolled out, layer upon layer, pressing down to the top of Babel. The sun was completely obscured, day turned to dusk, and a violent wind swirled with grit and dust, howling through the streets. A liquid as thick as blood, dark red and smelling of rust, poured down from the sky, hitting the stone pavement, leaving countless adventurers shocked and confused. But more panicked than them were the gods who could understand what had happened through the turbulence of the laws. Can a god also perish? On the altar beneath the Adventurers' Guild, the founding god of Oro-Rio, who was praying to the dungeon, suddenly snapped his eyes open. The kindness deep within his wrinkles was torn apart by horror for the first time. This is impossible. Heavenly gods are immortal. Even if they commit suicide, they will revive within the heavenly source. What on earth happened to Ares? In the Loki Familia's base, the god of mischief, who was harassing female members, trembled. She simply couldn't understand what this phenomenon of a deity's fall was all about. Back in the heavenly realm, it wasn't like she hadn't tried to create some big news, but the problem was she simply couldn't do it. Otter, send people to Rakia immediately to investigate. I want to know if Ares is dead or alive. On the top floor of Babel, the gray-haired goddess reached out to catch the blood rain falling from the clouds, a solemn expression suddenly appearing on her peerless face. In the hundreds of millions of years since her birth, she had never witnessed such an incredible thing. But since god-slaying had happened for the first time, it could naturally happen a second or third time. The specific reason must be found, otherwise, all the gods who descended to the mortal world would find it hard to feel at peace. In a certain countryside village, Zeus, who was bragging to his grandson, rushed out of the small hut regardless of his image. That stupid boy is completely gone. Who did it? In the heavenly realm, a group of idol gods shivered in the turbulence of the source. Hestia, who was staying in her temple reading books, shrank back. So scary, the lower world is so scary. So gods can actually be completely killed. Hiss, it seems in a few more years it'll be my turn for the lower world quota. Should I just give it up? The blood rain covering the entire continent lasted for a full 30 minutes. Until the turbulence of the war-related laws subsided, the clouds dispersed, and the sun hung high in the sky once more. But by this time, the lands, rivers, and even the oceans of the various countries on the continent had been dyed dark red, and the air everywhere was filled with an unpleasant smell of rust. In the military camp of Rakia's royal city, Sanjuno Haruheim tiptoed over the blood-colored puddles before her. Her ears twitched slightly, and her small hand uncomfortably covered her nose. Lord God, is this the small commotion you mentioned? I didn't expect this world to value an ordinary god so much. This is clearly overpampering, isn't it? And Ares was only exiled from this world, losing contact, his status unknown. How did the death announcement and funeral end all at once? Volume 1, 7. Ares's adventure in the Kangmang world, paradise of ferocious beasts, and rank division vast heavenly realm. With Ares's arrival, Luoshu could clearly feel that the Juntian force he commanded had a slight increase. Deep within the heavenly source, threads of laws filled with blood-colored light were weaving, beginning to extend into more complex and mysterious changes. Those were laws related to war, mutiny, slaughter, and rebellion that had evolved for hundreds of millions of years from the Danmaki world. Now they were directly merging into the source of this world, becoming nourishment for the further perfection of the vast heavenly realm. As expected in the Danmaki world, the gods play the role of spokespeople for the heavens. They are the carriers of authority and the incarnations of natural laws. After confirming this fact, a flash of joy crossed Luoshu's eyes. This meant that as long as he pulled all the Danmaki gods into his own heavenly realm, he could easily obtain the fruits of law evolution cultivated over hundreds of millions of years in that world. A single Ares was indeed nothing compared to the scale of the vast heavenly realm, but if all known and unknown gods of Danmaki were willing to descend into this world, the originally underdeveloped heavenly realm source could immediately grow to an unprecedented level. The effect would be no different from directly annexing another older and more complete heavenly realm at the level of laws and order. Thinking of this, he looked at the unconscious god of war at his feet, his gaze becoming profound. In Greek mythology, Ares is described as a bloodthirsty killer and a conqueror of defensive fortresses, as well as a symbol of strength and power, and the embodiment of bloodlust, carnage, and human disaster. In short, this is a barbaric and fierce god who isn't very smart, and only knows about fighting and killing all day long. The one from Danmaki might have a kinder temper, but his essence is virtually the same. After realizing this, making this god of war stay in the Kangmang world voluntarily would naturally be an easy task. The reason it had to be voluntary was primarily because Luoshu needed a proactive accomplice to kidnap even more Danmaki gods for him. After all, he couldn't exactly face the Danmaki gods with the image of someone who had just exterminated their kin upon arrival, could he? If he really did that, those slackers in Orario would surely break their seals at the first opportunity to protect themselves, gathering all their power to resist the extra-dimensional demon god. Any talk of cooperation would naturally be out of the question. Because of this, the next step was to make Ares submit willingly anyway. That wouldn't be a very difficult thing to do. I hope you have fun in the human realm next. After saying that, Luoshu gave a casual wave, and a spatial vortex appeared beneath the blonde god of war. Kangmang human realm. The cold moon hung like a hook against the grayish-white sky. As a certain will withdrew, the long-slumbering Ares suddenly snapped his eyes open. He looked around and found a large river before him. He had been lying on the riverbank, his crimson armor already covered in wet mud. This isn't Rakia. After confirming that he was completely unfamiliar with the environment, the god of war soon noticed an even more terrifying fact. Where is my connection to the heavenly realm? Why can't I feel it? He pinched his thigh hard, grimacing in pain. Confirming this wasn't a dream, surprise, joy, and panic flashed across the blonde hunk's face in turn, finally blending into a strange flush. So it's an otherworldly realm with absolutely no connection to the heavenly realm. I didn't expect to have such a miraculous encounter. Although his relationship with a certain goddess of wisdom was not good, Ares still quickly reached the conclusion that he was far from home based on instinct alone. It should be said that only a true otherworldly realm could completely sever the connection between the gods and the source of the heavenly realm. That was the benevolent mother who granted them eternal life, and even if a god treated suicide as a joke, she would expend massive amounts of time and resources to aid their resurrection. It was hard to imagine her completely abandoning a god, unless the distance was too great, and she was truly powerless. Otherwise, he would always be able to sense that protection full of security. But now that the connection was broken, it meant that if he died in this unknown world, he would truly be dead, with absolutely no chance for his soul to return to the heavenly realm and revive. After understanding this and feeling the unfamiliar emotions of fear and worry surfacing in his heart, the god of war, who had been bored for hundreds of millions of years, couldn't help but let out a wild laugh toward the sky. Ha 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 ha. War, slaughter, fear, and death, how wonderful, how intoxicating. He clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking, and directly released the seal on his divine power. No matter whose handiwork this is, I must thank you profusely. After venting heartily for 4 or 5 minutes without receiving the desired response, Ares could only turn around and begin exploring this strange world. After fully unsealing his divine power as the god of war, his 5 senses were no longer comparable to those of mortals, and he soon heard the roars of wild beasts coming from the distance. Ares looked toward the sound and saw several pairs of eerie green eyes staring intently at him from the dense forest on the opposite bank of the river. As the mist swirled, a group of never-before-seen exotic beasts stepped out. They looked like tigers but dragged an ox's tail behind them. Their fur was mottled yellow and black, and upon seeing the stranger, they suddenly let out a dog-like bark. In the darkness, his divine power automatically captured the stray information within the world, and thus Ares learned the race name of these beasts, G, which means wild boar. This thing with a tiger's body, an ox's tail, and a dog's bark is actually a wild boar. Ares expressed his lack of understanding. Whose wild boar looks like this? Not to mention, the aura emitted by this group of vicious beasts was almost surpassing that of a top-tier level 6 adventurer. If even wild boars were this strong, then forget ordinary people. Even if all the familiars in Aura Rio were moved here, they might not necessarily survive in this world, right? But soon, the god of war threw these irrelevant considerations to the back of his mind. Simply because this group of beasts had clearly marked him as prey, the G-Pack's fangs protruded, their saliva corroding the grass and leaves as it hit the ground, sending up wisps of white smoke as they pounced forward with dog-like barks. Good timing. Ares licked his dry lips, a long-lost heat burning in his pupils. He bent down to pick up a river stone, crushed it into fragments with his fingers, and his figure crashed into the pack like a crimson arrow. With the enhancement of divine power, a single punch shattered a tiger's skull, and a sweeping elbow strike tore an ox's tail out by the root. The G-Pack let out angry, startled howls, pouncing one after another, only to be piled up into a mountain of flesh around him. Just like this. Foul-smelling blood splattered onto Ares's face. He wiped it away and thrust his palm into the throat of a G, listening to its dying struggles, his pupils turning red with excitement. Ha 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 ha. This is what you call a battle. No seal restrictions, no need to hold back, only the purest slaughter. Ares laughed toward the sky and rushed excitedly into the jungle, launching a frantic pursuit of the fleeing G-Pack, fearlessly stepping forward to clash with other fierce beasts he encountered along the way. As time passed, the opponents he met became stronger and stronger, giant birds shaped like eagles with sharp horns on their heads, 6-legged, 4-winged, snake-shaped vicious beasts, large oxen with white heads, single eyes, and snake tails. One by one, the fierce beasts were hunted by him, including many whose strength approached the level of gods, but after some effort, they still fell at his feet. As the moon set and the sun rose, the god of war laughed wildly as he tore apart a human-faced, 4-eyed owl, and tossed its corpse into the nearby swamp. Amidst the rising blood mist, Ares spread his arms and joyfully declared to the grayish-white sky, "Ha ha ha ha. In this world, I am invincible under heaven. Who can kill me? Who can kill me? His laughter echoed through the woods, startling countless birds in the swamp into flight. But perhaps because extreme joy begets sorrow, or simply because someone couldn't stand a strange visitor rampaging in their territory. In the next moment, the ground beneath Ares's feet suddenly collapsed. A foul wind rushed at him as a massive black shadow rose from the swamp. It was a giant snake over 300 jong long, its scales shimmering with a cold light like obsidian, its green triangular head set with two blood-red eyes, and its flickering tongue even seemed to pull down the clouds in the sky. Ares's smile hadn't even faded before his pupils contracted to pinpoint his instincts as a god of war warned him that the fierce beast before him was different from the mortal things before. It was a true archenemy capable of posing a lethal threat to a god. Boss Snake. After realizing the race name of this giant snake from the information in the world, divine power surged within Ares, shaping a long spear surrounded by blood out of thin air, which he pointed ferociously forward. Very good, I like worthy opponents. However, the boss snake couldn't be bothered with this hairless monkey's thoughts, and directly swung its tail like a steel whip, sweeping across the earth. Ares only had time for a hurried block. The spear condensed from divine power shattered with a bang, and he was sent flying like a broken kite dozens of kilometers away, smashing through all obstacles along the way before finally embedding deeply into a stone wall. His crimson armor was dented, and blood trickled down from his forehead, mixing with the dust into mud. Ow, ow, ow. This monster's physical body is way too strong. The battered god of war screamed as he crawled out of the stone pit, and before he could even stand steady, a massive storm swept in, threatening to tear him and the mountain beneath him apart. Ares looked up and saw that the end of the storm was precisely the boss snake's bottomless, bloody maw. Infinite chill suddenly welled up in his heart. Intuition told him that if he were truly swallowed into this monster's belly, he would absolutely end up being digested into dregs, without a single chance of survival. What on earth is this thing? The god of war, who had just been invincible and arrogant enough to challenge the whole world, turned and ran, crying for his parents, his burly body scrambling down the cliff like a panicked stray dog. Wait, wait. We can talk. But the boss snake's hiss followed him like a shadow. As its tongue flicked, the foul wind tore through mountain ridges, clearly having no intention of letting this dessert go. Well, the fierce beast's instinct told it that if it could eat this never-before-seen hairless monkey, it would surely gain immense benefits. Perhaps it could even usher in a new round of evolution. If you have the guts, wait until I've trained my army, and then we'll clash again. Vast heavenly realm. The god condensed a water mirror before him, which was currently displaying the game of hide-and-seek between Ares and the boss snake. The ordinary gods of Danmarki seemed to only be at the level of relatively average mid-tier fierce beasts. Since Ares woke up, Luoshu had been silently watching the slaughter between him and the various fierce beasts, gathering data to evaluate the combat power of the Danmarki gods. It should be noted that the gods of the Danmarki world only have two levels, ordinary gods and great gods respected by all. While the latter cannot completely destroy the former, they can easily send ordinary gods back for resurrection. And Ares, as the god of war, even if he manages war without winning, his combat power must be at the upper crust of the ordinary god tier. According to his observations, if the divine power in the other's body were to explode all at once, using the water blue star as a standard reference, it would be easy to complete a cleaning of the entire surface within seconds. Looking at it objectively and without bias, such strength was already terrifying enough, and in the eyes of ordinary people, it was definitely a well-deserved god level. But placed in the Kangmang human realm where exotic beasts roamed, it could only be said to barely squeeze into the first-class tier, still far from true high-tier fierce beasts. Not to mention ridiculous existences like the Four Perils, even ordinary high-tier fierce beasts like the Jiuying, Shangliu, and Zhuyan are existences that, at full power, can destroy stars relying on their innate talents or even just their physical bodies. The mid-tier fierce beasts further down, like the boss snake, actually have strength similar to Ares. The reason he appeared so pathetic was mainly because his source of authority had been cut off. If he were in the Danmarki world, with the enhancement of the heavenly realm source and inexhaustible power, the outcome of the battle would surely be reversed. Further down, the low-tier fierce beasts that can tear apart continents, and the elite fierce beasts that do not possess innate divine powers and cannot resist authority, currently have no corresponding existences found on the Danmuki side. And the unranked fierce beasts at the very bottom, like the Ji, should be similar to mortal adventurers, except that the latter are further divided into small levels according to the standard from level 1 to level 9. After roughly sorting out the strength levels of the countless fierce beasts in the Kangmang world, even with Luo Shu's calm state of mind, his lips couldn't help but twitch slightly. It was only because the human realm was large enough, accounting for 30% of the weight of the entire Kangmang world with a surface area 10,000 times that of the water blue star, that it hadn't been destroyed by the conflicts of these exotic beasts long ago. One should know that the surface area of the sun is only 1.2 million times that of the water blue star. With the scale of the Kangmang human realm, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a stellar-class continent, yet it still became precarious under the rampage of these countless exotic beasts. What a headache! The instinct of this world was too focused on creating powerful creatures, without considering the bearing limits of time, space, and matter at all. To put it bluntly, it was a miracle that the Kangmang world had managed to wait until Luo Shu's arrival without collapsing. The problem was that, as the Luo Shu, he still had to step in to clean up the mess after all. This was also to protect my world. With a helpless sigh, Luo Shu's gaze suddenly sharpened, and his right hand directly tore through the void, reaching toward the human realm. If he didn't act now, Ares really would end up in the boss snake's belly. Volume 1, 8. Ares, drifting for half a life, only regretting not meeting a brilliant master. It's over. I'm really going to fall into this beast's mouth this time. In a huge crater, Ares' throat tightened, and his vision went black. He had just been knocked down again by the primeval giant beast's immense strength, which was enough to tear the Earth's surface. Now he felt like every bone in his body was shattered, and he feared he wouldn't be able to stand up for several minutes. But would his opponent give him a chance to recover? Just as a hint of bitterness appeared on Ares' face, he saw the boss snake's maw open, and foul-smelling saliva hit his whole body like a waterfall, making his skin sizzle as it corroded. The god of war suddenly closed his eyes, the ruthlessness in his bones welling up. Damn it. Even if I die, I'm taking you down with me. He urged his divine power again, and war spears emitting an aura of destruction were generated out of thin air. An extreme killing intent rampaged through heaven and earth, and just the slightly leaked aftershocks crushed all unranked fierce beasts, within a radius of dozens of kilometers. But it was useless. The war spears pierced through the void, shooting toward the boss snake's body from every corner, yet they couldn't even penetrate its cold gleaming scales. Just how is this dog's physical body forged? Section 6. Ares gritted his teeth, bloodshot veins filling his pupils. The next moment, a sense of weightlessness struck him. The world turned upside down, just as he was about to fall completely into the giant snake's mouth. Time suddenly froze. The firmament suddenly split open. An indescribable pressure descended from it, as if the eternal blue sky were sinking in unison. The blonde giant remained in his backward-flying posture, only to find himself frozen in the void. The abyss-like mouth of the boss snake was barely half a foot away from him, yet it could northwest longer close. The world turned into a painting, and they were merely two specks of dust within it. This is... Ares's pupils shrank to pinpricks, the bloodshot veins instantly fading away, leaving only terror. High above, the sea of clouds churned, forming a divine giant hand of immeasurable size. Its 5 fingers spread like pillars supporting the heavens, lines manifesting mountains, rivers, and ravines, while the 5 elements rotated within its palm, with all phenomena appearing and disappearing. Then, that hand of heaven slowly closed. Ares and the boss snake were simultaneously compressed by an invisible, mighty force, their sizes shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. 300 zhang, 30 zhang, 3 zhang, 3 feet, 3 inches. Finally turning into 2 specks of light, drifting lightly into the depths of the palm lines. In an instant, the giant hand dissipated, the sea of clouds closed, as if nothing had happened. Only shattered mountain peaks remained, with countless craters quietly imprinted on the earth, declaring that what had just happened was not an illusion. When he opened his eyes again, Ares had appeared in a holy and majestic heavenly palace. Coiled dragon pillars carved from white marble supported the dome, and the immortal light refracted by the glazed tiles poured down like the Milky Way, dyeing every inch of space in holy gold. But no matter how magnificent these sights were 10, 100, or even 10,000 times more luxurious, they were far less eye-catching than the figure sitting high upon the throne. The Luoshu rested his chin on one hand lazily, while the other played with a marble that looked like obsidian. That was no damn marble, it was clearly the boss snake compressed into a snake pill. A giant beast capable of devouring gods was actually being pinched and played with like a toy. Is this guy really a human? This ambiguous aura. His the origin of the heavenly realm. Has it gained wisdom and taken human form? Thinking of this possibility, Ares felt all the hairs on his body stand up instantly, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The strength of this boss snake is actually not particularly powerful in the sequence of mid-tier fierce beasts, but it is pure enough. Either you crush it with greater strength, or you unleash extreme damage in one burst. Otherwise, in a clash of the same level, few fierce beasts or gods can gain an advantage in front of it. Without any fancy mechanics, the boss snake's innate ability has only one effect: to devour the essence of all things to strengthen its physique. This also resulted in its single-minded attack methods. It has no elemental means like water, fire, wind, or lightning, so when fighting enemies, it either sweeps with its tail or opens its mouth to devour. It specializes in extreme physical attacks, and it has high defense and a thick health bar. In the myths of his previous life, this thing was a monster that required Hou-Yi to step in to shoot it down. Ares encountering it while disconnected from the Danmaki world can only be described as bad luck. However, that is not important. So how do you think I should deal with you? God of war from a foreign realm. The Luoshu lowered his gaze, his voice not loud, yet it shook the entire three realms into resonance. How about I crush your divine body and soul and scatter them across the starry sky? Perhaps that could nourish a few interesting giant beasts. Every word was like 10,000 tons of thunder grinding over his divine core. Ares was so scared he nearly lost his soul on the spot, and that's not an adjective. He truly felt that as long as the one above had the intention, he would absolutely perish in the next moment, with no power to fight back. Ares let out a scream sharper than when he was being chased by the boss snake, scrambling and lunging forward to hug the Luoshu's thigh, tears and snot streaming down his face. Dad. I am clearly your biological son left behind in another world. You can feel it, right? This heavenly realm still retains my aura. That's right, I was born in this world, I am absolutely pure-blooded and single-minded. He spoke so fast that he left after images, seemingly afraid that if he didn't express his loyalty in time, he would be swallowed as a dessert, and his divine soul and authority would be eaten clean. As for the question of whether it's losing face as a god, put any god in front of a walking heavenly realm origin, and see if they don't get nervous. You know, destruction is always easier than creation. If the heavenly realm origin of their Danmaki world could easily create countless gods and grant them supreme authority and eternal life, then what exactly could this humanoid origin with wisdom right in front of him do? He didn't even dare to imagine it. The Luoshu. To save your life, you even shouted, Dad. Although I knew that the gods of the Danmaki world have always had no integrity, your kneeling is way too practiced. If I let go, I'm done for. The Luoshu lowered his eyes to look at him, a faint golden light flashing on his fingertips. Ares instantly felt like his bones had been removed, collapsing limply onto the floor. Don't call me Dad. Your father is Zeus. I can't afford that status. That was just role-playing when we used to play house, that old man Zeus has no right to be my father. All gods are nurtured by the heavenly realm origin, and in this world, you are the incarnation of that origin. Rounding it up, I am your biological son. The desire to survive in Ares's heart reached its peak at this moment, and he wished he could recite a line on the spot, wandering for half a life, I only regret not meeting a wise master sooner. No wonder he hadn't seen a single god after arriving in this world, with nothing but fierce beasts on the earth. It turns out even the heavenly realm origin is personally participating in the game. If reality were just like this, it would be fine. The fear is that this world originally had gods, but one day a battle royale occurred, and some ruthless person emerged, killed all the other gods, and ascended to become the sole god controlling the heavenly realm origin. That shouldn't be the truth, right? It absolutely cannot be that. Forget it, I'll be direct. The Kangmang world was opened not long ago, and the three realms are in turmoil. I intend to establish a heavenly court to sort out order. I am currently lacking henchmen under my command. What do you think? If I say I'm not willing, am I going to be voluntarily returned to the origin? Thinking about how he was brought to a foreign land upon waking up, Ares couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. But on the surface, he naturally nodded frantically, understood. I understand. From today on, wherever you point, I will strike, the flames of war will burn for you. This cold joke is quite funny. If one really expected Ares to win battles, it would be better to hope for a sow to climb a tree. Let's not talk about war for now. The future heavenly court will naturally build a celestial army. The most important thing now is to recruit enough manpower. The Luoshu threw over a hint, and Ares immediately showed a look of ecstasy, patting his chest and guaranteeing, understood. My Rakia kingdom has quite a few subordinate gods, they can all be brought over as laborers. If that's not enough, let me train an army for a while. As long as we find a way to take down Rio, there will be gods aplenty. With this big shot supporting him from behind, Ares couldn't even imagine how he could lose. He could finally get his wish and teach those bastards who looked down on him a profound lesson. As for whether it's bad to directly introduce a foreign heavenly realm origin, put any god in his position, and they would make the same choice. After all, everyone has been bored for hundreds of millions of years. Now that it's finally possible to make big news, how could anyone easily give it up? Although this world full of fierce beasts is dangerous, it is interesting enough. Theoretically, there's no need to start a war at all. Just openly announce the existence of the other world, and a huge crowd of slackers would definitely sign up to participate. But of course he couldn't do that. He had gone through quite a heart-pounding time to integrate here. How could those bastards have the nerve to not suffer a bit? In short, Luoshu, please this way. Volume 1, 9. Asceticism blessing hits the Luoshu. Heavenly soldiers and generals can't beat a monkey. 0 Danmaki world. The Luoshu brought Senjuno Haruheim directly to the palace of Rakia. It had been exactly 1 hour since Ares went to the Kangmang world. Because of the previous rain of blood, the army guarding the royal city being swept away, and the main god disappearing, the entire Rakia was forced into chaos. So the Luoshu directly controlled Haruheim's body, broke into the palace, and ordered the monarchs and generals of Rakia to send troops to various places to suit the people and maintain order. During this, there were naturally troublemakers who were unwilling to obey, and wanted to cause trouble, but in front of Haruheim's small fists, they were all beaten down to their knees. Not to mention, Ares is still in my hands. You wouldn't want your main god to have an accident, would you? Once these words were spoken, the monarchs and ministers of Rakia, who were also many members of the Ares familia, could only glare with wide eyes while sullenly obeying orders. After all, ordinary people didn't understand what the previous rain of blood meant. It was a funeral for a god held by the origin in sorrow, which only gods could comprehend. The world took the initiative to mourn, and thus all under heaven grieved, marking the fall of a god. Then, Senjuno Haruheim and the Rakia monarchs and ministers felt a flash of golden light before their eyes, and Ares, with his bright red armor torn to shreds, his shining lion-like golden hair covered in mud, and looking quite disheveled, appeared before everyone. The Luoshu, operating the little fox's body, raised his hand casually, and a marble that looked like obsidian fell into her palm. Glancing at the bewildered god of war, the Luoshu ordered matter-of-factly, "Since you've returned, go do your work. First, settle the chaos in the Rakia kingdom." Oh, understood. Understood. I'll go now. Looking at the delicate and pretty fox girl in front of him, Ares was confused for a moment, then immediately realized that it was that foreign heavenly realm origin possessing her and giving him instructions. So, like a rabbit seeing a falcon, the blonde giant didn't hesitate to pull his familia members and ran quickly out of the palace. After he could no longer feel that heart-palpitating aura, he patted his chest in lingering fear, and asked the king of Rakia, who was also the captain in charge of his familia's daily management, counting from when all the soldiers in the barracks were knocked down, "How long have I been missing? Since you disappeared, the omen of blood rain began to appear all over Rakia. Roughly an hour has passed until now." The king looked at the main god in tattered armor in front of him, his face full of worry. "Lord Ares, are you all right? Only an hour has passed. I clearly spent at least a day and a night in that world." The god of war fell into thought. It seems even the flow of time between different worlds is under that one's adjustment. How terrifying. Fortunately, I have already obtained the ticket to the new era, and I was the first one to get on board. Thinking of this, Ares's face was full of joy. "I'm fine. I feel unprecedentedly relaxed. My state is better than ever." Returning from the Kangmang world to the Danmaki world, his divine soul re-established a connection with the heavenly realm origin, and it seemed that some aura from the foreign realm had been added in the darkness. In this process, the god of war felt so comfortable that he nearly squinted his eyes and moaned. Without waiting for his familia members to continue asking, Ares waved his hand to interrupt them. "We can talk about the details when there is time later. Now follow God's instructions first and stabilize the hearts of the people in Rakia. This is not difficult. In a theocratic nation, as long as the main god can still appear, any chaos can be easily solved by faith and divine power." Therefore, Ares just stood in the largest square in the royal city, and roared a couple of times at the people running over, and the rest could be left to his familia members to handle. As for him, naturally, he was going to find those subordinate gods who were suspicious and uncertain due to the news of Ares's death, and find a way to make them change sides. According to God's promise, these could all count as his merits, which would be exchanged for various rewards in the future. Leaving the palace, the Luo Shu and the little fox arrived at the military camp once again. They were met by the complex expressions of tens of thousands of soldiers. Just an hour ago, Haraheim, in her god-possessed state, had single-handedly swept through this army with ease, taking less than 5 minutes in total. The hands of several generals tightened around their spears, trembling slightly, their eyes held both awe for the fox girl's strength and a sense of resentment that their elite army had been effortlessly crushed. Haraheim, the Luo Shu's divine sense, suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, yet clearly reaching the ears of every soldier. "In the world of the strong, do you think an army formed by the union of the weak has any necessary meaning?" As his voice fell, the entire army held its breath. Haraheim froze, her ears twitching as she stole glances to her left and right. She saw generals bowing their heads, clenching their teeth, veins throbbing at their temples. The soldiers in the back rows gripped their spears until their knuckles turned white, yet none dared to make a sound. Facts speak louder than words. Even if they were being humiliated to their faces, this group of defeated generals lacked the confidence to offer even the slightest rebuttal. To have their army broken single-handedly by an obviously underage fox girl, was there even room for excuses? A loss was a loss. Even if the fox girl before them was clearly unusual and suspected of having a blessing from a god, it didn't change the fact of their armies defeated. Was as if no one else there had received the blessing of the gods. "Lord Luo Shu," Haraheim murmured with some distress, her tail trembling slightly from nervousness. How old was she? Where would she have enough experience to ponder such a complex question? Fortunately, the supreme god didn't truly expect an answer from the girl. He simply walked silently across the training grounds, as if inspecting his own subjects, seriously observing the tens of thousands of soldiers standing in formation. Spears stood like a forest, shields like a wall, and heavy armor embedded with magic stones glinted coldly under the sunlight. Objectively speaking, Rakia's royal army was actually quite impressive, able to stand out from nearly 100,000 combatants, who had received the blessing of the gods. These soldiers were elites among level 1s, with high-level adventurers of level 2 and level 3 serving as generals. Combined with fine equipment forged by excellent blacksmiths, in a feudal era without extraordinary powers, this army of 10,000 alone would be enough to flatten nations and conquer the world, essentially a mobile war fortress. But facts had proven many times that in the face of the truly powerful, these factors were indeed meaningless. In the original plot, to capture Welf Kratso, who could forge magic swords, Ares decisively launched the Sixth War against Orario. The result, an elite army of 30,000 was easily defeated by the assault of first-tier adventurers, with nearly 10,000 soldiers becoming prisoners. The so-called advantage in numbers under this world's blessing system was nothing more than a paper tide, easily punctured. It wasn't obvious at level 1, but a 10-man squad that had received a blessing could still face and defeat 100 soldiers or even an army of 1,000. Under such laws, if one reached level 6, their strength would be equivalent to the monsters that invaded the surface and caused chaos in ancient times. Aside from adventurers of the same level or stronger, sending an army of ordinary adventurers to subjugate them was basically no different from delivering a snack normally. Within the Danmarki worldview, no matter how much skill and strategy were applied, the overwhelming gap between levels could not be overturned. It's just like how 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals couldn't take down a single monkey with a hairy face and a thunder god beak. After establishing the heavenly court in the future, the Luo Shu would naturally build a celestial army. The problem was that in many mythological stories, there was never a shortage of beings who wanted to storm the heavenly palace, shouting, "The position of the Luo Shu changes hands. It will be my turn next year." In Greek mythology, from Uranus and Cronus to Zeus, the throne of the king of gods underwent at least 3 successions. Ra, the sun god of ancient Egypt, not only merged with other godheads multiple times, but also had to personally travel to the underworld every night to battle the giant serpent Apep. Indra of Indian mythology, of course, went without saying, using asceticism and blessings to fight the Luo Shu had almost become a standard procedure. From these myths, it was clear that ascending to the throne of the Luo Shu didn't mean one could sit securely upon it. Of course, the Luo Shu didn't worry about being overthrown in the future, but to say that powerful rebels attempting to defy heaven would never appear over the long years was certainly impossible when faced with such a situation. Would he have to personally intervene every time, or shout, "Quickly, go to the Western Heaven and invite the Buddha"? He didn't want to be like the Jade Emperor, constantly teased with, "You were beaten by a monkey." In short, as the violent machine of the future heavenly court, the full-form heavenly soldiers and generals would definitely have to be able to defeat the monkey. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of the so-called celestial army? It was impossible to spend a vast amount of resources just to maintain a group of freeloaders for show. The Kangmang world needs a celestial army system that can aggregate the great power of a group. The goal was thus established. But turning it into reality was not something that could be completed overnight. In the Danmarki worldview, an army of 30,000 level 1 soldiers combined with a few level 2 and level 3 generals would be easily defeated by a level 6 adventurer. And this was just the struggle between a mortal army and the strong. When the Kangmang world grew in the future, the gap between each small realm in the domain of gods and demons would only be widened to an even more ridiculous degree. So how could a group of weak heavenly soldiers and generals be made to collectively erupt with great power sufficient to cross realms and slay great practitioners? After thinking for a few seconds, the Luo Shu looked at the obsidian-like marble in his hand that was the boss snake that had almost swallowed Ares, which he had conveniently brought to this world. In the next moment, the Luo Shu controlled Senjuno Haruheim's body to take a step, directly crossing the void to an uninhabited area over 10 kilometers to the north. After ensuring it wouldn't affect innocent intelligent beings, the Luo Shu tossed the marble in his hand into the sky. Thus, a black light surged into the sky, expanding as it caught the wind until it covered the heavens and earth. The 300 zhong serpent body fell from the sky, slamming heavily onto the northern wilderness of Rakia, causing the ground to crack like a spiderweb. As dust billowed up 1,000 zhong, rushing in all directions like a tsunami, a golden light surged from the Luo Shu's divine sense, and the boss snake's body immediately began a dizzying transformation. Snake blood gushed out, turning into a crimson spiritual spring that gurgled into the dried-up riverbeds. Scales disintegrated, creating crisscrossing ravines and valleys. The snake's tongue took root where it fell, growing into vines that blotted out the sun, and snake bones rose up, evolving into a continuous mountain ridge. In just 10 breaths, a mountain range several kilometers long, and shaped like a giant snake rose from the ground. Inside, the mountain walls were crimson, spiritual mist swirled, and the continuous essence formed a substantive waterfall of energy. Without a doubt, this was an absolute miracle. The people of Rakia in the distance, and Ares' subordinate gods who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, were all shocked into silence. In the royal city of Rakia, no one knew who swallowed first, but soon the entire city knelt down, and the dark mass of people began to shout and vent various emotions they themselves didn't understand. A female subordinate god spoke, her expression filled with suspicion. "You're the one who fought this giant beast for 800 rounds, and only narrowly lost by half a move because of insufficient divine power. Who are you kidding? How could you, a legend of never winning, contend with such a monster in a foreign land without support from the heavens? It is indeed a giant beast on the same level as us gods. Aside from high gods like Zeus and Uranus, I can't imagine how an ordinary god would deal with a monster of this level." Another subordinate god spoke, a burning look gradually appearing in his solemn eyes. As gods, they possessed the ability to see through all things in creation. Therefore, even though they had never faced an exotic beast on the same level as the gods before, it was easy to confirm the essence of the boss snake. Unlike the gods who focused on the soul and divine intent, the strongest aspect of this giant beast was undoubtedly its physical talent. In a one-on-one frontal confrontation, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary god to shake that physical body capable of tearing the earth apart. In any case, none of the gods present believed Ares had that kind of strength. A completely foreign world with no connection to the heavens. A subordinate god, whose eyes seemed to burn with fire, licked his lips and began running toward the mountain range formed by the boss snake with some impatience. "I'd like to see just what that Luo Shu from the foreign land intends to do." AI model, Gemini 3. 1 flashlight. Go go go, let's go together. A giant beast on the same level as the gods was actually suppressed and killed, evolving into a man-made mountain range. To be able to see such a spectacle, even dying would be worth the price of admission. Thus, several subordinate gods abandoned Ares one after another, forming a group to head toward the newly evolved mountain range in search of excitement. "You bastards, if you dare to embarrass me in front of the Luo Shu, just wait to be sent back to the celestial realm." Ares stomped his feet in anger, but he could do nothing about these self-willed guys. Although they were called subordinate gods, ordinary gods were generally on the same level, with no difference in rank. These people were only under his command because they had lost in a war game, their familia had been annexed by the kingdom of Rakia, and they didn't want to return to the celestial realm prematurely, so they were just idling away their time, responsible for taking care of the low-ranking members of the familia. Besides that, he, as the main god, could not restrain this group of willful guys at all. Like Phoebus, who had grown tired of playing in the lower world before, he just let go of the magic swordsmith he valued, and then returned to the celestial realm with an indifferent expression. "Once I achieve merit, receive the Luo Shu's reward, and become a great god, even stronger than a great god, I will definitely humiliate all the bastards who look down on me." Volume 110. The Fall of the Boss Snake and the Creation of Fortune. In myths and legends, Hoi slew the boss snake at Dongting, and piled its bones into a mausoleum, hence the name Bailing. Whether this story, which metaphorically represents tribal conflicts in the ancient era, is true or not is unknown, but the Boss Snake mountain range that the Luo Shu has now created stands solidly in the northern territory of the kingdom of Rakia, winding and stretching to the end of the wilderness. Sanjuno Haruheim stepped onto the ridge, where the snake bones bulged. She saw the crimson mountain walls before her like solidified magma, and spiritual mist flowed between the craggy ravines, turning into tangible waterfalls that fell into the spiritual springs at the bottom of the valley. In a trance, just by breathing gently, endless primordial energy poured into her body. If an ordinary person could survive in this mountain range for 3 to 5 years, even if they did nothing, they could improve their physical fitness to the level of a high-ranking adventurer, right? Although this was completely unrealistic, the boss snake was dead, but this mountain range still retained a large amount of ancient, wild coercion. Let alone ordinary people who had not received the blessing of the gods, even a first-class adventurer who barged in would be easily suppressed to death by the remaining power of the exotic beast. After all, adventurers below LV 9 were still mortals and could only fight against low-tier fierce beasts. Above that, they still needed to surpass the elite and lower tier, and finally reach the mid-tier fierce beast sequence where the boss snake was located. Spanning 3 major tiers, even if all the adventurers in the entire Aura Rio united, they could not withstand a single breath of the boss snake, whether alive or dead. In fact, this was the result of the Luo Shu using his methods to dissolve the baleful aura, after the exotic beast fell, sealing all the essence and primordial energy within the mountain range. Otherwise, if that evil thought from before the boss snake's death were allowed to spread wantonly to all corners of the world along with the primordial energy in its body, I fear that apart from the gods, all living creatures on the entire continent would be eroded, either dying on the spot or undergoing inexplicable distortion and becoming monsters. This was, after all, a wild giant beast capable of tearing the Earth's surface with its physical body. Even though it would not be buried by the source like the gods of Danmaki after death, it could still rely on itself to leave an indelible mark on the living beings of the continent. Of course, no matter how powerful an existence was during its lifetime, its power after death would not last long. Replacing it would be endless opportunities for later generations to pursue the essence of a giant beast capable of easily ravaging the surface was forcibly condensed into a mountain range. It was hard for anyone to imagine what kind of astonishing fortune would be nurtured within. Following the instructions transmitted by the Luo Shu in her mind, Senjuno Haruheim dug out several pitch-black crystals from the crevices of the valley and examined them carefully before her eyes. This thing should be the essence formed from the boss snake's scales. Ordinary blacksmiths cannot use it. Only a god of smithing, who has completely liberated their divine power, can mix it into a divine artifact to improve its quality. The Luo Shu borrowed Haruheim's body, the hem of her clothes gently rising, scattering rays of starlight, and accurately collected various god-level materials from the crevices of the rocks everywhere. Among them were spring cores formed from coagulated snake blood, crimson like blood diamonds, dew in the forest nourished by the snake's tongue, crystal clear, and essence of giant trees spawned from snake meat, exuding a rich aura of life. Besides these supreme treasures that would make even the gods look twice, the strange stones, trees, vines, and springs that could be seen everywhere in the mountain range were also precious materials that mortal adventurers dreamed of. Haruheim, the Luo Shu's voice sounded again, carrying a touch of approachable gentleness. Is there anything you want? I am going to try weapon refining. If you have any requests, feel free to speak up, I won't wait. Does the Luo Shu mean to tailor a gift for you? The Luo Shu's tone brooked no refusal. Haruheim was slightly stunned. As a shrine maiden, she had already received many favors from the god, and she shouldn't have any more extravagant demands. But looking at the focused profile of the moon in the depths of her consciousness, and thinking about the scene of her serving the god and performing the Kagura dance in the future, she hesitated for a moment, then gathered her courage and said softly, "Then please, Luo Shu, craft a Kagura bell for me. May I in this life be the bell at your fingertips, ringing with your every step. If you go to war, the bell becomes a sword, if you rest, the bell becomes a song." As the exclusive shrine maiden of the Luo Shu, she was not yet mature enough, and must continue to work hard toward this goal. Wow, is this the monster that made Ares run for his life? It looks super cool. Move aside, I found something interesting. This big tree seems to be alive, wow. Its leaves can actually bite people. And just when the little fox was secretly cheering herself on in her heart, messy footsteps and excited clamor suddenly came from the foot of the mountain, breaking the tranquility of the place. The Luo Shu turned his eyes, his gaze penetrating the mist, looking toward the edge of the mountain range. He saw more than a dozen figures in the distance laughing and climbing up along the snake-shaped mountain path, their playful demeanor like that of a group of old urchins visiting Disneyland. Only this group of gods could ignore the remaining power of the boss snake after its death, and rush over to join in the fun at the first opportunity. It seems Ares is quite capable. Calmly observing the figures of those subordinate gods, the Luo Shu expressed satisfaction with his subordinates' work efficiency in a small place like Rakia. To be able to keep nearly 20 gods, this result was already quite good. But thinking about it, it made sense. The entire Rakia had 100,000 combatants, who had received the blessing of the gods. To bestow divine blood on so many people, and then update it from time to time if the number of subordinate gods was too small. Then even if Ares had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would be worked to the point of vomiting blood. In the original plot, Ares, who failed the 6th attack on Rio, was punished by the gods and required to give up the ability values of about 10,000 captured soldiers and convert them to the underlings of the gods of Rio. Under the threat of being sent back to the celestial realm, the defeated war god had to shed blood and tears, and in the following few days, worked without sleep or rest to personally conduct the conversion of about 10,000 people. When everything was over, Ares was already on the verge of death. From this aspect, one could see that relying solely on the efforts of one god, let alone leading an army of 100,000 adventurers, even just taking care of 10,000 familia members would cost him his life. Now, the blessing of the gods for 100,000 soldiers was distributed among nearly 20 subordinate gods, with each subordinate god responsible for the daily management and blessing of the gods' updates for an average of 5,000 people. Although it was still very difficult to operate, it was barely sustainable. Let's go, Haruheim, let us go and meet the slacker gods of this world. As the Luoshu's words fell, Senjuno Haruheim understood, and immediately and skillfully transferred the control of her body smoothly. Although for her, who only believed in her own Luoshu, she didn't think the other gods were anything special after all. She had previously worked with the Luoshu to knock out the famous war god Ares, but her own experience and level were insufficient, so it was better not to participate in such important occasions to avoid accidentally ruining the god's important business. Thus the Luoshu lifted his foot, his figure leaping lightly from the ridge, floating down to the edge of the mountain range like a feather. He faced those subordinate gods who were looking around with curiosity and inquiry, and smiled slightly. Greetings everyone. I wonder if you are satisfied with this newly created playground of mine. Volume 111. Characteristics of the Danmaki world, changing a cultivation system. The edge of the Ba Snake Mountain Range. A female subordinate deity with a miniature battering ram tied to her waist took off her shoes, and stepped barefoot into a blood-colored stream that looked decidedly wrong. The spring water washed over her ankles, immediately making a chi-chi, corroding sound. Yet she narrowed her eyes in comfort, humming an out-of-tune triumphal song. Painful, painful. Ha ha ha, this feels great. It's just like the first time I secretly drank Dionysus's divine wine. Behind her, over a dozen subordinate deities explored things of interest in small groups, each with a different expression. A god who loved forging pressed his ear against the mountain wall, lightly tapping the rock layers as if tasting fine wine, the red patterns reflected in his pupils. The entire mountain range is alive. I can sense the snake bones breathing and the scales growing. If the whole range were dismantled and thrown into my furnace, I could surely forge a divine artifact capable of shaking the heavens and earth. A goddess who loved literature and art spun on her toes, her skirt fluttering as if she were attending an open-air salon. It's decided. I will carve the trend of this ridge into a relief and place it in my gallery for all humans and gods to admire. There was even a meddlesome fellow who used fire-starting equipment to ignite a strange plant nearby that was nourished by snake tongues. But instead of being scorched, the vine's leaves surged, spraying purple pollen with a sweet fragrance, making the goddess giggle. Oh, it fights back. Interesting. Everyone, come look. A subordinate deity suddenly jumped out from the other side of the valley, holding a crystal condensed from a Ba snake scale, his face flushed with excitement. There's a shadow of a small snake in this stone. It's moving. The gods gathered at the sound, seeing a transparent snake shadow about an inch long curled inside the crystal. At that moment, as it breathed in spiritual energy, its scales were gradually stained crimson. A god reached out to pinch it, but was startled back by a tiny bolt of lightning suddenly spat out by the snake shadow. He patted his chest and grumbled, "The little thing is quite fierce. Make way, let me see." Ares rushed over from the foot of the mountain. He was startled upon seeing the transparent snake shadow inside the crystal. This thing isn't a remnant soul of that snake, is it? Unlikely. I see this little fellow's soul is newly born. At most, it's a descendant evolved from flesh and blood, inheriting a small portion of talent. Is that so? Ares was overjoyed upon hearing this, tucking the crystal into his robes like he was snatching a treasure. The next second, his collar was grabbed. You shameless bastard, I saw that first. If I grab it, it's mine. Want to fight? Bring it on. While the gods were having a grand time, a charming Foxian girl descended from the sky. Greetings, everyone. I wonder if you are satisfied with this newly created playground of mine. Luo Shu's voice was as calm as a stream, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. His gaze swept over the many subordinate gods under Ares, seeing through their mortal appearances to look directly at the ancient souls of the gods connected to the origin of the heavens. Deimos, god of terror, Eris, goddess of discord. These were gods who, in Greek mythology, had close ties with Ares. In this world, they had evolved into subordinate gods whose familia had been destroyed by Rakia, leaving them to work under Ares just to get by. Literally just to get by. After the gods descended to the lower world, their physical manifestations were no different from ordinary people. They would starve if they didn't eat. Therefore, it was not uncommon for poor gods without a familia to provide for them to work as subordinates for a wealthy patron. Like the goddess Hestia in the original story, who lived in her friend Hephaestus's house when she first descended. Later, because she was lazy and neither looked for a familia nor worked, she was kicked out and forced to live in an abandoned church. The divine offices in this world are truly finely divided. I just don't know how many gods the Danmaki heavens have actually bred. In Greek mythology, Deimos and Phoebus, who was sent back to the heavens 2 years ago, were appendages who followed Ares onto the battlefield, symbolizing the incarnation of terror and the fear caused by war, respectively. But in the Danmaki worldview, they are all gods of the same rank as Ares. That's right, they. According to the peculiar tastes of this world, these two, who should have been brothers and sons of the god of war, both descended to the lower world in the form of goddesses. As a side note, the biggest cuckold victim in Greek mythology, the husband of Aphrodite and brother of Ares, Hephaestus, was also molded as a goddess in this world. No need to worry about a mountain of green hats anymore. Truly worth celebrating, truly worth celebrating. I'm super satisfied. While Luo Shu was thinking, Eris, the goddess of discord, was the first to raise her hand, like an elementary student racing to answer a question in front of a teacher, her eyes shining brilliantly. I heard that idiot Ares say you're going to take us to another world to work. Sure, we can leave right now. I feel the same way. Deimos, the god of terror, pulled her feet, which already showed bone, out of the stream, then took a mouthful of water with interest and swallowed it. Gulp, it feels like my throat is about to rot. This giant snake was indeed powerful when it was alive. If only I could have a fight with it. The gods looked at each other and suddenly burst into laughter. How could they not know how terrifying Luo Shu was? A giant beast that could devour gods was wiped out so easily, and even its body became a mountain range for people to explore for opportunities. Just thinking about it made one shudder. In front of this Luo Shu, who descended from another realm, the gods were likely as fragile as infants. If they truly went to the Kangmang world, their lives would inevitably be out of their control, with a butcher's knife hanging over their heads at all times. Ares's divine fall phenomenon from earlier also proved this. After leaving their world of origin, the heavenly origin could no longer protect them. Once fallen, they might not have another chance to be resurrected. But so what? When had the Danmaki gods ever cared about the word danger? The passage of hundreds of millions of years had long diluted death into a concept so distant it was abstract. Now someone had suddenly issued an invitation. Want to go to another world to have some fun? You might die, though. Wasn't this a double temptation? Don't you worry, Lord God, Ares patted his chest, his blonde hair shaking. Rio might have a bunch of cowards, but we gods of Rakia never lack courage. Looking at the self-satisfied god of war, Luo Shu smiled without speaking. Should it be said that birds of a feather flock together? Those willing to stay in the warlike nation of Rakia and serve as Ares's subordinate gods were basically all related to war and destruction. Therefore, facing a thrilling game with the threat of falling, not only were they fearless, but they were so excited their pores dilated. Of course, for him, this was an absolute good thing. As spokespersons of the world, the gods were not considered powerful in terms of combat strength alone. But if they were to pool their authorities and jointly draw upon the power of the heavenly origin, it would be quite bad for him, an outsider. So it was best to internalize the conflict, the so-called pulling one group to fight another, rewriting the collision between the two worlds into an internal civil war between the factions of the Dhanmaki gods. As long as the invisible and nameless world origin didn't enter the fray, he could rely on his raw strength to sweep away all enemies in this world. Thinking of this, Luo Shu nodded slightly and invited his many intended subordinates to walk into the depths of the mountain range. Do you sense the difference between spiritual energy and magic power? The soldiers of Rakia are truly too weak. I want to change their cultivation system. Volume 112. The Blessing System, a Narrowing Road, Spiritual Energy. Is it that unknown energy circulating inside this mountain range? Eris, the goddess of discord, reached into the void. Using her divine vision, she could sense that strange energy that had never appeared in this world. Their activity is so strong, it's as if they were specifically designed to strengthen a living being's body and soul. Daimasa's tone was full of disbelief. The concept of magic power exists in the Dhanmaki world. But that is biological energy converted through mental strength and used to cast magic, not natural energy found everywhere between heaven and earth. And the thing in front of them that the Luo Shu called spiritual energy clearly belongs to the natural energy flowing freely between heaven and earth, yet its primary effect is to strengthen the bodies and souls of living beings. It can only be said to be quite marvelous. That anticipated other world might be even more interesting than imagined. Compared to the blessing system of this world, which is built upon great deeds, the cultivation system of the Kangmang world, built upon spiritual energy, is more convenient. After capturing Ares, Luo Shu naturally obtained the crystallization of the god's wisdom, namely, all the data on this world's blessing system. This is a supernatural system unique to this world. Its essence is a contract system engraved through divine blood, allowing mortals to gain abilities similar to a character growth panel. By quantifying experience, one can gain growth in basic ability values just by training. However, once the limit of the current level is reached, one becomes stuck. Only by accumulating enough great deeds, achievements that even the gods would consider great, can one break through the limit and level up. Undoubtedly, the threshold for creating great deeds is quite high, even untouchable for ordinary people throughout their lives. Even in Rio, the center of the continent and the gathering place for adventurers and gods, more than half of the adventurers remain at the starting level, LV. Reaching LV 2 is enough to be called an upper-tier adventurer. This is also because Rio has the dungeon as an exclusive leveling map, rich in monster resources. In Rakia, the vast majority of the nearly 100,000 combat personnel are just LV 1 soldiers. There are fewer than 100 LV 2 generals, not to mention only a handful of LV. And naturally, the rewards after leveling up are comparable to the difficulty. Every time an adventurer levels up, their basic abilities are reset to 0, becoming the foundation for the next level, and they gain new skills on top of that. Crucially, with every level gained, an adventurer's body and mind undergo an essential sublimation. So in this world, fighting above one's level is a miracle that is nearly impossible, and numerical superiority is completely meaningless. The blessing system places too high a demand on willpower, and there's the restriction of divine blood. It's neither suitable for the masses nor conducive to stable order. In fact, in Luo Shu's view, the supernatural system of the Dhanmaki world is entirely rooted in the soul and willpower, rather than the body or energy. This can be seen from the skills and magic of many adventurers in this world. Both skills and magic are related to an adventurer's personal interests and identification with things. They are the deep-seated desires of their hearts brought to light through the blessing of the gods. Undoubtedly, this is a supernatural system specifically designed to cultivate heroes. Ordinary people without steadfast willpower, a brilliant soul, and heaven-defying luck shouldn't even think about making great strides on this path. And the emergence of a world-saving hero is undoubtedly contradictory to a peaceful and stable order. They are like the swordsmen in wuxia novels. They can be a supplement when order is out of balance, but they cannot serve as the founders or builders of a prosperous dynasty. Most of them are even scoundrels who only know how to cause destruction and kill the innocent. Therefore, adventurers are just adventurers. The future 3 realms will definitely not lack such people, but the main body will still be the ordinary populace. So the blessing system can be used as a reference, but it can only ever be popular within a small scope. Luo Shu still needs to create a more suitable cultivation system for the Kangmang world. We didn't think that much at the beginning. A subordinate deity spread his hands, a look of recollection flashing in his eyes. When we first created the blessing system, everyone used themselves as the reference standard, so the requirements for willpower might be a teeny bit high. Luo Shu was not surprised by this explanation. Supernatural systems in every world either slowly grope their way from nothing while adapting to the environment, or they directly mimic naturally powerful creatures. And the blessing system is clearly the latter. The foundation of the gods lies in their souls, which are connected to the heavens, ageless and immortal, and can be resurrected even if they fall. Other things like divine power and physical bodies are incidental. Therefore, the blessing system naturally has quite high requirements for the soul and willpower. When we first came up with this thing under the leadership of the great gods, we even thought that one day in the future, maybe a child from the lower world would sublimate their own vessel to the extreme, and ascend to become one of our kind. Unfortunately, 1,000 years have passed, and the strongest among the adventurers is only LV. Who knows how far away that goal still is? Daimos shook her head with some regret. In this world, there has never been a taboo that mortals cannot touch the divine realm. On the contrary, this bunch of bored-to-death old fogies would love nothing more than for the lower world to quickly produce a large number of brilliant souls that could amaze the gods. At that time, even if a war between the heavens and the human world occurred, it would surely be an absolutely wonderful game. But alas, in just a short 1,000 years, the blessing system has clearly not been enough to develop to that point. It could even be said that compared to the peak period a dozen years ago when several LV-9 adventurers emerged in succession, the current human world has regressed significantly. Excluding gods and monsters, the strongest beings on the entire continent are only 2 LV. This is normal, Luo Shu evaluated as a matter of course. This kind of system that relies on great deeds and creating miracles time and again at the brink of death to level up will naturally have a narrowing road the further one goes. It's a simple truth. The reason a miracle is that it is unpredictable. Luck cannot favor someone forever, yet adventurers need to throw their lives onto the gambling table as chips time and time again. They might win once, twice, or even 7 or 8 times, but they cannot win forever. And losing just once means eternal damnation. As for taking the blessing system to its end and truly becoming an ageless and immortal being of the same rank as the gods, forget it. No one would think that LV-10 is equivalent to the divine realm, right? Placed in the Kangmang world, LV-9 is only the peak of a low-tier exotic beast. Crossing 3 more major realms upward is where the middle-tier exotic beasts corresponding to the Dan-Maki gods are. In other words, if one can only improve level by level according to the rules, without a special mechanism for ascending in one step like the magic gods of Index, the Eons of Star Rail, or Madoka Kaname, then an adventurer would have to reach at least LV-28 to potentially truly rival an ordinary god of the heavens. Let's not even talk about whether anyone has that level of heavenly luck to create 27 consecutive great deeds without dying. The key is, even if the dungeon were completely cleared, it might not be able to produce so many high-level monsters. Volume 113. Pushing the new world to replace the old. There was no doubt that the power levels in the Dan-Maki world were completely disconnected at the middle tier. The gap between mortal adventurers and gods spanned at least a dozen or 20 levels within the blessing system. Even at the world's end, it was unlikely anyone could fully traverse that distance. What Luo Shu yearned to build was an order that could continuously expand outward while maintaining internal peace, happiness, and tranquility, making progress through stability. Ordinary people should be able to live the peaceful lives they desired. There was no need for them to be forced into a life of bloodshed. Thus, a transcendent system like the Blessing of the Gods, which aimed to create heroes, could at most serve as a minor elective for those craving excitement. What the masses needed was a method of cultivation where normal effort, combined with talent, resources, and time, would allow them to become stronger. This is the place. Luo Shu led his many subordinate gods deep into the Bashi mountain range. There they found a spiritual spring guarded by snake bones, hidden within a grotto entwined with vines. The spring water was as clear as glazed glass, its surface floating with pale gold ribbons of spiritual energy that occasionally gathered into the shapes of dragons and snakes, or scattered like shimmering stardust. This is... Ares's eyes widened in surprise. The free-floating spiritual energy in the air has actually liquefied and condensed into substance here. Such rich vitality. Deimos, the god of fear, stepped barefoot into the spring. The white bone of her ankle, previously exposed due to the corrosive baleful aura in the stream, actually began to grow new flesh, and the skin beneath her war skirt took on a healthy glow. Even more miraculous, tiny veins of spiritual energy were faintly visible at the bottom of the spring, pulsing with her breath like blood vessels. The goddess instinctively adjusted the flow of qi within her body. With a soft splash, she snapped her eyes open, a flash of gold light crossing her pupils. Vitality of this level, while useless to the gods, could refine the bones and muscles of ordinary people just by drinking it, raising their constitution to the level of an upper-class adventurer. I feel like it's very useful. Ares, the goddess of discord, simply flopped her entire body into the spring, leaving only her head exposed. She squinted her eyes in comfort. This pool is just perfect for bathing. Can I move it back and use it as a bathtub? As she spoke, she reached out and grabbed a white lotus that had just condensed beside the spiritual spring, stuffing it into her mouth with a crunch. Luo Shu's mouth twitched at the sight. Seeing the other gods looking curious, and wanting to jump in as well, he could only sigh and stop several of the male gods. This liquefied spiritual energy has already had the residual baleful aura of the boss snake neutralized by me. It contains a massive amount of vitality derived from the flesh and blood of the exotic beast, making it the most suitable foundation establishment treasure for ordinary people. If you don't mind the citizens of Rakia drinking your bathwater, then by all means, soak to your heart's content. As for the opinion of the Rakia citizens, are you saying that just by drinking the goddess's bathwater, one could strengthen their body and possess the power of an upper-class adventurer? Such a blessing exists in this world. Deimos, the god of fear, froze for a moment. After thinking it over, she didn't jump out immediately. This spring seems to be inexhaustible. When we head back, I'll drain this top layer and take it to water my flowers. Ares, the goddess of discord, didn't care at all and dove to the bottom of the spring. It took a while before she surfaced, full of wonder. I sensed it. At the bottom of this spiritual spring, there seems to be a network connected to the entire mountain range, and this mountain is perfectly attuned to the continent. It can draw energy from deep within the planet, and continuously convert it into spiritual energy. What a truly interesting arrangement. At this point, Ares looked at Luo Shu with deep meaning and suggested, how about letting one of us voluntarily return to the heavenly realm? As long as we gather a certain number of gods to manifest our divine power together, we can interfere with the operation of laws, and let the world autonomously produce this kind of spiritual energy. Clearly, this goddess had seen through part of Luo Shu's plan. Though he hadn't intended to hide it at all, first, unify the nations of the continent and achieve a grand unification of the spirituality of all living beings, then, subdue the gods of the heavenly realm and dominate the operation of the Danmaki world's laws, finally, have the gods push the world to continuously convert spiritual energy, embedding it into the cycle of matter and energy, and making it the dominant force. Luo Shu's Juntian force could extend his will to everything that belonged to him, both nominally and actually. Once these three goals were achieved, the entire Danmaki world would naturally fall under his control. Although the gods present didn't know the full picture, they could see much just from the arrangement of this mountain range. Yet none of them intended to stop it. They were even thinking of how to add fuel to the fire to speed up the process. If this concept called spiritual energy completely integrates into this world, paired with a brand new cultivation method, then the adventure system centered around Aurea will inevitably decline completely, reduced to something found by the wayside. A subordinate god with sharp eyes looked around, as if already seeing the unstoppable tide of the era arriving, pushing the new world to replace the old. One must realize that the adventurers who could be granted divine blood and taken in as familia members were all talented elites of the continent's middle and upper classes. If not 1 in 10,000, they were certainly 1 in 1,000. The ordinary people who made up the vast majority of the world had absolutely no chance of becoming a god's dependent. After all, over the past 1,000 years, all the gods who had descended to the lower world combined numbered only about 300. This included those losers who had exited the stage midway. Not to mention, aside from oddities like Ares who loved building armies, normal gods followed an elite strategy. Some familias had as few as a dozen or even fewer members. But a cultivation system built upon spiritual energy would have no divine blood restrictions. Once popularized, theoretically, every intelligent life form on the entire continent could benefit. When that time came, which power would hold the advantage? Naturally, it would be the kingdom of Rakia, which possessed the source of spiritual energy that was the Bashi mountain range. Just as the labyrinth city Ororio had flourished in the past because of the dungeon, this time it was the kingdom of Rakia's turn to lead the way. I'll see how those bastards fight me this time. With the god's reminder, Ares also figured this out and couldn't help but laugh arrogantly. Seeing this, Eris, the goddess of discord, immediately threw a bucket of cold water on him. The source of spiritual energy is indeed the key, but if Rakia's strength isn't enough, this mountain range could also belong to Ororio. Was it that Rakia didn't want to occupy that leveling map that was the dungeon in the past? They dreamed of it. It was just that every time they sent troops, they were beaten back. By the same logic, if the era truly changed to one of spiritual energy in the future, Rakia would absolutely be unable to keep this Bashi mountain range. Ares stopped laughing. He looked up at the little fox possessed by Luo Shu, his face full of earnestness. Boss, do you have any more trump cards? This is the general outline of the cultivation system that complements spiritual energy. As the gods focused their gazes, Luo Shu remained silent for a moment before taking a jade slip shimmering with golden light from his sleeve. With a flick of his finger, the jade slip turned into a stream of light and entered everyone's forehead. See if there are any errors or omissions within it. Volume 114. 9 Stages of the Mortal Realm, Life Stars and Ascension. A cultivation system. This thing was not actually a necessity for many worlds. For example, the Blue Star universe from before Luo Shu's transmigration for that massive body that exceeded 100 billion light-years in just the tip of the iceberg, even Earth, the solar system, and the Milky Way were but tiny specks of dust, let alone what kind of civilization the human race on a single planet would take. As the Luo Shu, his foundation stemmed from his authority over the origin of the heavenly realm. Theoretically, there was no necessity for him to create a transcendent system. But the environment of the Kangmang world was far too harsh. Monsters ran rampant in the mortal realm, and astral behemoths ravaged the starry skies. If ordinary people didn't have some ability, it would be impossible for them to survive. Therefore, if an intelligent civilization was to develop, providing them with strength sufficient to withstand disasters was indispensable. And since he was going to specifically shape a transcendent system, he might as well do it in one go and choose the type most beneficial to his own growth, the future order of the heavenly court, and the evolution of the Kangmang world first. Exclude the demonic path. The Kangmang world was already on the brink of destruction, no need to step on the gas and accelerate. The immortal path seeking transcendence and the Buddhist path of emptiness and extinction were also set aside for now. In a primitive world with an unstable foundation due to evolutionary problems, the system most needed at this stage was naturally the path of divine Tao through the operation of authority and the protection of the world's order. The problem was, while Luo Shu thought of opening up the divine Tao, what if he didn't want to delegate the world's authority? After all, the advantages and disadvantages of letting gods act as spokespersons for laws and hold authority to suppress the world were very obvious. Gods were also intelligent beings with their own joys and sorrows. No one knew if, after delegating the world's authority to them, they might impulsively cause some massive trouble that would shake the ages in the future. Or rather, under the washing of incredibly long periods of time, such things would absolutely happen. Even in mortal kingdoms, there was a saying, once power is in hand, one uses it to issue commands. If the authority to re-establish the elements, alter the past and future, and toy with life, death, and reincarnation were easily handed over to a specific person, then it was almost inevitable that something would go wrong one day. So after much thought, Luo Shu finally decided to unify most of the world's authority that required divine operation into the future heavenly court, splitting it into various divine positions and titles. In this way, the divine positions of the heavenly court would be like the official positions of a mortal dynasty, emphasizing that the capable rise and the mediocre fall. Under the rewards and punishments of the Luo Shu and the checks and balances of other gods, it would be in a state of constant flow, rather than being completely bound to a specific sentient life. As for how ordinary people could become gods to occupy those divine positions without the delegation of world authority, you can gather boundless power and forcibly condense your own authority. Great power produces miracles. Even without the world's authority, as long as one possesses a mass comparable to a continent, how could they not be worthy of the status of a lower god? And this way, everyone only needs to silently cultivate their own strength, without worrying about blocking the path for those who come after. What a beautiful thing! From the perspective of the great heavenly Venerable, those monopoly giants who occupied the source of a certain concept, law, or path, and could modify related definitions at will, leaving newcomers unable to do anything but add bricks to their foundation no matter how hard they worked, were better off not appearing. If they did dare to appear, they wouldn't be ordinary rebels, they would have to be struck down with a heavy fist. The jade slip turned into light and entered the gods' foreheads. Ares and the others immediately concentrated, focusing all their attention on reading the new cultivation system based on spiritual energy created by Luo Shu. The first thing that caught their eyes was a line of large golden characters, Holy Path Canon, Mortal Realm Chapter. According to the detailed explanation that followed, the so-called mortal realm was the beginning of cultivation, the stage of shedding mortality. The goal was to strengthen the practitioner's essence, energy, and spirit until they could gather boundless power with a mortal body, condensing self-authority to forcibly ascend to the divine Tao. 9 is the limit of numbers, so Luo Shu set the mortal realm to normally have 9 stages. First were the 3 stages of body refining. First stage, body refining. Diligently practice martial arts until grasping a glimmer of spirituality within the physical body. Second stage, health cultivation. After gaining preliminary control over the physical body, use resources to nourish the constitution. Third stage, blood qi. With the constitution perfected, one can circulate blood qi, transforming the tendons and washing the marrow. Then were the 3 stages of qi refining. Fourth stage, qi refining. Continuously circulate blood qi to extract internal qi from it, until it fills the entire body. Fifth stage, qi nourishing. Actively absorb heaven and earth's spiritual energy to transform internal qi into true qi. Sixth stage, concept. True qi washes the entire body, making spiritual perception acute, and allowing one to comprehend the concept of heaven and earth for their own use. The final 3 stages of spirit refining were the 7th stage, spirit refining, 8th stage, spirit nourishing, and 9th stage, domain. Once the mortal realm cultivation was complete, one would find a way to project their own destiny into the vast heavenly realm, leaving a trace that would transform into a life star, becoming a demigod comparable to an elite fierce beast. The ultimate goal was to take the path of a demigod to the limit, gathering boundless power to condense authority, and then ascend to the vast heavenly realm under the pull of 9 life stars. This looks very promising, especially the setting of projecting destiny into the vast heavenly realm, and then becoming a demigod with the help of a life star. After finishing the mortal realm and demigod chapters of this so-called Holy Path Canon, the gods present couldn't help but marvel. The preceding 9 stages of the mortal realm were very detailed, belonging to the foundation-laying stage. Theoretically, as long as there were sufficient resources, anyone could reach the end. The key was that to go further, one had to find a way to raise their own life star in the vast heavenly realm. Combined with the later ascension to godhood, this stage was actually a threshold deliberately set by the Luo Shu before them. In this way, top talents with the potential to ascend to godhood from other worlds would eventually be guided to the vast heavenly realm. This was also within the realm of reason. The other party spent a lot of effort shaping such a cultivation system. Of course, it was to cultivate talent for his own home and introduce talent. It was impossible for him to provide resources to enemies for no reason. Mortal realm, demigod, and even lower god. I have more or less perfected the first 3 chapters of the Saint Tao method. It's certainly applicable in the Kangmang world, but in another world, it needs to be adjusted slightly according to local conditions. The so-called Saint Tao, its original meaning, was the path of sages governing a country. The reason for this name was that in Luo Shu's vision, the existence of the sacred Tao system was to perfect the order of the 3 realms with the heavenly realm as the core. Any practitioner who reached the later stages of this path should be of benefit to the evolution of the Kangmang world, able to give back rather than acting as a pest that only knows how to plunder the world's resources. The way of heaven takes from the surplus to supplement the deficient, but the way of man is not so. It takes from the deficient to serve the surplus. In many worlds, the essence of so-called cultivation was to drain the world dry. The strongest would find ways to squeeze all kinds of resources to raise themselves to the stage where they could change maps, and then immediately run away with the loot, leaving only a mess behind. Luo Shu did not want his Kangmang world to eventually be ruined to that extent. He was only willing to be the side that introduced talent, and he also needed to assess the character of the ascenders. Those with heavy sins would be struck dead by a bolt of heavenly lightning. Therefore, the core philosophy had to be determined at the very beginning of the Saint Tao system's creation, with specific conditions added at each realm so that everyone who stepped on this path must head in the right direction of development. This sounded quite outrageous, like reaching for the moon in the water, but for Luo Shu, it was still within the range of his capabilities. While others created methods by learning from heaven and earth and adapting to the world, for the Luo Shu, at most he would first conceive a system that fit his philosophy, and then push the world to cooperate, specifically evolving suitable laws, environments, and resources. Facing the same goal, the difficulty of bottom-up versus top-down was clearly different. Then the next step is verification, right? Just give the word, Your Majesty, and Reikia's army of 100,000 can be brought over. Ares was clearly somewhat impatient. By the way, can we gods use spiritual energy to cultivate? As soon as these words were spoken, the many subordinate gods present looked at each other, and after reacting, they immediately looked at the charming fox girl by the spiritual spring with eyes full of expectation. Luo Shu merely gave a non-committal suggestion: why don't you try it for yourselves and see? A system like the blessing of the gods, which unearthed potential, was useless to the gods themselves because they stood at the end of that path from the very beginning. The sacred Tao system derived from the Kangmang world, however, was not necessarily so. Ultimately, the Dan-Maki gods placed in the Kangmang world could only be considered first-class experts, still far from true high-level exotic beasts. Section 10. However, it was certain that for them, the 2 major stages of mortal realm and demigod realm would not offer much of an improvement. In other words, is it really feasible? Perceiving this meaning from the Luo Shu's words, Ares and the other gods immediately revealed expressions of wild joy. Whether they could become stronger didn't matter. The key was that this novel upgrade game would keep them from falling into boredom for a long time to come. Over the next few days, the entire Bashi mountain range was sealed off. Under the orders of the gods, led by an army of 100,000, all the citizens of Reikia began to enter the interior of the mountain range in turns to practice foundation establishment. At the same time, news that Ares had voluntarily stepped down to become a subordinate god, and that the gods had collectively honored Emperor Juntian as the supreme deity of Reikia, began to spread throughout the entire kingdom, and even to other countries on the continent. Undoubtedly, after this explosive news was announced, it immediately triggered the expected uproar. But these minor matters were left to the members of the Ares Familia responsible for daily management to handle. For the Luo Shu, the most important gain at this stage was naturally the submission of nearly 20 Dan-Maki gods, and the growth it brought to the Kangmang world in the vast heavenly realm, within the palace complex named Milua Palace by the Luo Shu. The Luo Shu reached out forward, an invisible pitch-black vortex opened, and from it, sheets of indenture contracts spewed out. The content signed on them was very simple. The Luo Shu would take the gods of Reikia to witness various other worlds, and in return, they would need to work for the heavenly court for 10,000 years. On the basis of not threatening their life safety, the Luoshu could use their power at will. 10,000 years sounded like a fairly long period, but for the Danmaki gods who were over 100 million years old, it was just the time for a nap. But if they didn't catch this ride, even if they spent another several 100 million years, they might not encounter a second opportunity to step out of their world. Therefore, these subordinate gods signed the contract quite casually anyway. It wasn't a matter of who gained or lost, it was merely each getting what they needed. The next moment, as these contract terms entered the vast heavenly realm, the papers stained with the gods' blood ignited without fire, turning into a dozen beams of red gold light that merged into the origin of heaven and earth. Silently and imperceptibly, the starry sky of the Kangmang world seemed to have become thicker and more expansive. Above the land, various phenomena symbolizing slaughter and destruction unfolded, stimulating countless exotic beasts to lose their sanity. War, riots, destruction of cities, fear, discord, revenge. Rule after rule was copied, disassembled, and recompiled, becoming a part of the operation of the three realms, until they were completely integrated into layers of concepts. It seems these are all authorities symbolizing the negative tendencies of all living beings in heaven and earth. But it didn't matter, the Luoshu shouldered the three realms and governed all spirits. Whether it was natural changes like the sun, moon, stars, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, or human fortune such as longevity, blessings, disasters, life, death, and luck, all were within his jurisdiction. Mere negative rules, even if all of them were added, what could they do? Thus, the Juntian force shone brightly, directly suppressing the aura of disaster that had surged significantly between heaven and earth. The Luoshus will spread, and he could feel the volume of the heavenly realm slowly expanding. Even in the deepest part of time and space, the underdeveloped netherworld began to emit faint rays of light. This meal was indeed quite satisfying. Name: Luoshu status, Emperor of the Kangmang World Authority, Heavenly Realm Sovereignty, 66%, Kangmang Sovereignty, 11%. Core Authority, Juntian Force, Sacred Tao System. Remaining travel count, 5. The rules newly integrated into the origin of the Heavenly Realm were already under the control of the Juntian Force. When they were completely integrated into the operation of the three realms, it would naturally increase the Luoshu's dominance over the Heavenly Realm and the Kangmang world. However, being able to improve so much at once today was indeed because the aura of destruction and disaster permeating the Kangmang world had become the general trend of the three realms, and the negative authorities copied and parsed from Ares and other gods could just happen to preliminarily interfere with these concepts. Although it was strange, the operation of the world indeed covered the possibility of world destruction, so the Luoshu could naturally control the relevant authorities. Looking at it this way, if one wanted to completely solve the general trend of destruction in the Kangmang world, in addition to the two plans of increasing the world's carrying capacity and solving the source of the disaster, there was also the path of completely bringing destruction under control. The future is bright, keep up the good work. With a faint smile on his face, the Luoshu continued to cast his gaze into the Danmaki world. As time passed, the numerous intelligence personnel sent by Orario and various countries on the continent to investigate the death of Ares had also arrived one after another. Among them, the fastest was an elegant male god with a refreshing smile. He was wearing simple casual clothes, and on his head was a hat adorned with a feather. The Luoshu watched silently as the other party inquired about news everywhere in the Rakia royal capital, and finally, because he dared not enter the Bashi mountain range, decided to first go to the ordinary soldiers to steal a few pieces of materials transported out of the mountain range. As expected, it's the God of Thieves. Volume 115. Hermes, who couldn't help but make a move, Emperor Juntian. Has there really existed a god in the heavenly realm with such a title? In front of the central square of the Rakia royal capital, the god named Hermes was browsing the bulletin board in front of him with great interest. The information on it could be summarized into the following points. Notice to all citizens of Rakia: former main god Ares has voluntarily abdicated, and from this day forth, he and the gods serve as subordinate gods under Emperor Juntian. The miracle of the Bashi mountain range is the work of the emperor, granting the people of the continent opportunities for good fortune. No need to panic. A new cultivation system is open, and all citizens of Rakia can enter the Bashi mountain range to practice under the organization of the army, the old blessing system will be updated as usual, running in parallel with the new law, without conflict or coercion. The final signature was Ares's own blood seal, along with the joint signatures of all the subordinate gods familiar to the kingdom of Rakia. Undoubtedly, the gods had already reached a consensus on this matter, and the subjects below had no right to change it. Therefore, when they first learned of this news, although the countless masses were like an exploding pot, they quickly calmed down. The key was that Rakia was inherently an expansionist nation that waged wars everywhere and constantly annexed other familias. Since the beginning of its founding, gods had joined from time to time, becoming members of the pantheon worshipped by the nation. Now it was just adding one more seat in the hall of the gods at most. This Emperor Juntian was unimaginably powerful, replacing Lord Ares's position as the main god upon arrival. This didn't count for much anyway. Lord Ares was still a member of the pantheon, and hadn't been sent back to the heavenly realm, right? Not to mention, the new main god was truly generous. Upon arrival, he bestowed a miracle, allowing the kingdom of Rakia to have an extra Bashi mountain range out of thin air, and even granted a brand new way of cultivation, enabling the 100,000 troops and countless citizens to become visibly stronger. With such kindness as beneficiaries, what else could they be dissatisfied with? Lord Ares's choice was correct. Having been defeated too many times, Rakia was in desperate need of a strong main god to lead them to become stronger, reshape their glory, and rush toward victory. At this moment, their hearts held nothing but indelible loyalty to the emperor. So when Hermes accepted the commission from the gods of Rio and came to the Rakia royal capital to gather intelligence, he quickly discovered that this warlike nation had easily changed its heavens in just a few days and nights. Aren't gods who come to the lower world required to accept constraints, and if they use divine power, they will be sensed and automatically sent back to the heavenly realm? The god in charge of negotiation and contracts in this world was full of confusion in his eyes at this moment. What exactly is going on with that extra mountain range? Is the repatriation mechanism set up by the heavenly realm broken? Moreover, the title Emperor Juntian was also unfamiliar. It sounded like it belonged to the 9 provinces circle. The great gods over there liked to be called emperor, sovereign, or lord. But among the gods of the 9 provinces, there was no such figure as Juntian. Hermes was very sure of this. After all, everyone had been playing together in the heavenly realm for hundreds of millions of years. Who didn't know whom? Even if relationships were good or bad, and various small circles gradually formed, creating playhouse teams like the Greek pantheon, Egyptian pantheon, Far Eastern pantheon, or Indian pantheon, it didn't affect everyone visiting each other or switching jobs. As the god of negotiation, Hermes could proudly guarantee that he knew every god in the heavenly realm, but Emperor Juntian absolutely did not exist among them. So is this actually a pseudonym, a disguised identity, or is it that this great god was not born or descended from the heavenly realm at all? Thinking of this possibility, Hermes felt as if the cognition in his mind was about to explode, and his eyes were filled with irrepressible excitement. He subconsciously shouted the name of the strongest workhorse of his familia, but the god quickly realized he seemed to have told the other party to wait outside the kingdom of Rakia, and not to step into this nation. After all, what he needed to investigate was the anomaly that caused the fall of Ares. Heaven knew what exactly had happened here in Rakia. Facing this kind of crisis where even gods found it difficult to preserve themselves, ordinary mortals should not get involved. It was better to just wait for news outside. Otherwise, if he had to release his divine power at a critical moment of danger, he would have to find a way to protect this familia member who would hold him back. Shaking his head helplessly, with no subordinates to help him do things, Hermes couldn't resist, turned around, and left the royal capital, and started running toward the Bashi mountain range several kilometers away. As a god, even if divine power was sealed, some talents related to one's own authority would still be retained. Like Takamikazuchi, who could use martial arts to fight a level 5 adventurer with a weak mortal body, and the beauty goddess Freya, who could daily look directly at the soul essence of the lower world citizens, unleashing charms that could even modify the memories of all residents of a city. Hermes didn't think about comparing himself to these compatriots, but he was quite experienced in running away and gathering intelligence. Thus, in less than 10 minutes, He ran to the edge of the Bashi mountain range, and only when he faintly felt an inexplicable pressure from within, did he force himself to stop. This mountain. A terrifying giant beast, in its lifetime, it might have truly been able to devour gods. Only those great gods would have the strength to suppress it. But such a monster that even gods had to take seriously was actually easily killed by someone here, and its remains even turned into a mountain range, becoming an opportunity for a group of mortals to become stronger. Undoubtedly, the blood rain that fell from the sky earlier, the funeral of Ares dominated by the origin, must be related to that god from outside the world who could kill the boss snake. But now it seemed that Ares was merely caught and suppressed. In the end, he not only didn't die but instead reached a deal with the other party, selling the entire kingdom of Rakia, and all subordinate gods to the other party. It's just that I don't know what the gains are like. Was it a profit or a loss? A flash of thoughtfulness crossed Hermes's eyes, and countless thoughts that could not be told to outsiders turned in his mind. He felt the storm of the era constantly approaching. The world was undergoing unpredictable changes, and he didn't know where it would head. It is simply too wonderful. How could he be missing from such great fun? Unknown visitor from outside the world, a terrifying giant beast capable of contending with gods, a brand new cultivation system different from the blessing, it really makes one's blood boil. With some reluctance, he took a deep look at the mountain range in front of him, and Hermes looked around, finding that not far away there were rows of specially constructed military camps. He really didn't dare to enter this strange mountain range, but how could the military camps set up by the children of the lower world in front of him stop him? Only in the fields of theft and fraud did he have confidence. Even a first-class adventurer couldn't catch him, and those reckless brutes of Rakia could only eat his exhaust. Let me see what other interesting things you are hiding. Volume 116. God descends from heaven, angry and ferocious. The night was like ink. The military camps outside the Bashi mountain range had stopped their training activities. Except for the very few patrolling soldiers, the rest of the combat personnel had returned to their respective tents to rest. A black shadow darted along various covers, its speed as fast as lightning, yet as light as a crow's feather. Hermes, this troublesome god who grasped a large number of secrets in Ora Rio and its surroundings, yet was always sloppy, was currently restraining all his divine intent, even adjusting his breathing to the lowest frequency. Good heavens, I shouldn't have sensed wrong, right? The 10,000 people in this military camp seemed to be almost at the strength of LV. 2. This could be called a high-level adventurer in Ora Rio. It belonged to the core combat power that would be given titles by the gods. 10,000 LV, 1 and 10,000 LV, 2 are completely different concepts. Not to mention, looking at this trend, the other combat personnel of Rakia would likely break through to this stage very soon. By then, it would be 100,000 LV. Excluding the Loki familia and the Freya familia, this force could already completely overwhelm the entire Ora Rio, right? That's right, even if it were 100,000 LV, 2s, in Hermes's eyes, it was still not enough to shake Orario's status. At least for the LV, 7 under the two kings, it didn't count as a formidable enemy that was difficult to face. At most, it would just take more time and energy. But if Rakia later cultivated a large pile of soldiers comparable to LV 4 or even LV 5, then the trend of offense and defense would likely really change. But this should be something for Loki, Freya, and Uranus to consider. What does it have to do with me, a neutral intelligence merchant? At worst, I'll just switch jobs. Whichever side is interesting, I'll stand on that side. With a signature bad smile on his lips, Hermes's fingers tapped lightly on the tents, seemingly exploring where the good things he wanted were. Under the moonlight, his mouth stretched to his ears. Let me see, this is a spring with life aura. This stone also seems to have a problem, biological flesh with such vigorous vitality, oh. And this cultivation notebook and the armor made of special materials, sorry about that, buddy. 10 fingers flew, and wherever he passed, it was like a wind sweeping away clouds. After another 10 minutes or so, the black shadow darted back and forth, and finally, as if satisfied, he stuffed a pile of things into his pockets and was about to run out. Chapter 11. Thank you all for your generosity. I'll come to patronize you again next time. Dodging past patrol soldiers one by one, it wasn't until he was far away from the military camp's critical areas that Hermes triumphantly waved his hand backward. He adjusted his direction, intending to leave Rakia and head toward the border to rendezvous with his familia members. However, the next moment, a god descended from the sky, furious and ferocious. Hermes. The roar exploded, sounding as if someone had stuffed a war drum into a cannon barrel and lit the fuse. The thief, returning fully loaded, turned to flee, but unexpectedly, a gale pressed down from above. The moonlight was instantly torn to shreds by a red shadow suddenly falling from the sky. Ares' golden hair stood on end, and crimson fire spewed from the gaps in his armor. His entire being was like a burning iron hammer, smashing straight toward the ground. Hermes only had time to freeze his signature smile on his face before he was punched into the dirt. His back plowed a 3-jean-long trench into the ground, sending gravel flying and turf rolling. You stole from me. Ares pinned down this brother with whom he had once played house with a single knee. His knuckles cracked as he squeezed them, and with his other hand, he grabbed Hermes by the collar, lifting him until his feet left the ground, gritting his teeth. I just strengthened my army, and you actually dared to come and sneak around. If word gets out, how will I, Ares, save face? I can explain my ass. With a roar, a storm of iron fists followed. Left hook, right hook, uppercut, warhammer-style downward smash. Every punch landed solidly, each dull thud making one feel as if they were in a smithy, watching raw iron being forged. Ares got more and more carried away, the veins on his forehead throbbing wildly. Soon, an arc-shaped deep trench was plowed outside the military camp, dust flying everywhere. Thinking about how he had almost become a laughingstock in the eyes of the gods again, he increased the force of his punches by another 30%. Die for me. With the final axe-style downward punch, Hermes was embedded into the ground in a big shape. The bruised and swollen thief's eyes were unfocused, and he unconsciously let out cries of pain. It was only because even if divine power was sealed, it could still provide some protection within the body, otherwise, after such a brutal beating, Hermes would have long been forced to return to the heavenly realm. Ares panted heavily, stepped forward to deliver one last kick, then brushed the dust off his hands. He knelt on one knee toward the darkness ahead, bowing his head and cupping his fists. Luo Shu, it was my negligence that allowed a petty thief to sneak into the military camp. Please punish me. In the night, the figure of Senjuno Haruheim emerged from the moonlight. Her fox ears twitched slightly, but her pupils reflected a deep golden glow that did not belong to the young girl. Luo Shu, possessing his own shrine maiden, stepped forward and arrived directly at this small battlefield. Behind him, the goddess of fear, Deimos, carried a mini battering ram, and the goddess Eris bit her finger. All the subordinate gods were witnessing the scene of Ares beating up Hermes with great interest. Rise, Luo Shu glanced at Ares, whose ears were burning red, clearly extremely embarrassed, and then cast his playful gaze toward the half-dead Hermes on the ground. How much longer do you intend to play dead? If he hadn't told Ares in advance that he needed him alive, the guy might have really been beaten to the brink of death, and then forced to return to the heavenly realm due to instinctively using divine power to defend himself. But now it was just a mere mortal wound. For a god, after circulating their divine power a couple of times, they would naturally regain their ability to move. Lifting his right leg, Luo Shu originally thought about stepping on Hermes' forehead, but suddenly remembered that he was currently possessing his little shrine maiden. Given the perverted nature of the Danmaki gods, this might actually be rewarding the other party. So he switched to stomping his foot instead, causing the ground to churn. Hermes, terrified, scrambled to his feet while spitting blood, fearing he would be buried alive. Then, this thief who had been dragged out was surrounded by the gods of Rakia. In the moonlight, Eris and Deimos smiled mockingly, and Ares grinned, revealing his white teeth, his knuckles cracking. Ha ha ha, good evening, everyone. Are you all out for a late-night snack? He laughed awkwardly. Feeling the surrounding atmosphere becoming increasingly heavy, and the murderous intent in the air becoming more and more obvious, Hermes decisively jumped into the air, spun 360 degrees, and flopped onto the ground in a tiger landing pose, shouting, "I surrender. I surrender loyally. Big boss. Great God. Don't kill me." Luo Shu. Looking at Hermes prostrating before him, he couldn't help but recall the scene when he first met Ares, where the guy called him Daddy. Is the integrity of you Dan-Maki gods all this low? Volume 117. Sweeping across the gods, invincible under the heavens, you gods really don't look like gods at all, not even a little bit like I imagined. A ripple flashed in the void, and Luo Shu's true body, existing in the vast heavenly realm, stepped out and descended directly before Hermes, Ares, and the other gods. Ignoring the surprise of everyone present, Luo Shu raised his hand and lightly tapped Hermes' forehead from a distance. Divine mirror. Peeping isn't a good habit. With a crisp sound, the invisible crystal shard on Hermes' forehead instantly shattered, turning into light dust that filled the sky. Within the light dust, one distant and blurry gaze after another lost its anchor, like surveillance cameras unplugged from the network, collectively going black. Obviously, as the representative sent by the gods to investigate the Ares Fall incident, Hermes not only carried the commission given by the Orario Guild, but even the gods of the heavenly realm had been openly monitoring him, ready to provide support at any time. After all, this was the first time in hundreds of millions of years that an anomaly had appeared where the world source buried a god. If they weren't careful, what would happen if Hermes also got trapped in it? They couldn't just keep sending people one by one like the Calabash brothers trying to save their grandfather. As for the prohibition against using divine power in the lower world, the rules were set by the gods themselves, so it wouldn't be difficult to temporarily lift them. Not to mention, at the annual Ganesha Familia Festival, they were already allowed to use the divine mirror, which had effects similar to clairvoyance. To some extent, this should count as the first meeting between Luo Shu and most of the Dan-Maki gods. Then, let's go say hello. After speaking, a touch of golden radiance at the young man's fingertip instantly surged, turning into a pillar of light that reached the sky, shooting up into the night sky. The moment the pillar of light pierced the firmament, the void was forcibly torn open. Strange sights like white jade domes, golden thrones, and corridors of cloud seas were ripped out and spread before the eyes of all the people in the lower world. In the Dan-Maki heavenly realm, in an assembly hall used for the gathering of the gods, thousands, tens of thousands of divine thrones were arranged in a circle, but at this moment it was silent. In the very center, the image on a divine mirror, with a diameter of 100 zhang, shook violently, finally freezing on the pale golden pupils of the god from beyond the sky, looking down at all living beings. The next second, boom. The mirror surface cracked inch by inch. From the cracks, an infinitely tyrannical and arrogant will spewed out, rushing toward the entire assembly hall like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Holy crap, what a powerful shockwave! A god who had been knocked off their seat exclaimed. Then, after being dumbfounded on the floor for a long time, they finally reacted. Did we just get slapped by someone? A fellow sufferer nearby immediately replied, it seems, yes, that's right. After a brief silence, the excited screams of the gods watching the scene suddenly rang out. Oh my god! Someone is attacking the heavenly realm. After confirming this fact, the first to respond were a group of battle-hardened, high-spirited martial factions. Grab your weapons and attack together. Accompanied by the roar of some unknown god, thunder exploded all over the assembly hall in an instant, and 10,000 silver snakes danced wildly. Tsunamis, storms, death, meteors, sun wheels, calamities, fate. The phantom condensed from Luo Shu's will stood in the center of the shattered void, facing thousands of divine rays attacking him head-on. The gods' authorities complemented each other, sufficient to produce an effect where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. There was absolutely no one in the heavens or on earth who could resist it head-on, otherwise, they would only be easily suppressed in a wretched state, and become a novel plaything. However, the next instant, all the offensives froze. Luo Shu stood with his hands behind his back, a vast scroll unfolding behind him, the sun, moon, and stars hanging together, the three realms separated, dragons and snakes rising from the land. An entire other world was materialized and a vast, ancient pressure spread, causing even time and space to stop at this moment. Luoshu raised his hand, fingers slightly spread, and said indifferently, all divine rays were crushed in midair by an invisible giant palm, turning into a rain of light dust. And so, the gods didn't even have time to exclaim before they were pressed back into their seats by that supreme will, their knees colliding with the armrests with a uniform thud. Some gods who tried to struggle forcibly rolled their eyes back on the spot, their heads tilted, and they fell fast asleep. Nice to meet you all. I look forward to your guidance in the future. The polite voice gradually faded away, and the young man's projection naturally dissipated. The assembly hall returned to silence, leaving only the gods' gasps of breath, and the cheers of satisfaction after being beaten up. That was intense. I really didn't expect that there would be such a powerhouse outside the world. A heaven beyond heaven, a god above gods, today I've truly seen something new. Rio, in the divine assembly hall. The wine pot in Loki's hand dropped to the ground, the divine wine inside spilling out completely. But none of the gods present cared about that. They all looked at the small divine mirrors in front of them that were monitoring things thousands of miles away at this very moment. Rows of mirrors were collectively shattering, glass falling like raindrops, turning into residual divine power that dissolved into the air. Just now, who was that ruthless person? To think that one person suppressed the entire heavenly realm. What kind of monster did that idiot Ares bring about? Freya rose abruptly, her chair toppling over. She didn't care about her composure, her fingertips trembling, that aura, how could that kind of concept appear and become a concrete person? It was as if an ordinary person discovered one day that the planet beneath their feet actually possessed intelligence, and could even take human form to punch you. For the gods, that ambiguous aura of the heavenly realm's source that swirled around Luoshu was simply too obvious. After all, the gods present were all born from the source of the Danmaki heavenly realm. If they got tired of living and committed suicide, they would just revive there again. Therefore, in their eyes, their fellow gods who were still in the sky had just been beaten up by an incarnation of the heavenly realm's source that had descended from another realm. What a terrifying thing that sounded like. Loki jumped directly onto the table, stepping on and crushing a wine glass, her pupils flashing with rare seriousness. Holy Mother! Is this world completely insane? How could such an outrageous thing happen? But not even 2 minutes later, she immediately showed her true colors, suggesting like a usual prank, that said, why don't we tinker with it too and see if we can wake up our mom? You bastard, do you even know what you're talking about? Good idea. Why don't you, Loki, lead the sacrifice? When all the gods of the heavenly realm enter the revival period, leaving only the last one, perhaps then the favor of the source can be concentrated. A speechless god let out a sneer. To the children of the lower world, gods were near omniscient and omnipotent beings, but they knew they were not. But if all other gods who served as checks and balances returned to the source, and the power of the heavenly realm was concentrated in one body, then it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the sole remaining god, without any constraints, was omnipotent. Chapter 12 Stop this topic. We can't plunder each other's authority, otherwise we wouldn't have been bored for billions of years. A relatively serious-looking deity slapped the table, signaling all their compatriots to look at their respective desktops. Right now, the most important thing should be this. Hephaestus picked up a piece of paper that had appeared before her at some unknown time with a strange expression. What is this? A recruitment contract. Volume 118. Local products of the Danmaki heaven, so, that person actually just wants to pull us to his world to work. Loki touched her cheek and couldn't help but laugh out loud. First a stick to show off martial might, then a sweet date to show sincerity. This hand was played very smoothly. But I have to admit, this old lady is indeed tempted. Losing face didn't matter, for the gods, as long as something was interesting, it was fine. Moreover, how could one succeed in recruiting the always willful gods without flexing some muscle and showing off some moves? After all, there were far too many idiots in the Donatus who didn't understand human speech, or even if they did, pretended not to. An otherworldly realm with no connection to heaven, that sounds very tempting. A male god propped up his chin, his eyes full of eagerness to try. What to do? It seems completely impossible to refuse. Aren't you afraid of being slaughtered for meat as soon as you leave the house? Another deity considered things more carefully. Everyone should be pretty clear by now about what that blood rain phenomenon was all about, right? Since it's an otherworldly realm completely out of heaven's control, the resurrection methods we rely on probably won't work. By then, our lives will truly be in someone else's hands. The key point was that the person clearly possessed the strength to directly sweep away all the gods single-handedly. And in the gods' perception, a status like a ruler of heaven meant either the source of heaven had developed intelligence, or it was the sole survivor of a divine battle royale. Otherwise, it couldn't possibly be a mortal being crowned for no reason, right? Thus, some cautious gods expressed that they at least needed to confirm the other's character first. Otherwise, if that person really was a winner from a battle royale, wouldn't they just be snacks delivered to his door? That kind of thing would be too ridiculous. But those battle maniacs from the kingdom of Rakia seem to have gotten on board early, haven't they? Another god couldn't help but raise a question. If those idiots with Ares get benefits in the other world and surpass us, can you imagine what would happen? As soon as these words were spoken, the Donatus Hall fell into silence. One's own failure is certainly terrifying, but a companion's success is even more distressing. Could they really just watch those annoying pests take off on the wind, and then come flaunting in front of them? How could such a thing be allowed? Absolutely not allowed. Either we all go, or none of us go. Anyway, nobody think about sneaking off early. A scruffy bearded god slammed the table, directly speaking the thoughts of many in the hall. Of course, it would be a different story if the one sneaking off was him. But they had lost the initiative now, so they at least had to find a way to strike down the Rakia god's advantage and catch up. As for truly giving up this opportunity, and continuing to play house in this world they had already explored for billions of years, wasn't that a joke? I am Ganesha. Everyone, I suggest we don't make reckless decisions. At least ask for the advice of the great gods first before determining our choice. Seeing that the gods in the hall each had their own ulterior motives, thinking about how to pull their companions' legs before anything had even happened, the elephant-headed god responsible for maintaining public order in Rio had no choice but to stand up and speak. The great gods have a closer connection to the source of heaven. Among them, the creator god, Zeus, and Odin are all in the lower world. Why don't we ask for their opinions? To be honest, Uranus is fine, at most he'll play it safe. But the opinions of those other two old fogies, are you sure it's necessary to listen? The sun god Apollo, who swung both ways, couldn't help but complain, that guy Zeus, who thinks of nothing but adventure, if he knew there was such an opportunity, he would definitely run faster than anyone. Hephaestus also crossed her arms, and let out a cold laugh. If nothing unexpected happened, that guy should be using his relationship with Ares right now to thick-headedly run to the kingdom of Rakia. To put it bluntly, Zeus was definitely one of the gods who put the most heart into building a familia, and nurturing adventurers over the past 1,000 years. Much of the information left behind by his team, such as maps of the floors reached, the status of familia members' basic abilities, and methods for obtaining developmental abilities, became the foundation of today's Rio adventure training system. 10 years ago, his familia, along with the Hera familia, were known as the two strongest familias that had continuously reigned over Rio since the gods descended. The clans possessed multiple level 7 and level 8 adventurers. If it weren't for the subsequent failure to subjugate the Black Dragon, and the total annihilation of their main forces, Rio could never have entered the Dual King era of Loki and Freya. Even so, the two familias still held the record for the deepest floor reached in the dungeon. The 59th floor was the official record, but in reality, they had reached the 71st floor. For us gods, a mere 10 years is just the blink of an eye. Do you think Zeus and Hera, having just been driven out of Rio, would find a brand new chance for a comeback and not act quickly? When she said this, Hephaestus's gaze remained on Loki and Freya. One must know that 10 years ago, it was these two who took the lead in expelling the already crippled Zeus familia and Hera familia. The grudge was massive. I'm fed up. This old lady has only been in this position for 10 years, how did such an accident suddenly pop up? Loki first covered her face with her palm, but after 2 seconds, she became forceful again. Would I be afraid of those two antiques from the old era? Unless those freaks Maxim, the Empress, and Althea all crawl out of their coffins, I won't even bat an eye at two crippled familiars whose main forces were wiped out. Freya likewise regained her usual dignified posture, an enchanting smile rippling at the corners of her mouth. I'm looking forward to it. Of course, what she looked forward to was not the potentially rising Zeus and Hera, but the unknown existence descended from another realm, a heaven beyond heaven. For such a concept to actually give birth to self-awareness, she wondered what kind of brilliance his soul from another world would possess. At the same time, outside the military camp in the Bashi mountain range, Luoshu was meeting the stiff and dazed gazes of Ares, Hermes, and the other gods. GG God, just now you were, and these souls around you. Ares looked dumbfoundedly at the young man surrounded by countless points of light, feeling like his brain simply couldn't process it. It's nothing, just saying hello to your compatriots in heaven. As for these, Luoshu reached out his right hand, sensing fragments of memory, emotion, and will settling in his palm. Since I made the trip, I had to bring back some local products, right? And besides these special souls that the gods had collected, and were reluctant to let reincarnate, there was nothing else in the Danmaki heaven that could catch his eye. Volume 119. Thanks for nature's bounty, Lolo local products. Hearing Luoshu actually refer to the precious souls collected by their compatriots as local products, the many subordinate gods present were all dumbstruck. This number is close to 1 million. You didn't happen to directly dig out the soul pool in heaven, did you? Hermes had naturally blended into the group of subordinate gods at some point, clicking his tongue in wonder as he scanned the soul radiance that filled the area, lighting up a range of several kilometers. As for the specific number, it's roughly over 800,000. Compared to the population nurtured by this planet, it's far too small. In contrast to the shock of Ares and the others, Luoshu was actually somewhat dissatisfied. The surface area of the land beneath his feet was actually not much different from Earth. As for productivity, it showed a rather strange state. The commoners at the bottom were not much different from farmers in the feudal era, but the upper-level adventurer groups could perform many things that would be considered incredible even in the 21st century with the help of magic and skills. AI model, Gemini 3. One flashlight, for instance, healing magic can not only instantly restore the energy of a dying adventurer, but can even achieve feats like regenerating severed limbs and regrowing flesh. At the same time, there are quite a few familiars on the continent that enjoy researching cultivation and agriculture. For example, the Demeter familia, which specializes in supplying food to Ora Rio and owns vast farmlands on the outskirts of the city, regularly purchases native plants and fruits from the dungeon from adventurers actively attempting to grow them on the surface. They have already successfully produced many varieties with high nutritional value or other utility, which can also be crafted into items for adventurers to use. One can only say that things like magic and skills are truly unreasonable. Agricultural technologies that would require countless elites on Water Blue Star to explore together for generations to achieve significant results, can be attempted and researched by individual high-level adventurers in this world. Therefore, the productivity of this world is actually not low. It is only because of unbalanced development and a lack of widespread adoption that places without a divine familia are no different from the Western Middle Ages. Even so, the total population of the lower world across all the nations on the continent has long exceeded 100 million. This is still the case because monsters appear in the wild from time to time, which keeps the population growth rate from rising. Reasonably speaking, the number of natural deaths in the lower world should be over 1 million every year, right? The dungeon has existed for 3,000 years, and the gods have descended for 1,000 years, yet you have only collected this few souls. The era of fauna, the age of heroes, and counting the even more ancient times before the dungeon appeared, the time civilization has existed in the lower world is likely thousands or even tens of thousands of years, yet the souls accumulated by the gods still number less than 1 million. Luoshu shot them a look that clearly said, "You are truly useless, causing Aries and the others to wear helpless, bitter expressions. There is no helping it. Without the protection of a physical body, if a soul does not reincarnate quickly, it will gradually dissipate over time. The souls of heroes and adventurers that radiate brilliance are indeed more resilient and can last longer, but it is impossible to keep them collected in this form forever. Eventually, they must be sent to reincarnate. Hermes spoke up, revealing information that had been a source of regret for the gods for hundreds of millions of years. Perhaps in the eyes of the children of the lower world, the gods are responsible for managing the post-mortem fate of all living beings, and can recklessly settle accounts with souls. Whether it is allowing the dead to live in heaven, inflicting unimaginable torture upon them, or demanding that they perform endless, meaningless, heavy labor, all are matters of ease. There is no shortage of beings curious about the afterlife who believe that the management of souls ascending from the lower world is entirely at the discretion of the gods, and the process has nothing to do with their actions during life or concepts of good and evil. Whether a god likes you or not, whether it is auspicious or ominous, all depends on the god's mood at the time. But that is not the case. The souls of the children actually belong to the jurisdiction of the death-related gods who govern concepts like the underworld. Not every god can snatch the souls they fancy from their judgment. The gods capable of doing such a thing, including Freya, are actually very few. Although she hails from the lineage of the goddess of beauty, Freya is born with a special ability to look directly into the essence of a soul, which is why she is very adept at transporting the dead of the lower world, especially those who died in battle, and are praised as heroes, to her own mansion built in heaven. As for ordinary gods, wanting to quickly find the color they need from the countless souls that arrive every day, while also fending off the wrath of the death-related gods, that is by no means an easy task. You must know, the death-related gods have always been among the busiest in heaven. And as many gods went on strike to come to the lower world to play, in order to compensate for the rapidly decreasing number of working gods, the gods who chose to stay were forced to work overtime, sleeplessly and tirelessly, resulting in all of them looking murderous. If they get annoyed, they truly wouldn't mind sending the troublesome fellow gods to be resurrected. Therefore, the vast majority of souls returning to heaven will return to a pure white state within decades to a century, forgetting everything before being cast back into the lower world to reincarnate. These souls in your hands should all come from the soul pool in heaven. It is a public facility that the gods built together long before they descended to the lower world, and its purpose is to protect the souls of those heroes, sages, and adventurers that can emit a brilliant radiance. Even the death-related gods responsible for reincarnation are fond of the radiance of these beautiful souls, and do not wish for them to easily lose their color. On the other hand, the gods were also worried that after they descended to the lower world, if a child in their familia died, their soul would be snatched away by rivals left in heaven, played with, or even tortured. One couldn't just abandon the other members of the familia every time a child died, release their seal, and return to heaven to snatch the soul, right? Because of these considerations, the gods built the soul pool together and made an agreement: let ordinary souls reincarnate early, but if a bright, radiant soul appears from the lower world familia, the brethren in heaven must place it in the soul pool to nourish it, and before the familia's patron god returns, no other god is allowed to snatch it without permission. I was wondering before why there was such an obvious pool placed in the center of heaven, and why it was specifically filled with so many souls of extraordinary quality. I thought these things left in the middle of the road were unwanted. Well, since no one wanted them, then since he found them, they naturally all belong to him. Hermes was somewhat dumbfounded by this statement. Should the gods be thankful that you didn't go ransacking their mansions and turn out their hidden treasures? However, it is understandable. Those hundreds of thousands of souls just sitting there in the middle of the road, which God wouldn't want to snatch them up and get rich overnight. The only reason they didn't act was simply out of fear of incurring public anger and being targeted by all the gods. After all, there are too many gods in heaven. Even if each of them only sent him to be resurrected once, this guy who had the guts of a leopard would still have to sleep for hundreds of millions of years to finish the cycle. But the Luo Shu before him is different. He has a big enough fist, so naturally, he can put his thoughts into action. Pardon my presumption, but I wonder, do you have any special ideas for taking these souls away? Volume 120. The gods have their limitations, but the Luo Shu is omnipotent. Pardon my presumption, but I wonder, do you have any special ideas for taking these souls away? Although he had just been taught a lesson, thinking that these souls were once ancient heroes, family members of gods, lovers, or legendary adventurers, Hermes still couldn't help but ask this question on behalf of his many brethren. For a big shot like you, the souls of some ordinary people shouldn't have any necessary significance, right? In fact, even for the gods of Danmarki, the souls of the children of the lower world do not have any special function. They think about collecting them either because they find the radiance emitted by such souls very beautiful, or because they had an unforgettable experience traveling together with the soul while it was alive. In short, it only has emotional value. But these two reasons are, after all, somewhat different. The former are just pure collectors and under the military deterrence of the Luo Shu from another realm, would absolutely not have the guts to come and cause him trouble, but the latter, such gods who regard members of their familia as family, lovers or close friends, would be very likely to come over and fight to the death if they knew their child's soul had been taken away. Rest assured, I am not some evil god, so naturally, I would not damage these souls that once created so many legends. The god lowered his eyes, flicked his finger, and the hundreds of thousands of soul light spots floating around were collected into his palm by him in a calm and detached manner. My Kangmang world is currently lacking in population, so let them become the first batch of citizens of the heavenly court. They are, after all, the essence of a world. He only needs to exert great power to help them reshape their physical bodies, and then awaken their consciousness, and Luo Shu can harvest a batch of quite high-quality population. Thanks for nature's gift. Citizens. Wait, do you mean you are going to resurrect all these souls? Hermes widened his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim. Is such a thing really possible? Chapter 13. On the side, Ares, Eris, and other subordinate gods were also collectively stunned, their composure crumbling on the spot. It must be known that although the gods of the Danmarki world possessed the authority to send souls for reincarnation, they still could not achieve resurrection or grant immortality. Of course, a very small number of exceptions existed. That was the Philosopher's Stone, accidentally created by the legendary sage, and at the same time, some magic could also produce the effect of resurrection under special circumstances. But this kind of miracle, which required the convergence of favorable weather, geographical advantages, and human cooperation to be born, was not included in conventional considerations. After the Philosopher's Stone shattered, the former sage never replicated a similar product again, and the newly created secret art of immortality instead turned himself into a skeleton that could not feel hunger or thirst, and could not update its status. As for resurrection, there is even less need to mention it. In the original work, the sage had obtained the relevant magic for over 800 years, yet it had never succeeded once, only inexplicably taking effect when the protagonist needed to resurrect the dragon girl Ween. Because of this, once the gods fell in love with mortals, they could only watch helplessly as their lovers died of old age, and then continue to chase after their next reincarnation. By the way, it was also impossible for gods to have children with their lovers from the lower world, and leave behind the crystallization of their love. Therefore, in the worldview of Danmarki, there was no such thing as a demigod. Ancestral gods like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, who were elevated from ancestor worship, or philosopher gods like Jesus, Shakyamuni, and Laozi, who were elevated due to religion, had never appeared either. The heavenly realm was entirely composed of natural gods who were born ageless and immortal. The gods have things they cannot do, but the Luo Shu can do anything. Luo Shu smiled. At least when facing the gods of Danmarki, he had the confidence to say this. Then, as expected, the gazes of the many subordinate gods present immediately became exceptionally scorching, having descended to the lower world for thousands of years. Which god did not have 1 or 2 unforgettable, yet irretrievable, lost loves in their hearts? I understand, God. I have lived in vain for hundreds of millions of years just to wait for your arrival. Hermes rubbed his hands like a fly in excitement, wishing he could dig out his heart to show his loyalty, causing Ares and other subordinate gods to cast disdainful looks at him. Then they also followed suit and threw away their integrity. That's right. Great God. You are the warm breeze of early spring, the rising sun of rebirth, the sweet dew that we gods have been longing for. I am willing to use my life's poems to praise you, with every line of poetry embedded with a spirit diamond. Watching the gods suddenly begin to compete in the art of flattery and sycophancy before him, Luo Shu's forehead veins twitched, his fingers curled unconsciously beneath his dark sleeves, and goosebumps crawled up his spine. He finally couldn't bear it any longer. With a grab of his 5 fingers, all sounds within a radius of several kilometers were expelled, forcibly interrupting this wave of sickening flattery. If you want to show your loyalty, then give me actual actions, not just lip service in front of me. The young man was expressionless, his voice not loud, but it frightened the gods into silence collectively. Seeing this, Luo Shu said nothing else. He turned and walked to the corner to reach Senjino Haruheim, who was secretly gazing at him. He took the little shrine maiden's hand, and walked towards the military camp. All of you, follow. Meanwhile, in the vast heavenly realm, inside the Miluo Palace. When the true body of Luo Shu descended to the Danmaki world, a strand of will still remained in place. The next second, the sky of the entire Kangmang world suddenly changed color. Countless origins of the heavenly realm obeyed the command of the Luo Shu's authority, surging in from all directions, and gathering into a huge vortex inside the Miluo Palace. The invisible will resonated with billions of laws. In the center of the vortex where the vast origins converged, a sacred Dharma body stepped out slowly. It wore a crown with 12 jade pendants, the beads condensed from 5-colored radiance. It wore a dragon robe with 12 patterns, where totems such as the sun, moon, stars, mountains, dragons and flowers roamed on their own. With the authority of the Luo Shu and the weight of the 3 realms upon it, the Dharma body that Luo Shu specifically manifested under the name Emperor Juentian finally solidified. Its face was identical to his true body, but with an added 3 parts of ancient, simple majesty. As the saying goes, as long as your thinking doesn't slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Since he had ascended to the top and possessed supreme power, Luo Shu was naturally unwilling to draw a circle on the ground as a prison, henceforth only able to be trapped in Kangmang to suppress the 3 realms. Now that he could temporarily split the Luo Shu status, he could take his true body to another world and directly flex his muscles. As for safety issues, there was no need to worry. Ever since he signed contracts with Ares and the other subordinate gods, Luo Shu's harvest was not only the various authorities they carried, but he also used this to figure out the form of existence of the gods of Danmaki. To put it clearly, he also learned how to connect his own will to the origin of the heavenly realm, the trick of resurrecting deep within the origin if he died. Moreover, with the traversal function of his golden finger, he didn't have to worry about this infinite resurrection armor becoming ineffective in another world due to disconnection. Theoretically, as the Luo Shu should have possessed such characteristics. It was just that he had only been a novice for a few days, and many effects of the Luo Shu's authority had not yet been discovered. Thinking of this, Luo Shu reached out to open the void, and the more than 800,000 souls automatically picked up in the Danmaki world gradually filled the entire Miluo Palace. Very good, the immigration was successful. It was time to change the household registration status. Volume 121. Familiars in the wave of resurrection. With one step, Luo Shu took hundreds of thousands of souls and crossed from the Miluo Palace to the northern border of the heavenly realm. Seeing the sea of clouds surging under his feet, intertwined with 7 colors, a heavenly pool that gathered the origins of the 5 elements, wind and thunder hung in the void, the surface of the pool like a mirror, reflecting the sun, moon, and stars. This was a place of creation naturally born during the evolution of the vast heavenly realm, containing the innate origins from the beginning of countless worlds that had not yet been degraded or differentiated, which was perfect for shaping all things. Of course, before officially registering the household status for the first batch of citizens of the heavenly realm, Luo Shu still had to practice first. By the way, it was also to create a few direct familiars to manage the immigrants from the Danmaki world, mainly because the souls he could take a fancy to were either ancient heroes or legendary adventurers. Not to mention that they were all unruly, they certainly had their own wills, and making them obedient was not an easy task. 5 elements and wind and thunder, just right. God nodded with satisfaction, stood in the center of the pool with his hands behind his back, flicked his fingertips, and 7 pillars of origin energy rose into the sky from under his feet. The 7-colored divine light intertwined in the sky, turning into a furnace of creation covering 10,000 miles. The furnace walls were carved from the radiance of the stars, and the dragon patterns, tiger stripes, sparrow feathers, turtle shells, chelan horns, cow patterns, and whale scales on the surface lit up in turn, like 7 ignited stars. Luo Shu looked solemn. With a wave of his sleeves, the vast origin energy inside the furnace began to collide and evolve, finally turning into 7 streamers of light falling towards the void in front of him. The first streamer of light took shape, the energy of green wood turning into a 10,000-foot dragon shadow, its scales like emeralds, its dragon whiskers flicking, and a torrent of vitality nourishing all things. The second streamer of light took shape, the energy of white metal gathering into a flying tiger form, its wings raising slaughter, and with one roar, the 10,000-mile cloud curtain was torn into shreds. The third streamer of light took shape, the energy of red fire condensing into a heaven-burning divine bird, its 9 feathers burning the void, and as its sparrow feathers swept across, the sky was burned into glazed wrinkles. The fourth streamer of light took shape, the energy of black water manifesting a turtle and snake coiled together, the turtle back carrying the netherworld, the snake tail swaying gently, and the energy of life and death intertwining the yellow springs. The fifth streamer of light took shape, the energy of yellow earth rising into a chelan's back, its horns carrying all things, its 4 feet stepping on the ground, and the 1,000-mile mountain range bowing its head at the same time. The sixth streamer of light took shape, the energy of sun wind changing into the 2 phases of Kuan and Peng, the Kuan carrying mountains and seas on its back, the Peng wings covering the sky, and the sun-blocking cloud energy sucked empty in one breath. The seventh streamer of light took shape, the energy of purple thunder condensing into a 1-legged giant cow, without horns but producing thunder drums, and with one flick of the cow's tail, 10,000 thunders sounded together, shaking the 9 heavens. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, chelan, kuanpeng, and kuei cow. Luo Shu looked with satisfaction at the 7 great divine beasts created by the origins of the 5 elements, wind and thunder, referring to ancient myths and legends, the flesh and blood of numerous exotic beasts, and the existence forms of the gods of Danmaki. Although they were newly born familiars, the aura they emitted was even better than the great gods of the Danmaki world, and they were already extremely close to the high-ranking exotic beasts of the Kangmang world that had developed for millions of years. And because they originated from the same root and source, these divine beasts stood together, their auras blending with each other, the powers of wind, thunder, and the 5 elements circulating, and faintly, they could be further sublimated. It can be said that their future potential is immeasurable. However, considering that maintaining a beast body all the time was not very convenient after all, Luo Shu shot out 7 more streamers of light from his fingertips, which merged into the spiritual consciousness of the familiars. The next moment, the 7 great divine beasts manifested human forms as if struck by inspiration, and at the same time, they performed the salute of subjects towards God. Greetings, great heavenly venerable. The sound wave turned into endless ripples, sweeping through the entire vast heavenly realm. Seeing this, Luo Shu nodded slightly, the jade pendants on his crown swaying lightly, looking very pleased. Having descended to the Kangmang world for so many days, the home finally had a bit more popularity. And with these familiars who could suppress even the great gods of Danmaki, he didn't have to worry about having to do everything himself without the help of his direct descendants as immigrants from other worlds kept joining. Then next, Luo Shu first used the Luo Shu's authority to adjust the layering of the heavenly realm's vital energy, so that citizens of each realm would only come into contact with the vital energy of the corresponding energy level and be nourished by it in their daily lives, without worrying about being shocked to death by energy levels that were too high. This was very important. After all, life is both tenacious and fragile. On a planet, just a change in oxygen concentration is enough to cause a mass extinction of organisms, not to mention that it was currently an immigration from the mortal world of another world to the vast heavenly realm. In this way, everything was ready. Luo Shu raised his hand again, his 5 fingers grasping the void, and the endless vital energy poured in like a galaxy, turning into billions of light bands and surging into the dried-up 7-colored heavenly pool. Rumbling, the pool water surged, forming a 7-colored waterfall connecting the sky and the earth. Inside the waterfall, bones condensed into jade white, meridians paved into gold threads, flesh and blood grew, and skin covered it. Each physical body emitted an aura no different from before death but stronger, younger, and more perfect. God flicked his hand, and hundreds of thousands of soul light points were swept into the waterfall, like fireflies returning to their nests, one by one sinking into the corresponding embryos. Looking around, a resurrection army, composed of ancient heroes, favorites of the gods, and legendary adventurers was rapidly taking shape. They wore heavy armor, magic robes, or carried long bows, their auras rising from weak to strong, step by step, and finally all returned to their respective peak periods, and even had a trend of going further. Half an hour later, the first row of resurrected people opened their eyes. Where is this? Wasn't I dead? This body. Interesting, I didn't expect to have such a wonderful experience after death. The only LV-9 in the history of Orario, the Empress from the Hera Familia, also a member of the Hera Familia, known as the incarnation of talent, a monster of talent-related calamity, Althea, who could compete with the Empress at LV. The captain of the Zeus Familia, Maxim, who once led the Familia to crusade against the three major adventurer quests, and successfully defeated the king of the land and the overlord of the sea, Zard, a member of the Zeus Familia, who joined forces with Althea and Erebus to set off the Great Struggle event, turning himself into upgrade experience for the juniors. And the many members of the Astrea Familia who were active as the main combat power of Orario during the Great Struggle event, all of whom leveled up after the event ended, but encountered an Evolus trap 2 years later, leading to their new total annihilation, Elise Lovell, Gajono Kagaya, the Paulum Lyra. Because the souls would continue to dissipate with the passage of time, the first batch of resurrected people to open their eyes were actually those who had died within 100 years. In other words, the circle of the peak of the lower world was just that big, and even if these people were not acquaintances who knew each other, it was not much different. The grievances and entanglements among them could not be explained in a few words. Luoshu looked with great interest at the colorful changes in the expressions of this group of people, some hugging old acquaintances who had passed away earlier, some being startled by the reappearance of their old enemies, or weeping with joy at regaining their lives. More of them were looking around blankly, tightening their grip on their weapons, wary of the strange environment in front of them. They remembered death, remembered the calls of their comrades in arms, remembered the unwillingness of the last moment, but they had no memory of why they appeared here. Naturally, there were also people who focused their attention on God, who did not look like an ordinary person at first glance. But Luoshu just waved his hand, and those noisy sounds were erased with a single thought. Wait for a while, most people haven't woken up yet. As the decree fell, the second row, the third row, like dominoes, the wave of resurrection swept through the entire heavenly pool. Confusion, shock, ecstasy, dumbfoundedness, various expressions were played synchronously on hundreds of thousands of faces, as if they were conducting a large-scale performance art. In the air, Luoshu flicked his finger, and his voice spread to the ears of all the resurrected with the wind. All right, legends who have long turned into dust, welcome to the vast heavenly realm. Volume 122. The Essence of Cultivation, Eat. Danmaki World, in the military camp on the edge of the Bashi mountain range. 10 days had passed since Luoshu's true body descended, swept through the gods of the heavenly realm, and emptied the soul pool. During this period, Luoshu did not pay attention to the waves brewing in the outside world, but was wholeheartedly buried in the strengthening of the 100,000 soldiers of the Rakia kingdom. Until, under the acceleration of divine power, all combat personnel of this country had completely switched to cultivating the sacred Tao system. The 11th day, dawn. Luoshu and many subordinate gods were reviewing the army on the parade ground, which had turned into a silver-black ocean. Ares walked over quickly, his cloak billowing behind him like a black sail. He presented a dark gold talisman with both hands, his knuckles turning white with excitement. Following your decree, the entire army of Rakia has now been initially strengthened. Luoshu did not take it, only raised his eyebrows slightly. Ares immediately understood, turned around, and gestured to the newly erected black commander's flag on the edge of the parade ground. The drum sounded only once, but it was like a giant god swinging a hammer, causing the mountain range to buzz and echo. Chapter 14. In an instant, 100,000 soldiers stepped forward simultaneously, the wind pressure raised by their iron boots tearing the morning mist to shreds. Streams of crimson blood energy rose from within their bodies, instantly transforming into surging smoke that wove together in the air, forming a cloud curtain that blotted out the sky. Beneath the cloud curtain, Fierce winds howled as the great army resonated, and faintly, the phantom of an ancient boss snake, capable of devouring all things, gradually took shape, roaring towards the heavens. All of them are at the third stage. The Luo Shu narrowed his eyes, his gaze passing through the cloud curtain to land on the spirited soldiers. It's barely acceptable. Beside him, Hermes and the other gods couldn't help but twitch their lips. This is barely acceptable. Your standards are truly high enough. You must know, when the Luo Shu first created the sacred Tao system, he had referenced the blessing of the gods during the initial stages. Therefore, although the 9 stages of the mortal realm and the LV-9 of the adventurers were completely different in direction, when looking only at combat power, they could actually correspond to each other. In other words, if this army of 100,000 on the drill ground were placed in Ora Rio, they would all be high-level adventurers comparable to LV. It is only the third stage. I have invested so many resources. If anyone cannot even take this step, they should quickly leave the army and go home to raise children. Watching the army rehearse on the drill ground, the Luo Shu commented rather dismissively. To allow more people to embark on the path of cultivation faster and more easily, he had specifically chosen the most universal martial arts practice for the 9 stages of the mortal realm. It did not require harsh talent thresholds like spiritual roots, special constitutions, or superhuman comprehension. One only needed to focus on martial arts to achieve success in the early stages. The first stage, body refining, focused on improving control over the physical body, and finally grasping the trace of spirituality within the body was considered perfection. Of course, the spirituality, here referred to the vitality possessed by any living being, not the more mysterious true spirit. If one could not endure hardship and did not want to practice martial arts, they only needed to eat more meat from exotic beasts containing spiritual energy, spiritual springs, and spiritual herbs, combined with secret medicinal diet recipes, to strengthen their spirituality to a point where it could be easily grasped. The second stage, nourishing life, was merely a process of nurturing the physique, which could also be easily completed with the help of external forces. After the physique was fully developed and one broke through to the third stage, they could circulate their blood energy to perform tendon changing and marrow cleansing for themselves. Only here would it require some time. In fact, the first 3 stages of the 9 stages of the mortal realm, and even the entire 9 stages of the mortal realm, could be quickly crossed as long as there was a sufficient supply of resources. The Luo Shu deliberately created such a system mainly to unleash the subjective initiative of the practitioners. There were simply too many exotic beasts, and fierce beasts in the Kangmang world, so he had to find a way to turn them from harm into treasure. Therefore, in the foundation building stage of the Saint Tao method, one only needed to eat, and eat to make great strides. With sufficient resources, there would be no bottlenecks at all. The combatants of Rakia are at least LV-1 adventurers. Even if they are limited by their achievements and unable to level up, they have never lagged behind in technique. So they only need to convert their system to easily break through to the second stage. Eris put her hands on her hips and smiled with a bit of pride. Combined with an unlimited supply of spiritual springs, we now have a full 100,000 third-stage soldiers, completely capable of steamrolling all the familia in Ora Rio. This kind of system is truly outrageous. Hermes clicked his tongue, feeling as if the efforts of the gods over 1,000 years were like a joke. However, thinking about it, it was understandable. This big shot had directly slaughtered an exotic beast comparable to a god, using it as cultivation resources for mortals. Since ancient times, no adventurer or ancient hero has ever been able to enjoy this level of treatment. It is a pity that it is still lacking quite a bit. Moving his gaze away from the ordinary soldiers, the Luo Shu cast his eyes toward the middle and upper-level officers acting as commanders, among whom there was no lack of experts at the 4th or even 5th stage. Under their integration, the 100,000-strong army seemed to be of one mind and body. The scattered killing intent, battle intent, and faith gradually condensed into a whole under the influence of the same root and source cultivation method, that is, the boss snake phantom condensed from the blood energy of the 10,000 armies. In order to increase the cultivation speed of these combatants, the Luo Shu specifically analyzed the essence of the boss snake and created the boss snake scripture. Theoretically, if an ordinary person could cultivate it to the peak and master the boss snake swallow's elephant divine ability, they could become invincible in the world instantly, and could even try to challenge the gods in the heavens, with the outcome remaining unknown. As for how exactly to cultivate it to the peak, the Luoshu indicated that he had already written the content of the 9 stages of the mortal realm, so the subsequent parts naturally had to be supplemented by them. Mainly, as the Luoshu, he could evolve countless changes relying on the Juntian force, so there was no need to dwell on these things at all. Ahem, in short, the military formation drill in front of him proved that by relying on the resonance of the same source cultivation method, the power of the entire army could indeed be gathered together. But this was not enough. At most it counted as 1 + 1 approaching 2, not even reaching 2, let alone greater than 2. If the envisioned legion combat power is to take shape, all soldiers must be strengthened to at least the 5th stage to collectively devour the energy of heaven and earth outwards, in the middle, supplemented by 7th stage officers with materialized spiritual power to connect the will of the soldiers, and finally, 9th stage generals who can unfold a mental image domain, turning the surrounding heaven and earth into their home field. With the 3 basic conditions met, the power gathering and will resonance of the 100,000-strong army, combined with the legion domain eroding the external environment, should be enough to suppress the individual great power of higher levels. As for the specific effect, it would only be clear after building a legion that meets the standards and testing it for real. But just hearing these 3 conditions, Eris and the other gods were already numb. 100,000 5th stage, is this number serious? The dungeon has existed for 3,000 years, all the first-class adventurers who have reached LV-5 from ancient times to the present, added together with the ancient heroes of corresponding combat power, might not even reach 10,000. The era has changed. Has it developed to such an outrageous point? Hermes whispered, licking his lips, not knowing how to describe this feeling at the moment. But he soon discovered that he was shocked too early. Thinking of testing the army's combat power, the Luoshu directly opened a space-time gate capable of crossing the 2 worlds. And so, one legendary figure after another descended back into the human world. Volume 123. Silence, Althea, god of travelers, and the gods of the kingdom of Rakia, it has been a long time. Indeed, returning from death and seeing familiar figures again, even if they are some unreliable gods, it is still moving. If possible, I hope the first acquaintance I see upon setting foot in my hometown again is those who are more worthy of respect. Is this a military camp? So many powerful auras, when did Rakia's military strength improve to this point? It must be because of the arrival of the great heavenly Venerable. 1-2-10. In the end, a full 30,000 resurrected people who had returned from death walked out of the space-time gate. Most of them were legendary adventurers who had passed away in the last 100 years, and still had attachments in the lower world. As for the others, they were building in the vast heavenly realm after all, time had passed for so long, and even if they lived a second life, apart from seeing familiar gods, they did not know what else they could do upon returning. Rather than being stirred by the scenery, it was better to stay in the heavenly realm, and welcome a brand new life together with familiar friends, and old enemies from the same era, ancient heroes heard of in stories, and juniors never known before. A few minutes later, the light of the space-time gate gradually faded, as if it had never been opened. However, the shock it left behind was like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up monstrous waves in the depths of every god's soul. Hermes lowered the brim of his hat, smiling as he commented, "Truly a miraculous reunion, a great achievement even the gods could only look forward to but never seek." On the drill ground, the deathly silence was broken. It was a silence frozen by great fear and disbelief, which was then torn apart by irrepressible exclamations and the sound of gasping for air. Rakia was a militaristic nation that had invaded Orario many times, only to be forced to return in defeat every time. To put it clearly, these legends who had returned from death were basically psychological shadows from their youth for the older combatants in the Ares Familia. The god of war in the front row of the army subconsciously gripped his sword hilt, his knuckles making a crisp sound like raw iron rubbing against each other. But seemingly thinking of something, this man wearing bright red armor suddenly revealed a look of ecstasy and laughed wildly. Heroic warriors returning from the underworld, taking up swords to step onto the battlefield again, it truly makes one's blood boil. The key was that at this very moment, these legendary adventurers were not standing on the opposite side of the kingdom of Rakia, but were comrades in arms under the same god. Was there any start in the world more dreamy than this? It seems a large group of people will not be able to sit still, the goddess of discord, Eris, muttered. She could clearly perceive that over 30,000 powerful auras had appeared out of thin air on this land. Not the souls of the dead, but true lives possessing vitality and a future, each one comparable to the reinforced elite soldiers on the drill ground, or even surpassing them. The final carnival before the opening of a new era. I like it. The crisp sound of heels cut into the deathly silence. The Empress of the Hera Familia, the only LV-9 in Aurario's history, walked out from the crowd of resurrected people. Her gaze swept past Hermes and his ilk, then quickly skipped over them. Before she even spoke, her aura was enough to look down upon the lazy gods. Great Heavenly Venerable, you brought us to this war-torn nation. I wonder what orders you have to issue. Because of the different flow of time, after many legendary adventurers on the field were resurrected, they had already stayed in the vast heavenly realm for nearly a month. During this adaptation period, they had already realized that the god before them was completely different from the gods of Danmarki, who had no definite goals and only knew how to idle away their time. The other party was a supreme expert with a clear path, who would mercilessly remove or even eliminate obstacles standing in front of him, and then firmly walk forward. Such a person was unlikely to do meaningless things on formal occasions. Let's first test the combat power of this legion. The Luoshu's gaze swept casually over the 100,000-strong army on the drill ground. Even though they had repeatedly fallen into defeat at the hands of first-class adventurers in the past, in fact, their combat experience and techniques were not weak, and they also exuded the weight and sharpness precipitated after experiencing countless baptisms of blood and fire. It was just that in the Danmarki worldview, the gap in levels was really difficult to make up for by quantity, which made them seem insignificant in the blessing system. Understood. Without saying any extra words, the Empress directly signaled her companions from the Hera Familia to step onto the battlefield together. Then, led by Maxim, Zard, and others, came the members of the Zeus Familia who were once allies with the Hera Familia. Next, one after another, resurrected people organized themselves into teams by their respective familia to prepare for battle. Until the end, the only ones left by the Luoshu's side were the members of the Astrea Familia, symbolizing justice and order, and a cold-tempered, indifferent woman with detachment in her eyes. She had long silver-gray hair, heterochromatic eyes of green and gray, and wore a distinctively layered, exquisitely crafted evening gown, giving people the illusion that she was always ready to attend a forest party. Althea of the Hera Familia. Titled Silence, a hero called the incarnation of talent by the gods. Gulp. It was unknown who abruptly made the sound of swallowing saliva, but it was obvious that facing this monster with the most talent in the history of the lower world, not only the members of the Astrea Familia, but even the gods of Rakia and Hermes felt deep pressure. This was mainly because 2 years ago, she had joined forces with Erebus, Zard, and others, in the image of a villain, to lead the Great Struggle event. In this event, not a few familia were severely damaged or eliminated, and even a large number of gods were sent back directly. By the way, the Astrea Familia was one of the main forces facing the Evolus during the Great Struggle event, and was even more so the hero that Althea had hoped to create by holding back the entire time, and using herself as nourishment. As for the result, the Astrea Familia did indeed welcome a full member upgrade after Althea died, and then, less than 2 years later, they were nearly wiped out under the trap of the Evolus, with only one lone survivor left in the entire Familia, while the others had all rapidly caught up to Althea. Therefore, as the same batch of resurrected people, the scene when these two groups met again could be described as quite spectacular. A subtle smile of watching the fun crossed the Luoshu's lips. It has been a while since you returned to the human world. Have you not gotten along with each other yet? Althea. The woman in the evening gown was silent, raising her hand to casually tuck up her silver hair that hung to her waist. Justice and evil, the relationship between us was never good to begin with. Of course, more importantly, a certain god's plan was completely unreliable. Saying something about losing to Aurario adventurers in the image of a villain to become a stepping stone for a new era. As a result, wasn't it completely meaningless? Sure enough, after death, everything is empty. Don't think about being able to influence the world of the living. Believing in the ability of those who come after, and arbitrarily dumping goals that one could not complete oneself onto others. That is even more foolish. Volume 124. The world craves the arrival of heroes. Althea Senpai, don't say that. Everyone has died once, so let the past grievances drift away with the wind. The captain of the Astrea Familia, Elise Lovell, showed a cheerful and optimistic smile, showing no intention of treating Althea as an enemy at all. By the way, it has been less than 2 months since our deaths. If we go back to Rio now, it would definitely give Goddess Astrea and Ryu Lion a fright, right? That good-for-nothing elf, Gajono Kagaya, who looked like a pitiful Yamato Nadeshiko in a black-haired kimono, but was actually rude and sharp-tongued, frowned slightly. She is probably still curled up in a corner with teary eyes, right? Haha, I know that Kagaya and Ryu Lion are very close, and you entrusted your weapons to her before you died, but you can't keep using this tsundere attitude towards people you care about. Elise, who wore a red ponytail and was called the Red Flower of Justice by the gods, chuckled and teased, and without waiting for Gajono Kagaya to retort, she skipped to ask the Luo Shu, "My god, I wonder when you can give us a few days off. Since we are already alive, I also want to go and solve the mess left behind before we died." Not only to greet the former main god Astrea, and the surviving companion of the Familia, Ryu Lion, and tell them that she was alive, but also those Evelas who set traps for them in the dungeon, causing the Familia to be nearly wiped out. She also wanted to hold her sword to settle the score. Regarding this, the Luo Shu's response was very clear. Rakia still needs manpower. Later, let Hermes make a trip to bring over all the gods who are willing to join. As for Rio, I will go but not now. Once the various nations of the continent are unified, that will be the final target. After speaking, the Luo Shu looked at Hermes. This god of travelers immediately stepped forward, took off his hat, and performed a subject salute. Naturally, I will be your most capable messenger, persuading the gods of Rio to bring their familius and defect. This was not a difficult task. Just based on these resurrected legendary adventurers before us, gods like Astrea, who hold regrets, would definitely rush over to join the moment they receive the news. As for the rest, as long as one prescribes the right medicine according to their individual preferences, it would be very easy to resolve. The key is that the Luo Shu does not want just any trash, so he still needs to put in some effort when screening suitable candidates. Unifying the nations of the continent. Elise muttered somewhat uneasily, I hope that after the nations are unified in the future, everyone can live a good life. To be fair, because of the stereotype of Rakia as a warring nation, the young girl was actually full of worry regarding this act of launching a conquest against all countries on the continent. But the will of the god could not be refuted when reshaping the physical bodies for hundreds of thousands of souls. The Luo Shu naturally did not retain the blessing of the gods on them. Their strength remained, but the marks of other gods had been cleansed. However, they could still level up through great feats in the future. It was just that because the emperor looked down on this system, and lacked the free time to update the blessings for hundreds of thousands of people daily, he set this thing to a mode where adventurers update it themselves. In short, from the perspective of Elise and the others, this situation was more like being granted the miracle called resurrection by the new main god, Emperor Juntian, at the cost of converting sects and changing allegiance. If viewed from the perspective of a contract, this level of grace was perhaps a bit too generous. After all, for the vast majority of adventurers, a familia is actually just a workplace similar to a company. After Tiona and Tioni of the Loki familia terminated their contracts with the main god who managed their home country, in order to earn a living, they would even change familias every year until they arrived in Rio and chose a long-term residence. In this world, the main gods who are willing to manage their familia like a family are ultimately in the minority. If there is a better place to go, it is not a rare occurrence for an adventurer and a main god to negotiate the termination of a contract. Although more often than not, it is actually because a familia is defeated by another stronger familia that causes the adventurer to be forced to convert. You still have the leisure to think about these boring things. Unlike the justice-minded Elise, Ever since her resurrection, Althea had already determined the goal she must complete in this life. The day of the end is not far off. If we do not obtain the power to defeat that black dragon before it awakens, the entire lower world will be destroyed by the dungeon's fury. The world yearns for the arrival of heroes. This is the expectation that countless factions, and all the gods on the continent are speaking of. Its ultimate target is the three powerful monsters that came to the surface from the dungeon in ancient times. 10 years ago, when the power of Zeus and Hera reached its peak, the Familia known as the strongest in history prepared thoroughly, and attempted to deal with these three great monster quests all at once. As a result, they only succeeded in defeating the king of the land and the overlord of the sea, and were completely wiped out before the one-eyed black dragon. When the nest is overturned, how can there be intact eggs? Thus, subjugating this final monster that symbolizes the end became the long-cherished wish of the entire lower world. All internal conflicts outside of this belong to trivial matters and need to be cast aside. Although the unification of the nations of the continent is important, it actually does not exceed this scope. Unifying the nations and ruling over the land is naturally a feat beyond imagination. If such a talent could emerge from the ranks of the adventurers, the gods would certainly not mind adding fuel to the fire, gathering the power of the entire lower world to face the coming end. But the key is that there isn't one. In this case, given the gods' own stance on the game, they would not think about unification. After all, the seeds of the blessing can only bloom into the most magnificent flowers in the soil of conflict. The Black Dragon. The Luoshu cast his gaze toward a certain region in the northern part of the continent, then calmly withdrew it. That thing does not seem important. The key is the dungeon that gave birth to these monsters. In the Danmaki world, the reason why the one-eyed black dragon is called the End is mainly because the dungeon bestowed upon this type of monster the nature of targeting divine power. In other words, when gods face them, it is like throwing a meat bun at a dog. Therefore, they can only rely on the adventurers who emerge from humanity to subjugate them. And the dungeon that can specifically give birth to god-slaying monsters is clearly on a level above the gods. Even if it is not as good as the heavenly realm, I fear it is not far off. In this way, the combination of the heavenly realm, the lower world, and the dungeon is, to a certain extent, an alternative three-realm structure. But whether it is or not will have to wait until he goes to see it for himself to be clear. Volume 125. The era of adventurers has ended. The time for idle chat quickly ended, once both armies on the drill ground were prepared. The Luoshu snapped his fingers, and an invisible, great power erupted from within him, instantly enveloping the entire stage. The world was suddenly like it had been pressed with a replace key. The originally solid ground transformed into a boundless, hazy, and chaotic gray plain. The sky folded layer upon layer, and the sun, moon, and stars were divided into the 3 enclosures and 28 mansions, all revolving around the eternal Emperor Star. And the 2 armies stood distinctly at the 2 ends of the plain. The atmosphere on the field was extremely grim. Is this the mental image domain that can be condensed after the sacred Tao system steps into the 9 stages of the mortal realm? Hermes and the other gods of the Danmaki world clicked their tongues, with expressions that said, "Don't lie to me. I can completely unseal my divine power here without worrying about being detected by the rules of the heavenly realm," Eris said with a strange expression, asserting directly, "This is clearly a small world that completely overwrites reality." Althea, Elise, and the others were even more silent. It is well known that gods cannot use divine power in the lower world. Any monster that comes along could beat them to the ground. Therefore, adventurers habitually regard the gods as existences that need protection. Even if other legends went down to the field to prepare for a brawl with the Rakia army, they tacitly left a group of people to accompany the Luoshu. But now it seems, if something were to actually happen that was enough to cause the god to be sent back to the heavenly realm, then their little bit of strength would seem to be of no use at all. It feels like what is needed more around the god is some maids or secretaries, specifically responsible for handling intelligence, general affairs, and the like. Pure guards seem to have no meaning. Regarding the low murmurs of the adventurers, the Luoshu just smiled and did not explain too much. Theoretically, this is indeed a domain naturally manifested from the mental image of a practitioner, after stepping into the 9 stages of the mortal realm. As for why the scale of this domain could reach this point, one can only say that people cannot be compared with one another. The Luo Shu's true body had at least received the baptism of the origin of a heavenly realm, carrying the authority of the Luo Shu condensed from billions of laws. The mental image manifested naturally contained the characteristics of the world itself, capable of distorting space-time and rewriting laws to a certain extent. The next moment, the Emperor's voice was calm and magnificent, resounding in the depths of the souls of every existence within the domain. In this drill ground, the boundary between life and death has become blurred. You may go all out, no need to worry about casualties. The moment the words fell, the 100,000-strong army of Rakia immediately cast aside their shock at the current situation and quickly lined up to meet the enemy anyway. The miracles displayed by the Emperor were not just once or twice. For the glory of Rakia. Following the command of a general clad in heavy armor, the 100,000-strong army moved. Rhythmic drumbeats sounded, each one hitting the frequency of blood energy resonance, guiding all the soldiers to form a huge phalanx together, shouting in unison. The sound waves were monstrous. The next second an astonishing scene appeared. The blood energy within all the soldiers seemed to have found a common source, crazily surging toward the center. Their skin took on a bronze luster, veins bulged like horned dragons, and they let out beast-like roars from their mouths. An overwhelming, irresistible blood-colored energy shot into the sky, rapidly twisting and shaping in the air, finally turning into a boss snake phantom that was 100 zhang long with ferocious scales and claws. The boss snake opened its bloodthirsty mouth, letting out a silent roar, with destructive energy brewing within it, as if it wanted to devour all enemies before it. Interesting, is this the strength that those cats of Rakia can display? On the other side of the battlefield, the former legends clicked their tongues in wonder after seeing this scene. But to say they were afraid, that was naturally impossible. The enemy was merely 100,000 soldiers, but they had a full 30,000 adventurers. Although the number was small, the quality was terrifying. The level 9 Empress, several level 8s led by Maxim, a score of level 7s including Zard, plus numerous level 6s and level 5s, just the power of these first-class adventurers was enough to sweep through all the cities and nations on the continent. All familiars, follow your own habits. Engage the enemy. The Empress's cold voice rang out, devoid of any emotion. Behind her, the 30,000 adventurers reacted instantly. They did not assemble but fought individually like scattered sand, yet there was an invisible tacit understanding between them. Facing the sky-covering boss snake phantom, the leader Maxim let out a long howl, his voice like rolling thunder. The giant axe in his hand was raised high, with dazzling golden light flashing on the blade, and he himself turned into a golden lightning bolt, fiercely slashing toward the boss snake's head. Boom! The sound of metal clashing turned into tangible sound waves, sweeping across the entire domain. Maxim collided fiercely with the boss snake phantom, bursting with extremely brilliant light, illuminating the gray sky as if it were daytime. However, not 2 seconds later, the small figure was knocked flying several kilometers away like a meteorite, carving out a huge gully along the way. Captain, you idiot! Zard slapped his forehead speechlessly. Knowing clearly that the phantom before him, which had gathered the power of 10,000 armies, was not right, he still took the initiative to crash into it head-on. Even if it was out of excitement to see a new challenge, and wanting to experience the power of the new system firsthand, doing this was a bit too reckless. Don't mind that guy, attack. The Empress of the Hera Familia was clearly already used to her allies' usual unreliability. While Maxim was attracting the enemy's firepower head-on, a trace of cold determination flashed in her golden eyes. She had no extra words, just elegantly raised her hand, and the adventurers behind her dispersed instantly like a pack of wolves that had received the highest order. Each of their fighting styles was completely different. Some had sword light like a net, harvesting lives in close combat as if taking things from a bag. Some were like assassins, weaving through the army freely, specifically targeting vital points, and there were even mages chanting at super speed, directly joining companions to conduct firepower suppression. This seemingly chaotic coordination method, combined with the adventurer's more powerful individual strength, achieved the effect of a tiger entering a flock of sheep, completely disrupting the formation of the Rakia army in just a few minutes. The outcome of the battle seemed to have been destined from the moment it began. In the spectator seats, Ares let out a cold laugh full of dissatisfaction. Do you really think it's still the situation where first-class adventurers can come and go freely in an army? The times have changed long ago. Let me show you the brand new blessing that Rakia obtained from the Emperor. Block them. Change formation immediately. On the battlefield, the commander of the 100,000-strong army, the general who had successfully converted and stepped into the fifth stage with the assistance of a series of resources, and could actively draw energy from heaven and earth, roared loudly, flames of near madness burning in his eyes. Once, he was ordered by Ares to lead the army to launch attacks on the nations of the continent and Rio time and time again, but each time, he was defeated by the individual combat power of those extremely strong adventurers. This time, the great Emperor Juntian is watching from the spectator seats. How can he repeat the same mistakes? Activate Blood Soul Sacrifice, target at any cost, kill them. This order was like a thunderclap, exploding in the hearts of every Rakia soldier. Blood Soul Sacrifice. That was the most tragic combat method passed down by the Luo Shu when training this army, and it was only allowed to be used when they were determined to perish with the enemy. And once activated, the life force and blood energy of all participants would be instantly drained, gathering into a torrent of power that could destroy heaven and earth. Although it is just a mock battle right now, since the boundary between life and death has been blurred, they naturally have to exhaust everything to achieve victory. For the glory of Rakia. For the Emperor's grace. Burn the last drop of blood. After a brief hesitation, the 100,000-strong army let out a heaven-shaking roar. They did not try to form a defensive formation again, abandoning all techniques, relying only on instinct, and crazily charged toward the core area of the adventurer group. Not good. The Empress felt the crazy momentum rushing toward her, completely disregarding their own lives, and her pupils shrank suddenly. This feeling, in a trance, even made her recall the thrilling moment when she risked her life with the 3 great monster quests. Before her resurrection, she had crossed such danger once, twice, but finally fell on the road of subjugating the Black Dragon on the 3rd time. The adventurers also noticed that something was wrong. These Rakia soldiers were simply like dying beasts, unafraid of pain. Even if their necks were slashed by swords, they would still use their teeth and claws to bite off a piece of flesh from their bodies. Chapter 16, Steady the Formation. Do not get split up and surrounded. Maxim shouted, his voice carrying an unprecedented gravity. But it was too late. Just as the army fell into chaotic battle, the commander of Rakia slammed his sword into the ground, using all his strength to let out a soul-piercing scream, off-airing. A visible blood-red halo spread out from the general as the center, instantly covering the entire battlefield. The bodies of the 100,000-strong army lit up with blinding red light. Their skin withered at a visible rate, and their life essence and blood energy were forcibly extracted, turning into thick blood-red chains that converged into the sky. The sky, originally a gray, chaotic canopy, was stained with a rich, unmelting blood color. Rumble. The earth trembled and space groaned. An indescribable heavy pressure descended from the sky, as if the weight of the entire world were pressing down on the shoulders of the adventurers. Their speed slowed down instantly, their movements became sluggish, and every sword swing or movement cost dozens of times more effort than usual. What on earth is this thing? Feeling the invisible gravity field forcibly stripping away the mobility and speed advantage of the adventurers, Zard let out a strange cry and punched away all the soldiers blocking his path. But it was useless. The next second, a dozen blood-red chains entangled him. He felt like he was swimming in thick syrup. Not only were his strength and speed suppressed, but even his spirit began to verge on madness under the erosion of the 100,000-strong army's will to perish together. Maxim roared, the golden light on his body becoming even more dazzling. He swung his weapon to defeat one enemy after another, but he was ultimately bound by the increasingly heavy gravity field. Blood-red chains were applied to his body, and the massive life energy within him immediately became their nourishment, further increasing the number of these ghostly things. Everyone, find a way to break out of the battlefield. The Empress's graceful demeanor wavered for the first time, and fine beads of sweat seeped from her temples. She could feel the strength within her body being constantly worn away and swallowed by that blood-red energy. Who could have imagined that those bastards from Rakia would choose a mutually destructive, lose-lose tactic without a word? Should one say that's typical of that madman Ares's nation? They were simply a bunch of lunatics. The body of the Rakia commander had already turned into a dried corpse, but his voice seemed to still be echoing. The blood-red energy in the sky reached its peak, turning into a giant web that blotted out the sun, covering everyone below, without distinguishing between friend or foe. Thus the flames of destruction ignited, wanting to burn the entire world to ashes. In the observation stands, Luo Shu, the gods, and Althea watched the tragic battlefield in the distance in silence. They saw the Empress and Maxim make a decisive choice, leading all the adventurers to break out. Relying on tenacious will and superior personal strength, they fought hard through the gaps in the giant blood-red web. Swordlight severed the chains, magic tore through the blood mist, but with every step forward, the figures of companions fell in the bloodlight, turning into lifeless dried corpses, then turning to ash under the engulfment of the blood-red flames. In just a few minutes, the team of 30,000 adventurers was completely decimated. In the end, only a few level 8s and the sole level 9 broke through the blockade. But just when they thought they had escaped, the sea of fire stretching for dozens of kilometers exploded directly after the last Rakia soldier died, then spread, unleashing the impact symbolizing destruction. Thus the remaining adventurers were also swallowed, and no one survived on the entire battlefield. Has the era of adventurers come to an end? Althea closed her eyes, seemingly displeased with the chaotic noise on the field. That seems to be the case. Today we really witnessed quite an extraordinary scene. Hermes adjusted the hat on his head, sighing with a tone that contained unknown emotions. The power of those 30,000 adventurers was actually comparable to the prime of the lower world 10 years ago, perhaps even stronger. After all, these resurrected legends were powerhouses who had died in different eras over the past 100 years. Theoretically, it was impossible to gather them in the same time period. It took the gods 1,000 years to have that opportunity 10 years ago. But how long did it take for the Luo Shu to create such an army capable of perishing together with them? Not even a month. Not to mention, the continent had a population of hundreds of millions. Even if the 100,000-strong army perished in one day, they could produce another 100,000, 200,000, or even a million more. And the number of adventurers was scarce. Even if they were the fastest on record, it would take at least a year to advance from level 1 to level 2. Therefore, the death of any top-tier adventurer would be an irreparable loss. It seems they can barely be put to use. Luo Shu nodded calmly, confirming that the next step of the plan could be initiated. Thus, an invisible great power instantly modified the laws within the domain. The concept of death was negated, and the 130,000 fallen soldiers stood up one after another. Volume 126. A much broader horizon. Luo Shu flicked his finger, and the domain shattered into sky-filling light feathers, scattering in pieces. The gray plains, the blood-red sky, and the burning battlefield all receded. The blinding sunlight passed through the clouds above the drill ground, sprinkling onto the 100,000-strong army, and the 30,000 adventurers who felt as if a lifetime had passed. Or rather, they had indeed died once just now. It was just that the Luo Shu adjusted the rules within the domain and resurrected them all. Luo Shu stood on the high platform, his black robes fluttering in the wind. He raised his hand and waved, and an invisible military order spread throughout the army like flowing water. Lift the martial exercise state, the army returns to formation. Later, officers of the 4th rank and above and all level 1 adventurers come to see me. After speaking, the Luo Shu let the gods of Rakia go down to organize the army, while he himself took people to the central tent first. I didn't expect the changes of the era to be so rapid. It seems we old fogies are truly behind the times. Having just returned from death and facing the sudden switch of the surrounding scene, even with the psychological quality of Zeus Familia's captain, Maxim, it took him several minutes to recover. Few cured meat are the old fogies. I am still young, haven't married yet, and am in the prime of my youth. With a cold hum of dissatisfaction, the captain of Hera Familia put down her weapon and crossed her arms, but a similarly complex expression appeared on her face. Ha, isn't this good? The ancient era, the heroic era, the adventurer eras are always constantly changing and moving forward. Zard let out a hearty, comfortable laugh. As long as someone can defeat the Black Dragon and suppress the dungeon, it doesn't matter if the adventurer era comes to an end. 10 years ago, Zeus Familia once subjugated the Land King, Behemoth. In that battle, it was Zard who turned the tide. This was because he had a special skill godly feast, which allowed him to strengthen himself by eating. The objects of his consumption included monsters and people. The stronger the object eaten, the greater the increase in his own strength. In that subjugation battle, in order to defeat Behemoth, Zard directly devoured the monster's flesh, which greatly increased his strength, allowing him to defeat the opponent with a single blow. However, Behemoth's body was filled with potent poison. The price Zard paid for doing so was being eroded by the most terrifying poison in the world, and from then on, he was constantly in the torment of his body rotting, which even Aurario's best medical personnel could hardly cure. It was precisely because he knew his time was limited that he, together with Althea, who was also tormented by illness, participated in Erebus's plan after the failure of the Zeus Familia and Hera Familia's expedition against the Black Dragon to motivate Aurario's adventurers, acting as dark villains to oppose Aurario's various familias, becoming experience points for the latecomers to level up. However, compared to Althea, he was even luckier. At least the hero he selected, Otter, successfully advanced to level 7 as he wished, becoming Aurario's strongest and still alive, unlike the Astrea Familia, who followed in their senior's footsteps after 2 years. But even so, regarding whether Otter could take over the unfinished mission of his seniors, complete the subjugation of the one-eyed Black Dragon, and lead the lower world to overcome the end, Zard could only say that he had done everything he could to the extreme before he died. But the fact was that the once prosperous Zeus Familia and Hera Familia had both failed. Now Aurario, with only 2 level 7s as its strongest, was much weaker than it was 10 years ago, making it completely impossible for people to be optimistic. Ha. That's right. Throwing the burden of saving the world onto the juniors was just a helpless compromise when we didn't have much time left. Now that I'm resurrected, the brothers are back too, and even that damn poison has been purged by the Luoshu's blessing. Speaking of this, Zard looked down at his intact palms. The potent poison that once eroded him like a curse, causing his body to rot, had disappeared without a trace. Replacing it was the surging power within his body, even more vigorous than when he devoured Behemoth. He clenched his fist suddenly, his knuckles making a cracking sound, his mouth curling into a nearly wild arc. Starting over, I must slaughter that damn lizard. That's true. The Empress's furrowed brow involuntarily relaxed. Whether the adventurer's end is not important. As long as we can kill that one-eyed Black Dragon and overcome the day of doom, any price is worth it. Her golden eyes swept over the Rakia army gathering in the distance, her fingertips unconsciously tracing through the air. Now it seems that this Legion model, which is easy to cultivate, is indeed more suitable than the Adventurer Familia. In extreme situations, directly using blood soul sacrifice on the Black Dragon, even if they couldn't perish together with that monster, they would certainly be able to severely injure it. Then, recovering to their prime or even stronger than their prime, because Zard and Althea's illnesses were cured, the Hera Familia and Zeus Familia would swarm up, and they would surely be able to solve that incarnation of the end. Taking a step back, even if an accident occurred leading to failure, and the Salvation Team was wiped out for a second time, with the population of the entire continent, pulling out another 100,000 or 1,000,000-strong army would not be a difficult task. Hope still remained. Then let us regroup and challenge the 3 great quests again. Maxim's laughter exploded like thunder. His palm, large as a fan, slapped heavily on Zard's shoulder. Last time you were absent because of the poison, this time all the members of our familia will fight side by side, with no more regrets. Saying this, Maxim had already decided to change his system afterwards, and do everything possible to enhance his strength. Even as an old fogey from the old era, no one said he couldn't smuggle into the new era, right? And as the captain of the Zeus Familia, once the pinnacle of Rio, he still had some confidence in his command ability. It just so happened that the 100,000-strong Rakia army currently lacked top-tier combat power. As long as he brought a large number of level 1 adventurers to integrate into it, he could immediately fill the deficiency and become the trump card against the one-eyed black dragon. Thinking about it this way was quite exciting. Accepting the blessing of the gods and being an adventurer wasn't bad, but commanding a myriad of troops to conquer the black dragon was a much broader horizon for him. "Captain, you brute," Zard touched his shoulder that had been slapped in pain, but laughed heartily, even squeezing a tear from the corner of his eye. "Then it's settled. After we crush this last world-class quest, we'll set up a big pot together and boil that black dragon's meat for a victory celebration. You're still so fond of eating. Is Behemoth's poison not enough for you?" After the commotion, the adventurers did not forget the Luo Shu's order. When the Rakia army returned to formation, they followed the gods with a group of officers into the council tent. Luo Shu, sitting at the head, saw this, looked around at the people beside him, and finally selected the girl with the red ponytail. "Elise, you record this. I am making the following arrangements." Volume 127. Declaring war on all countries on the continent. "Elise, you record this. I am making the following arrangements." The captain of the Astrea Familia pointed at herself, her eyes wide with some incomprehension. She was supposed to be a combatant, right? Why was she assigned to record paperwork? But looking around at the many officers and adventurers present, it seemed everyone was a combatant. So the red flower of justice quickly revealed a dashing smile. "Yes. Guarantee to complete the mission." Luo Shu glanced at the other party without saying much. Anyway, he just picked someone who felt suitable. At least she was a member of a familia that symbolized order and justice. She should be more reliable than the bloodthirsty boors of Rakia, right? "First is the next goal." The Luo Shu's voice fell like cold iron, clearly reaching everyone's ears. "I want you to select 20,000 suitable members from the 30,000 adventurers, integrate them with the 100,000-strong army of Rakia, and then divide into 10 routes to unify all countries on the continent with the highest efficiency. That is, to organize 10 legions from the 100,000 soldiers and 20,000 adventurers, with each army having about 12,000 combatants. Rakia's foundation was ultimately a bit thin. Even with the input of Luo Shu's resources, which strengthened all soldiers to above the 3rd rank, they were still very scarce in terms of top-tier combat power, and had to be specifically guarded against decapitation tactics. But as long as the resurrected legendary adventurers were mixed in as officers at all levels, that defect would no longer be a defect. At that time, I will deploy teleportation arrays to teleport the 8 legions to 8 areas including the east, southeast, and south of the continent. His right hand swept across the void, and a map recording all countries and cities on the continent was unfolded. His fingertips drew 10 arrows on it. The first army and the second army will set off from Rakia, pointing directly at Rio and the port city of Melon. The teleportation point for the third army is the Far East Island nation under the rule of the Amaterasu Familia, and it needs to conquer all forces in the eastern part of the continent along the way. The teleportation point for the fourth army is the war country Telskura ruled by the Kali Familia, and its combat mission is to unify the southeast of the continent. The teleportation point for the fifth army. After the 8 legions complete their respective goals and unify the various regions of the continent, the commanding generals need to reorganize the qualified combatants of the various countries to join the team. In the end, the 10 routes of troops will integrate all the combat power on the continent, gather in Rio, and then head north to subjugate the one-eyed black dragon. Chapter 17. Of course, to the Luo Shu, that monster symbolizing the end was actually nothing. His goal was the unification of the lower world, and while he was at it, to study the dungeon capable of breeding assassins of the gods. But in the Danmaki world, subjugating the black dragon was the most resounding righteous cause. Holding this banner high could effectively boost the morale of his own side and lower the enemy's resistance. That is roughly what needs to be done. Does anyone have any questions? Elise, who was taking notes, suddenly put down her pen and looked up to ask, if we encounter die-hard elements who refuse to surrender, how should they be dealt with? The young girl did not have the slightest doubt that the army under the Luo-Shu could conquer the various nations of the land. Whether it was Reikia's army of 100,000 or the 30,000 resurrected legendary adventurers, they were an overwhelmingly powerful military force capable of crushing this era. The key was that once war began, sacrifices were inevitable. As the captain of the Astrea Familia, Elise felt she should clarify a few things. Naturally, kill those who should be killed, and capture those who should be captured. The Luo-Shu did not hesitate, his voice revealing an unquestionable coldness. The dead will be judged by the underworld after the war, until then, enemies are merely enemies. As for the living, throw them into the Bashi mountain range to mine. It is constantly converting the earth's energy, and has birthed quite a few good things. We are currently in need of some laborers who aren't afraid of death. In the future, once he had completely taken over this world, the rules regarding the reckoning of sins, the definition of merits and demerits, and the reincarnation of souls would naturally be reformulated by the Luo-Shu. This was the authority that belonged to the victor. Additionally, once the war begins, the seals of the Bashi mountain range will gradually open. The abundant spiritual energy within will spread to every corner of the lower world, following the footsteps of the army. During this period, all cultivation resources will be prioritized for the army. While you are campaigning and recruiting warriors from various nations, you must also find ways to use your wisdom to perfect the various loopholes and shortcomings in the legion system. In the Luo-Shu's vision, the greatness of the celestial army lay in gathering the energy of all soldiers to form cloud energy, which could suppress the enemy and enhance one's own side, connecting the will of the entire army to transmit high-level combat techniques and achieve unity of heart, and then, the commander and soldiers together forging a domain to create a home field advantage, negating all unfavorable elements, including injury, defeat, and death. If all the above conditions were truly met, then ordinary soldiers would be able to possess the techniques that only commanders of a higher realm could display. The resonance of will would gather an overwhelming momentum, and combined with cloud energy suppression and domain lockdown, they could directly press the strong into weaklings. This was only the mortal stage. Once all soldiers broke through to the demigod and divine realms, becoming true celestial soldiers, and integrated various talents and authorities into it, even the domain would be sublimated into a temporarily open different world. That would probably be enough to hold up the facade for the heavenly court. Hearing the earnest expectations in the Luo-Shu's words, everyone present could not help but feel a heavy weight on their shoulders. Under such good conditions, if they still couldn't complete the mission, they would feel they had no face to return alive. Of course, although there was pressure, none of the many commanders felt that with the strength of their faction, they would truly face failure. Maxim even stood out directly to ask, after we conquer those nations and reorganize the combatants into the army, we will head to Oro to rendezvous. What should we do about the territories we have conquered? It wouldn't do to just fight to our heart's content, and then ignore the lives of the populace, right? It was easy to conquer the world, but difficult to govern it. If they had to dispatch troops to maintain public order, the combat power for the future subjugation of the Black Dragon might not be sufficient. Regarding this, the Luo-Shu directly designated Elise, and the members of the Astrea Familia with Elise, and the former guardians of order in Oro as the leaders. The remaining 10,000 adventurers will form a governing team together with the non-combatant personnel of Reikia. You can unite with local forces on the spot. I have only one requirement: before the Black Dragon is subjugated, there must not be any major turmoil on this land. This requirement sounded somewhat high, but in this world possessing extraordinary power, it was not considered very difficult. Elise's expression only became slightly solemn, and then she accepted the mission gravely. Are there any other questions? Everyone shook their heads. Thus the Luo-Shu turned his gaze toward Ares, signaling that he could now display his specialty. Then, declare war directly. To Oro, to Telskura, to the elf secret realm. Declare war on all nations on this land. Volume 128. Rio Lion's Nightmare and Redemption, which side is orthodox? Dungeon City, Oro. The Astrea Familia, symbolizing order and justice, which was still serving as the city's guardians over a month ago. The once lively and warm headquarters had now become a haunted house, with desolation and loneliness constantly torturing the only survivor who had crawled out of hell. She wanted to die. Why was it only she, who was worthless, who had survived alone? Numbly collapsing onto the sofa where she once frolicked with her companions, the nightmare of that day assaulted the elf's vision once again. The tragedy began with an unprecedented explosion. That day, in order to leave their nemesis Rudra Familia with nowhere to hide, the Astrea Familia came to the lower floors of the dungeon, but ended up being lured by the enemy into a trap which was a random bombardment act using a large number of explosive firestones. The tremors were slow to subside, and the sound of collapsing rubble echoed from afar. The labyrinth was shrouded in darkness, as if night had arrived. Ryu Lion listened to the sound while propping up her body. "Is everyone okay? That was close. It really was a trap. To think they wanted to bury us alive with bombs, it's honestly tasteless to the point of being laughable." The voices of Elise, Lyra, Gajono Kagaya, and other members came from around her. Some of them who kicked away the rubble and stood up were injured, but all were safe and sound. "Why are you still alive? You cheap women of the Astrea Familia, do you know how many firestones we invested here?" Deep within the thick smoke where the heat waves whipped up massive sparks, members of the Rudra Familia let out angry roars. To prevent any unexpected situations, they had scattered over 100 firestones throughout the dungeon. Judging by the scale of the explosion, this could be said to be a trap where the Evolus exhausted their final strength. "You really have done it, desperados. But your tricks end here. We will end the Evolus and the era of sin right here." Elisa's words were fluent and powerful, and Ryu, and the others waiting behind her also had sharp gazes. Seeing that they had finally cornered the enemy, but just at that moment, the dungeon cried out, accompanied by an extraordinary, inorganic high-pitched range, as if a blade were sliding across a taut silver string. That thing appeared. With a cracking sound, a wide, long, and deep fissure darted through the depths of the collapsed giant wall. Just as Ryu's eyes caught the crimson light flickering inside the fissure, the next moment, a fierce diagonal line flew past, and the members of the Astrea Familia were severed. No one could perceive it. In a situation where even the person themselves hadn't realized it, a life ended. The blue-purple claws flashed coldly and ruthlessly, dismembering the girl's body into 3 pieces. No, Noin. The second person. The upper body of the beastman Knees, who called out the dead girl's name, exploded. The third person. The vanguard Astrea was crushed flat, along with the shield she had raised in a panic. In just a few seconds, 3 people had died in succession. Warm liquid stuck to Ryu's cheeks and long ears. In an instant, Ryu realized that they would never return. Ah! Witnessing the death of her companions caused Ryu to lose control of her emotions, and she rushed toward that monster. Then, she unleashed a blow with all her might, but sadly, it missed. The monster squeezed its inverted joints, smashed the floor, and leaped up, landing on the ceiling at least several tens of meters high, and then began a series of continuous jumps. That was super high-speed movement that didn't even give Ryu time to be astonished. Ryu could only barely dodge the one-hit kill, yet like a third arm, the monster's tail slammed into her body. The elf was thus dragged to the ground by gravity, on the verge of being killed. You idiot! The person who saved her was Gajono Kagaya. The price was an arm. Just as the right arm flew into midair and fresh blood splattered onto Ryu's wide-eyed face, 2 companions began to chant to cast magic. As a result, the bombardment was reflected back by a shield that could reflect any magic, and thus Liana and Kelty were set ablaze like blades of grass. Next were Iska and Mariu. No, Don't eat me, slaughter, devastation, predation. Ryu, beside the groaning Gajono Kagaya, saw the moment every companion lost their life. The Amazon who loved to dress up was hacked to pieces. The human, who was skilled at cooking and like a big sister, was devoured starting from her head. Those noble-minded companions, the girls who were gentler than anyone, died so miserably. Gijono Kagaya, are you okay? If this is called okay, then the captain is simply telling lies with her eyes open. At this moment, only 4 members of the Astrea Familia remained. Elise, who was attacked along with the companions who were brutally murdered, could at most only save her own life. She was already exhausted and weak. Gijono Kagaya, who had lost an arm, went without saying. She tore open her combat clothing to stop the bleeding with her mouth, her face streaming with cold sweat. As for the Paolum Lyra. Sorry, Elise, Gijono Kagaya, my eyes are blind. Ryu, lying on the ground, listened to their conversation through her hazy consciousness. She coughed repeatedly, and after vomiting blood clots, she tremblingly lifted her head. At this moment, the elf's gaze unfortunately met Elise's eyes, which held determination, illusion, and gentleness. I'm sorry. Gijono Kagaya, Lyra, entrust your lives to me. Elise turned her gaze back to the front and said this. In front of the wide-eyed Ryu. I want to save Ryu Lion. How could the despair of that time be described? A giant wave of emotion, far stronger than the feelings she held toward the calamitous monster, paused Ryu's breathing. The purpose of this battle was originally who to let live. We are already half-destroyed puppets, let us make this place our burial ground. Leaving the stunned Ryu behind, Gijono Kagaya agreed quite readily. Lyra also smiled resolutely. As for me, what I treasure most is my own life, as you know, right, Elise? But I am the weakest among you, so I will definitely be the first to die, so I'll go along with it. But Captain, you should live. As long as you and Goddess Astrea are here, justice can be continued. No, Gijono Kagaya. I have said before, there are as many kinds of justice as there are people. Therefore, justice must have no correct answer. Then, Elise's profile revealed a smile. But if it is Ryu Lion, she will definitely always be able to choose the correct path. Ryu Lion, listen to me, okay? To defeat that guy, we need your magic. The gaze she used to look at Ryu at the end was infinitely gentle. Chapter 18. So you just sing here, all right. The final words she whispered to Ryu were infinitely cruel. We will peel off that thing's shell. Because Ryu could no longer fight, because an elf with a shattered heart would only be a hindrance. Most importantly, because she was Elise Lovell. The noble girl, who wanted to save her friend's life more than her own, shoved Ryu away. It's a promise, okay, Ryu. The cursed words from her friend pinned Ryu's body to the ground. It was a vow demanding that Ryu must live. It was a wish not to let them die in vain. Ryu, are you there? You must live. Lyra, the prum who had already lost her sight. My Kodachi. I'll give it to you. Don't keep it as a keepsake, just use it as much as you can. May you be resilient, my first true rival. Gijono Kagaya, who usually always called her an idiot. Goodbye, Ryu. Like a farewell party, the girls smiled brightly. The destroyer, having ravaged the Rudra Familia, roared out the signal for battle once more. Elise and the others responded to that roar and rushed forward, never looking back. The first to sacrifice herself was Lyra. The destroyer swung its claw, killing the visually impaired and immobile girl in one blow. At the moment of death, Lyra activated the explosives she held behind her back, shattering the monster's right hand. Facing the wailing monster, Kagaya immediately launched an assault with her long sword. A suicidal strike took out the enemy's knee, causing it to lose its high-speed mobility. The destroyer roared in anger, its left hand sweeping across and slicing Kagaya into pieces, blowing her away. Finally, it was Elise. Shattering the ground with fire attribute enchantment magic gathered in her boots, the red swordsman accelerated violently, chasing the wind and shadowing the light. She intentionally let the monster's claw pierce her, pinning the enemy's hand in place. Enflame. That was the detonating incantation for her enchantment magic. Not stopping at the surface of the shell, the torrent of flames sent directly into its body blasted the armor shell from the inside, shattering and scattering it. As the monster's shrill scream resounded, the girl pierced by the claw called out without looking back, Ryu. With a weak voice, she called her name. Aho! The elf wept, her throat trembling as she released her magic. The thunderous sound of the explosion echoed all around, the shockwave shaking the cavern, swallowing her best friend's red silhouette along with the monster. Then, as everything was swallowed by light, Ryu saw it. She saw the monster's massive body turn and run. After all the shockwaves and loud noises dissipated, Ryu, with no intention of steadying her ragged breathing, saw only the heavily damaged ground in her field of vision. Ah! All that remained around her were the corpses of her companions and the evildoer. She couldn't find Elise. It was Ryu who made her disappear. It was Ryu who, with a blinding light, burned and killed her as she burned her life away until the very last moment. The blonde elf woke up from the nightmare again, her wailing overflowing like a broken dam. The incompetent her, who sacrificed her companions to survive and killed Elise with her own hands, couldn't even collect their remains. She wanted to take revenge, but when she went back, she only found the monster's remains, which had collapsed due to other accidents. She couldn't do anything. She wanted to disappear, she wanted to disappear, she wanted to disappear. She wanted to accept death and disappear without a trace. But of course, she couldn't choose to commit suicide. How could she discard the life that Elise and the others had saved so meaninglessly? She had a mission that she must live for, yet she also had a desperate desire to die. Resentment gathered, pain settled. She couldn't forgive herself for failing to save her companions, and she couldn't forgive the culprits who brought the disaster. The anger, stained with a dark, murky color, burned like hellfire. That's right. She could still take revenge. Even if she were to die, she could only die on the path of revenge. She had to make those guys pay with their lives for the heroic sacrifice of Elise and the others. Goddess Astrea. Muttering the name of the goddess who symbolized justice, the existence known as Ryu Lion, the elf whose wings were rotting and peeling away while she wept endlessly, let the sword and wings of justice be burned by black flames, resolving to abandon her past and walk a path of destruction. But before that, she had to get the goddess out of Ora Rio. Ryu didn't want her to see her ugly self, swayed by intense emotions, and she couldn't let her own fall profane the goddess's radiant justice. So the elf rose from despair, picked up her weapon with the resolve to die, and was about to go meet the goddess who was like a mother to her, then basely beg her to exile herself. But the moment the girl found Astrea, made eye contact, and was about to kneel and press her forehead to the ground. Seeing the familiar figure beside the goddess, tears that she couldn't stop flowed down once again. Am I still dreaming? How nice, I've recalled your voice and smile again, Lyra. Having returned to Ora Rio as an envoy alongside Hermes, the prum came to the base immediately, wearing a look of bewilderment and melancholy on her face. Sorry, Ryu, for leaving you alone in this world to bear such despair. Sometimes, death is an instantaneous release, while living means facing infinite pain. That day, facing Elise's decision, she and Kaguya didn't hesitate for a moment, ultimately winning a glimmer of hope for Ryu, but also binding her to the most vicious curse live. Carrying the dying wishes of everyone in the Familia, she had to live no matter what. Now that she thought about it, her companions were truly cruel. Fortunately, the blessing from God created an unprecedented miracle, allowing them to reunite once again. Everything was still in time. In this way, including Goddess Astrea, it has been confirmed that at least over 30 deities in Ora Rio have chosen to change sides. At the Hermes Familia base, the god of negotiation, responsible for soliciting and dividing Ora Rio as an envoy, adjusted the feather on his hat, a pleasant arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. The Zeus Familia and Hera Familia, which had reigned over Ora Rio for 1,000 years, plus the Astrea Familia, which was once a symbol of order. So the question arises, with the guild only responsible for city operations and not participating in the gods' struggles, compared to the Loki Familia and Freya Familia, who had just taken the throne 10 years ago. Which side can truly claim to be the orthodoxy of Ora Rio? Orthodoxy, righteousness, and most importantly, power. Hee hee, I hope the clown god and the beauty goddess don't get so angry they start jumping up and down. With the gods leaving, the guild should be getting restless too. Let's go meet that founding god who has been praying in the underground altar for years. Volume 129. The founding god of Aurario's decision, Zeus, who cannot procreate. Crossing the sparsely populated spiral staircase, they arrived at a spacious area on the first basement floor of the guild. Looking around, this was a stone-built hall resembling a temple, and the 4 torches that were the only light source crackled, piercing through part of the darkness. The situation is not good, Uranus. The speaker was a mysterious figure who didn't show a single inch of skin, completely covered in black clothing. Wearing pitch-black gloves engraved with complex patterns on both hands, if one were to describe it, it was like a shadow imitating a human form. The black-clad figure, whose gender was impossible to determine, looked down at the crystal on the pedestal and continued, "Today, several more deities have led their familiars to leave Aurario. Since the kingdom of Rakia declared war on all nations on the surface 7 days ago, more than 40 familiars have openly or covertly withdrawn from the city's jurisdiction." After the figure in black finished speaking, there was a long silence in the hall, and then a deep, resonant voice came from the center of the 4 torches. Illuminated by the firelight, emerging from the darkness was a huge stone throne, and sitting upon it was an aged, weathered god. The male god, over 2 meters tall and very muscular, wearing robes, was vastly different from ordinary deities in terms of charisma, presence, and the divine aura he exuded. He rested his thick arms on the armrests, like a statue, and like a ruler, seemingly unconcerned about the phenomenon of deities leaving Aurario. "Fells, have you determined the reason why these deities were recruited by the kingdom of Rakia?" "Undoubtedly, it is the lure of profit." The black-clad figure called Fells replied without hesitation, "Hermes brought back unimaginable materials from that mountain range that does not belong to the lower world. A group of production-oriented deities, led by Hephaestus and Soma, who love forging, brewing, and pharmacy, were persuaded and excitedly decided to go and investigate." Uranus fell silent immediately. Previously, through the mirror of the gods, he had also observed that mountain range, created from the corpses of giant beasts capable of devouring gods. To put it bluntly, the physical bodies of such giant beasts were absolutely treasures on the same level as the souls of the gods. Let alone the lower world, even in the heavenly realm, it would be difficult to find materials of this level no matter how heaven-defying an evil god might be. They had never thought of using a god's soul for forging or brewing, and the key was that they couldn't do it anyway. Therefore, it was only natural that these production-oriented deities could not resist the temptation, and were pried away by Hermes's silver tongue. I heard that many children who had long been verified as dead have been appearing at the bases of various familias in the last few days. Yes, like the former captain of the Hermes Familia, the ivory poem of the Ganesha Familia, these 2 adventurers who fell during the Great Conflict, and Lyra of the Astrea Familia, who should have died in the dungeon over a month ago, including members of the Zeus and Hera Familias, these former pillars of Aurario have returned miraculously. However, it is a pity that the legends resurrected from death are clearly standing on the opposite side of Aurario this time. Thinking of this situation, Fells couldn't help but sigh inexplicably in his heart because he was the sage who once created the Philosopher's Stone, and he also possessed a resurrection magic that had never been effective. The reason he covered his whole body in black clothing, not revealing any skin, was because after the Philosopher's Stone shattered, he used a new immortality secret technique that turned him into a scary skeleton. Since he wandered to Aurario hundreds of years ago, he had been taken in by Uranus, and became a private mercenary for this founding god. As an existence standing at the pinnacle of miracles in legend, the world regarded him as a sage who had conquered death. But only Fells himself knew that the birth of the Philosopher's Stone was purely a coincidence, and in reality, he could not achieve flawless immortality at all, let alone the useless resurrection magic that took up a magic slot. Resurrection, a miracle realm that even gods and great gods can hardly touch, should I say, as expected of that person. Uranus sighed in a tone that contained unknown emotions, but his voice soon returned to rationality and calmness, first by bestowing favors upon the masses, then by luring the gods. What follows should be military conquest, post-war settlement, and the establishment of rule, right. That person's will is clear and domineering, pushing the world to turn and move forward step by step. Everyone knows what he will do next. It is grand and upright, yet no one can stop it. Are even you, who is called the founding god, helpless? Fels was puzzled. His level naturally did not possess the vision of the gods, so he had been viewing this transformation according to his past cognitive inertia. Who exactly is that person? Shouldn't the gods' powers be sealed when they descend to the lower world? In fact, for the people of the lower world, the heavenly realm where the gods lived was equivalent to the concept of another world. So, regarding the difference between the Danmaki heavenly realm and the vast heavenly realm, without seeing and comparing the two places, they really couldn't understand the distinction just by imagination. Unfortunately, that is a true god above gods. Even if all the gods of the lower world joined forces, there would be no chance of winning. When Uranus stated this conclusion, his expression was very helpless theoretically. When facing the heaven beyond heaven that descended from another realm, they were not without any resistance. As long as all the gods in heaven and on earth joined forces to jointly draw out the power of the Danmaki heavenly realm, they should be able to expel it from this world. Chapter 19. But the problem is, when facing another world, is there even a possibility that the gods, who have been bored for billions of years, would set aside their various differences, unite as one, and concentrate their power and authority? That is completely impossible. There is simply no hierarchy among the gods of this world. They are a scattered mess. Everyone does whatever they want. Even great gods like him, Zeus, and god Odin are at most respected by ordinary gods, but they cannot command obedience from their peers. Otherwise, Zeus, who ruled Rio for 1,000 years, would not have been driven out of the city by two ordinary gods, Freya and Loki. Therefore, even if Uranus tried to unite the will of the gods to face this unprecedented change together, it would be meaningless. With Rekia having surrendered and Rio being divided and disintegrated, there is nothing he can do. Forget it. In the end, a decision must be made as soon as possible. Fels, I'll have to trouble you to invite Hermes in. He sighed. Now that the situation was set in stone, the founding deity of Rio stopped worrying about trivial matters and began to show his decisive side. What do you mean? Fels's body trembled, and he looked at the main god of the guild on the massive throne in disbelief. You must know that although Uranus never participates in the disputes between various familias, and, to show his neutral stance, no longer grants the blessing of the gods to anyone, his status in Rio, and even the entire lower world is unquestionable. He is one of the first gods to descend to the mortal realm and the existence who introduced the blessing of the gods to the lower world 1,000 years ago. He also continuously pacifies the dungeon with the prayers of the gods by concluding the secret pact. In ancient times, the fortress city he built was the prototype of Rio, and he created the organization that later became the guild. He abandoned the freedom and pleasure that the gods pursue, voluntarily imprisoned himself, and has spent years in the underground altar of the guild, using his powerful divine might to suppress the dungeon and prevent monsters from frequently entering and exiting to the surface like in ancient times. If one must select a head of the gods in the lower world, I fear there is no other choice besides Uranus that could convince everyone. It has nothing to do with strength. The key is his achievement of bringing long-lasting peace to the lower world by confining himself to the altar for 1,000 years. It is precisely because of these contributions that he is called the founding deity of Rio by the world. As a result, now, as the nominal leader of the gods, before the enemy has even attacked, are you, the boss, already preparing to surrender? With the situation having developed to this point, continuing to hesitate is not only useless, but will also lead to the further depletion of the lower world's strength through infighting. Since that person has decided to integrate the power of the nations of the land to confront the Black Dragon of the End, and it looks quite promising, there is no need for us to hold on to insignificant power. Although Uranus is also aware that, given the status of the ruler of the foreign heavens, it is unlikely that he would specifically focus on a monster emerging from the dungeon. The reason for raising the banner of subjugating the Black Dragon is nothing more than to eliminate the resistance of the people of the lower world, and incidentally, to give the gods a step down to convince themselves. But if the strong are willing to take the initiative to offer a step down to a weakling like you, then if you still refuse to give face, you will have to bear the consequences. The guild has always upheld a neutral stance, and has never participated in the struggles between the major familias. Today is just the same as always. Hearing Uranus say this, the corners of the black-clad sage's mouth twitched, and he didn't know how to complain. Has the guild's neutrality code always been limited to within Rio? When did this apply to external attacks as well? Moreover, if the gap between the enemy and us is so vast, what is the difference between so-called neutrality and direct surrender? However, since even the founding deity has made such a decision and seems quite determined, what objection can he, a private mercenary, raise other than to follow orders? Yes, Uranus. Kingdom of Rakia. Since declaring war on the nations of the land, this martial and warlike kingdom has entered a state of extremely enthusiastic pre-war mobilization. The 120,000-strong army, divided into 10 major legions, has finished reorganization. All soldiers are filled with expectations of victory, supremely confident that this campaign will surely create an unprecedented great achievement. Seeing this, the Luo Shu did not hesitate at all, directly throwing out the bold words, "The first battle is the decisive battle. One battle will settle the universe," and notified all the soldiers ready to go that in 3 days they would officially begin the road to conquering the nations and unifying the lower world. Undoubtedly, the victory of the Luo Shu is a foregone conclusion. Sweeping across the land, destroying all the familias standing in the way, and finally reigning over Rio is the inevitable result. Inside the palace hall of the royal city of Rakia, a banquet filled with a joyful atmosphere is underway. The lights are as bright as day, and the crisp sound of golden cups clashing intertwines with the jokes of the gods. Since that time of sweeping across the heavens and displaying force, gods interested in the other world have been coming to Rakia to defect. And as Hermes led his familia members to act as envoys, conveying the will of the Luo Shu to all directions, the number of gods gathering here increased day by day. This group of fun-loving guys are not the type to sit idle. If they were allowed to walk around freely, it might cause the entire Rakia to be turned upside down. In order to reduce trouble, the Luo Shu simply agreed to the suggestion of subordinate gods like Ares and Eris to hold a banquet to gather all the gods together and keep an eye on them, although the Luo Shu deeply suspected that Ares and the others just wanted to boast and show off in front of their former rivals because Rakia had become prosperous. But this kind of thinking is human nature. As long as the matter can be accomplished, there is nothing to blame. Thus, a grand gathering of gods was quickly set up. High-level materials collected from the Bashi mountain range were made into dishes and fine wine. The gods laughed and leaned back with the entertainment of various novelties, and their various dissolute behaviors made it impossible to respect them at all. The Luo Shu sat in the main seat, taking everything in, especially the most active ones, the gods named Zeus and Hera. To be honest, even if he knew that the gods of Danmaki were completely different from what he imagined, when he personally saw these two, he still felt a lot of surprise in his heart. You must know that even in the numerous mythological stories of the Blue Planet, Zeus and Hera are quite famous. The former is because he stole princesses and queens everywhere, and basically all the heroes in Greek stories have a blood relationship with him. The latter is famous for having a mountain of cuckold hats, and then every rival who had a relationship with Zeus would be persecuted by her. But in the Danmaki world, there is no blood relationship between the gods. The so-called pantheon is just role-playing when playing house. Zeus is not the father of gods like Ares, Hermes, and goddess Artemis, and certainly not the husband of Hera. The key is that when he signed contracts with the gods who came to defect and could borrow their authority and power, he discovered a fact that would shock anyone who knows the meaning of the name Zeus, including Zeus. The gods of this world do not have any authority related to fertility worship. The so-called authority related to fertility worship is the right to give birth to children and reproduce offspring. A common, seemingly inconspicuous, yet crucial authority. To put it bluntly, all gods who want to ascend to the supreme position in the primitive mythological system must master the relevant authority. Just like how Uranus lost his position as the king of gods immediately after Cronus cut off his fifth limb with a sickle, that thing can be unused, but it must absolutely not be missing. A eunuch doesn't even have the qualifications to become a mortal emperor, let alone the supreme of gods. This is also easy to understand. From a secular perspective, the rulers of the nations send the deities they revere to the position of supreme god, naturally to establish a connection and promote the nobility of their own bloodline. And from a mythological perspective, the pantheon structure built on the basis of patriarchy and matriarchy inherently possesses an unimaginable suppressive power over later gods. Therefore, the gods who reached the top in primitive mythology were either the Sky Father or the Earth Mother, and then with the development of the era, they eventually evolved into the supreme ancestral god who serves as the source of the bloodline and faith of all gods, humans, and all spirits. The Zeus in Greek mythology was able to sit firmly in the position of the third-generation king of gods, naturally related to his constant sowing and reproduction of offspring. But here, the Luoshu actually saw a Zeus who had no reproductive ability. Volume 130. The sore spot of the Danmarki gods, supreme god, why don't you join us in enjoying the feast? This is a precious divine wine brewed by Soma using the highest grade ingredients from the dungeon. Is it not to your taste? Just as Luoshu was lost in thought, a slender figure ran over holding a wine glass, pressing against his body, and attempting to pour the divine wine into his mouth. Somewhat helplessly blocking the mischievous actions of the goddess, the young man took the wine glass with an expressionless face, and downed the amber liquid inside in one gulp. Incidentally, in the last few days, he had already heard many different titles for himself from the mouths of the gods. Formal ones like God, Luoshu, and Great Heavenly Venerable, closer ones like Supreme God or Lord, while mortals, following this world's customs, called him deity. Ha 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 God, you really are unromantic. A beautiful goddess has actively thrown herself into your arms to offer wine. At a time like this, you should just pull that water snake-like waist close. In the hall, Zeus, dressed as a kindly old man, slapped the table and laughed wildly, inciting a group of indecent gods and goddesses to make all sorts of jeering noises. That's right. That's right. We've never seen Eris be so attentive to any man before, she must have fallen in love. Hee sister, you're quick. Actually, I wanted to sleep with the supreme god too. Just imagine if the origin of the heavenly realm became sentient and filled me up, slurp. There's a forbidden feeling of being surrounded by fatherly love as vast as a mountain. It's too exciting. Ha ha ha, you're such a pervert, but I feel like the Lord is more like a youthful, energetic younger man. I really want to bury him in my chest and have him call me mama. How bold. You goddesses are too uninhibited, be careful of being dragged off to be remade. Luoshu glanced speechlessly at the many gods and goddesses in the hall who had absolutely no decorum, spouting all kinds of dirty jokes, and even daring to tease him. You have to know, everyone present was a group of old antiques, over 100 million years old. Apart from those special existences who possessed the status of virgin goddesses, and those like Astrea, who were virgin goddesses despite not being technically so, one couldn't even imagine how wild they played on a daily basis. If he were to let down his guard even a little, he would definitely be dragged into a room by a group of unsatisfied goddesses, and eaten until not even his bones were left. And it wasn't just goddesses. At the beginning of the banquet, there were guys like Apollo, but as soon as they opened their mouths, they were thrown into the blood springs of the Bashi mountain range to enjoy the pleasure of having their flesh corroded. Setting aside these trivial things, I have a question that requires your answer. Setting the wine glass in his hand aside, Luoshu said bluntly, in this world, has the authority related to reproduction been lost, or has it never been born at all? In any case, in any world where gods exist, it is impossible to lack an authority related to fertility worship. After all, authority itself is the condensation of laws. As long as relevant concepts, phenomena, and cognition exist in the world, the corresponding authority can be condensed. The fact that mortals in the lower world can reproduce proves that this world possesses the concept of normal reproduction. The only ones with a problem are the gods, this group from the heavenly realm. Of course, if it were simply that the world had hidden this authority, and was not prepared to bestow it upon any specific god to wield, Luoshu would not be surprised with lifespans of hundreds of millions of years, plus the ability to revive even after suicide. The gods of Danmarki already enjoyed enough benefits. If the authority of reproduction were also bestowed, it would be too easy to disrupt the balance. Not to mention anything else, once they could produce offspring with mortals, given the capricious nature of most gods, it wouldn't take 1,000 years for the entire lower world to be filled with half-gods. Luoshu's question was like a basin of ice water poured over the bustling banquet hall. The gods who, a second ago, were boasting of their war exploits and spouting dirty jokes, all froze in unison. Even the most boisterous Ares froze with his wine pot held in midair, letting the amber liquid drip from the spout, tapping lightly on the floor. Seeming somewhat astonished at why they would hear such a common-sense question, or perhaps because their sore spot had been poked, the entire hall fell into a dead silence before they knew it, with only the occasional slight swaying sound of the crystal chandelier, enough to make any ordinary person who stumbled in feel their scalp tingle. Reproduction authority. After a long while, Zeus finally found his voice, his Adam's apple rolling, his thick beard unable to hide the dryness in his tone. God, why? Why would you ask such a question? Isn't it a matter of course that gods cannot reproduce offspring? That is why they habitually treat their subordinates in the lower world as children. Although gods wielding different authorities might have different views on raising children, no god would deny the point that the people of the lower world were equivalent to children. A question in the literal sense. In my understanding, the fact that the gods do not possess the authority of reproduction is actually quite abnormal. Not to mention anything else, in Greek mythology, Hera, as the third-generation queen of heaven, had her most important concepts as marriage, reproduction, and the protection of women, and Zeus similarly held the title of father of gods and men, known as the Great Father God. Yet here, we have a queen of heaven who cannot reproduce, and a great father god with no offspring. However, perhaps because he did not possess the relevant authority, the Zeus of the Danmarki world, compared to his counterparts in other worldviews, could simply be called a breath of fresh air. He really did constantly cultivate heroes in the lower world, suppress the dungeon for 1,000 years, and after failing to crusade against the Black Dragon, he simply went into seclusion in the countryside, becoming an ordinary old man raising the orphans of his familia. Abnormal. Hera suddenly let out a short, cold laugh, breaking the silence, but it sounded worse than crying, so this kind of thing is actually abnormal. Her voice rose sharply, carrying a certain longing that had been suppressed for hundreds of millions of years. So, the gods should have been able to be just like the children, to unite with those they love, to conceive and give birth to offspring, and then witness them growing up day by day. Once this question was asked, the expressions of the gods at the banquet suddenly became extremely unsightly. In the Danmarki world, there was never a shortage of situations where gods and humans fell in love. It should be said that the gods, who had lost their vitality over the years, were actually particularly susceptible to being attracted by the dazzling demeanor of mortals. For example, Apollo, he loved everyone he saw, but he would throw himself completely into each love, and when his lover passed away, he would cry his heart out. If his lover left behind any mementos, he would definitely carry them with him at all times. If trees grew from the grave where his lover was buried, he would definitely treat them as his own sacred trees. This type belongs to the emotional faction. And in contrast, there is the avoidance faction, or to put it nicely, the guardian faction, thoroughly implementing the attitude of a parent. Even if deeply attracted to the children of the lower world and receiving their courtship, they would resolutely draw a clear line. Because they could not give the other party the happiness of being a partner, and if they were to unite with a god, it would mean abandoning the most important bloodline inheritance of the lower world. So after developing feelings, they hoped all the more that the other party could find a suitable other half and build a family. Until the moment they ascended to the heavenly realm, the gods would always hope to be able to stay by their side and protect him or her. The number of gods in this category was by no means less than the emotional faction. Even the always cynical Hermes and the notoriously lustful Zeus could be classified into this category. They would rather spend money in the pleasure quarter every day than lay a hand on the familia members they truly valued. Volume 131. Goddesses as hungry as beasts. Watching the unsightly expressions of the Danmarki gods, a somewhat nonsensical thought suddenly popped into Luo Shu's mind. In this world, if one wanted to become the king of gods, would the easiest way be to simply get all the goddesses in the heavenly realm pregnant and let them carry his own children? Suddenly, I feel that if someone really possessed this ability, it would definitely be a very dangerous situation. After all, most male gods probably wouldn't mind trying it once or twice. Looking at it this way, to want to be the king of gods, one not only needs to be able to reproduce, but also needs to be able to fight, preferably being able to beat the opposing gods until they kneel and call him dad or ancestor. Chapter 20. This is truly surprising. Zeus sighed heavily, his large, fan-like hand pressing against his forehead, with a few strands of silver hair leaking through his fingers. Even though the gods had long since despaired of such things. The gods of Danmarki are immortal and infertile, so the seats in the heavenly realm will neither increase nor decrease. This is also the reason why hedonism has been prevalent among the gods for billions of years born to eternity. Although their power is strong, it is fixed from the beginning, with no opportunity for improvement. Even if they try to pursue power, no god has the strength to completely suppress any comrade who can revive, and finally, even the future of bearing offspring and raising children with a lover has been taken away. Under these circumstances, everyone cannot even find a suitable goal they want to pursue, so how can they be expected to muster the spirit to work hard? Therefore, when in the heavenly realm, the lives of the gods were like stagnant water, and in the end, they could only seal their power, come to the lower world to live with their familiar members, and draw vitality from their short yet rich life experiences. It is precisely because of this that as soon as they received the recruitment from another world, a large group of gods brought their familia to join. They were simply too eager for the unknown that could fill their souls and increase their vitality. The authority related to reproduction. If such a thing really exists, it can only appear in one place. A god with profound knowledge, who had been taciturn throughout the banquet, suddenly raised his head, a flash of sharpness in his cloudy eyes. That resentment specifically targeting the gods has stretched for eternity, making it almost impossible to see a future where it ends. Once these words were spoken, the gods and goddesses present subconsciously held their breath, casting complex gazes toward a city thousands of miles away, or more accurately, the dungeon beneath it. Luoshu saw this, and a look of understanding could not help but flash in his eyes. Capable of continuously producing monsters of various levels, and even specially creating divine assassins that restrain divine power to hunt down gods when it senses their presence. If the authority of reproduction in the Danmarki world lies entirely within the dungeon, then everything can be explained. Could that thing be Gaia? Or a blackened version mixed with Tartarus? In Greek mythology, Gaia is undoubtedly the mother of gods. She and Uranus united to give birth to the 12 Titans, the 3 Centimanes, and the 3 Cyclopes. It can be said that all the major deities of the Olympus lineage almost all originate from her bloodline. Later, because of her dissatisfaction with Zeus, she united with Tartarus and gave birth to Typhon, the most powerful monster in Greek mythology, wanting to overthrow Zeus's position as king of the gods. Although it ultimately failed, Typhon's descendants still spread across the land, becoming countless terrifying monsters. Therefore, Gaia is both the grandmother of the gods and the source of monsters. And the dungeon can continuously produce monsters, harbors resentment against the gods, and is appeased by the prayers of Uranus. If you say this has absolutely nothing to do with Gaia, how could I possibly believe that? But it is somewhat strange that when Luoshu asked the name Gaia, the gods at the banquet all looked confused. Perhaps a god named Gaia does not really exist in the Danmarki world, and it is just that the status and nature of the dungeon likely reflect the corresponding mythology. Pondering in his heart that he could investigate thoroughly after arriving in Rio, Luoshu was about to skip this topic, when he was suddenly startled by a dozen strange gazes projected from below. Swish, one goddess after another cast burning gazes toward the handsome young man from another realm. They realized an important thing from the other party's previous remarks. That is, in another world, even as a god, it is possible to normally conceive and give birth to children. Then the god himself must surely possess the authority to allow gods to reproduce freely. Once this conclusion was reached, many goddesses could not hold back. Eris rushed over first, pulling out a golden apple emitting a bewitching radiance from who knows where, her eyes burning with near-mad desire. "Ah, my beloved Lord God, would you like to try the treasure I have treasured for tens of thousands of years? I guarantee it will let you have an unprecedented dream at night." He, a goddess of beauty's breathing suddenly quickened, her scarlet eyes staring fixedly at Luoshu, the corners of her mouth curling into a dangerous arc. "I have a cat at home that can do a 720-degree backflip in the air. Would the god like to come and see it? My infinitely magnificent, infinitely glorious Lord, can you let me learn how the creatures in your world reproduce?" A clingy voice arrived at his ear at some unknown time. The voice sounded like that of a cold and holy celestial god, but that near-greedy, covetous gaze made the hair on the back of Luo Shu's neck stand up instantly. These goddesses who have lived for billions of years are noble and elegant on the surface, but in their bones, they are crazier than the hungriest beasts. Ahem, Luo Shu moved his chair back nonchalantly, trying to distance himself. The night is already deep, and I suddenly remembered that there are military affairs to deal with tomorrow. I will take my leave first. After speaking, he raised his hand and tore open a spatial rift, rushing into it as if fleeing. Lord God, do you need someone to serve you in bed? Quick, follow him. Let's make it a done deal tonight. Listening to the bursts of coquettish laughter from behind, Luo Shu did not look back, disappeared in a flash, and then directly sealed the spatial passage, not even leaving a needle-sized gap. Ha ha ha. Watching this comedic scene, the gods still sitting in their respective seats laughed heartily. The noise in the banquet hall seemed to have returned, but this time there was a bit more ambiguity in the laughter. Zeus looked in the direction where Luo Shu fled and shook his head helplessly. This is troublesome. Our respected god must not be swallowed alive by this group of goddesses. Everyone is still thinking about going to another world for adventures. However, this is obviously a good thing. Not to mention that the gods have the hope of gaining reproductive ability in another realm. The key is that the concerns of Uranus, and those guys can also be partially resolved. The gods of Danmaki are indeed eager to go to another world to replenish vitality for their lifeless hearts, but in the eyes of some cautious gods, placing life and death entirely on the mercy of outsiders is absolutely undesirable. In short, because of the lack of familiarity, there was no time to build trust between the two sides. Before this, Zeus thought that this kind of problem could not be solved overnight, so he simply followed his heart, and did not think too much about it. But now it seems that if the two worlds want to quickly establish a close relationship, there is actually a shortcut. Volume 132. Learning from the predecessors as the spatial rift vanished in the blink of an eye, Luo Shu instantly moved away from the noisy banquet hall, and stepped into the quiet side corridor of the palace. Rubbing his temples with a headache, the young man expressed his polite refusal to this romantic encounter. A bunch of hungry wolves. However, it was ultimately just a harmless little thing, and Luo Shu soon put it behind him. Leaving the god's banquet, the long night stretched on. The god had no intention of sleeping for the time being, and there were no other important things to do, so he simply wandered around the palace as he pleased. He walked leisurely, the sound of his boot soles tapping on the marble floor echoing in the empty corridor, until he walked to a small garden growing various strange flowers and grasses, watching several fish with blue bodies swimming in the central fountain pool, and then he stopped to watch silently. He suddenly remembered that there seemed to be mermaids in this world, and in the future, if he had leisure time, he might be able to raise one or two in his heavenly palace to try. At some unknown time, a soft voice suddenly came from behind him. Luo Shu did not look back, just paused slightly with his fingertips, and calmly withdrew his wandering thoughts. He already knew who the person following him was. Althea appeared silently beside the young man like a ghost, her silver-gray long hair falling to her waist, her whole body wrapped in a silent atmosphere as deep as a cold pool. The hero, known by the gods as the embodiment of talent, was still wearing that exquisite evening gown. It looked like it served no purpose other than aesthetics, but it was actually a piece of magic-resistant equipment capable of weakening external attacks, though its primary function was to reduce the power of Althea's own magic. I recall that when Zeus came to Rakia, he also brought along an orphan shared by the Zeus familia and the Hera familia, right? Shouldn't you be reuniting with that child along with your sister and brother-in-law right now? Luo Shu turned around, looking at the female mage who stood silently 3 steps away, guarding him like a quiet shadow. Although his strength meant he had no need for a pure bodyguard, having a beautiful sight by his side to help clear out the small fry wasn't bad either. Therefore, when Althea volunteered, he considered it for a few seconds before casually agreeing. After all, she still held quite a bit of deterrent power in this world, and taking her out could help maintain appearances. However, the god wasn't some devilish boss who wouldn't even grant vacations. Back when Zeus arrived with that child, he had already indicated that she was free to go reunite with her relatives. So why did you run back in the middle of the night? In the past, instead of raising my sister's child, I chose to delay the doomsday clock, and I didn't even provide the slightest care for that child. What right do I have now to go see them as a relative? After a moment of silence, Althea first pressed her lips together, then seemed to forcefully seal her emotions deep within her heart, stating only the facts. Her tone betrayed regret, and it sounded like she was repenting. Because her sister's child was born after the fall of the two great familias, and knowing at the time that her own days were numbered, Althea did not choose to fight Zeus for custody of her nephew. Instead, she took the initiative to go to the sleeping grounds of the one-eyed black dragon to guard the seal. Once her body could no longer hold out, she simply accepted Erebus's invitation to go to Rio and sacrifice herself to help the Astrea Familia gain experience. It could be said that she and her sister's child, Belle Cranel, had practically never met. Therefore, she felt that trying to approach him as a relative would serve no purpose other than to deepen the guilt in her heart. Luoshu had been silently watching the woman's closed-eyed profile, but at this moment, he couldn't help but show a subtle expression. Even so, my intuition tells me that the real reason isn't this. I think that if you had even a shred of gentlemanly spirit, you wouldn't choose to pry at this moment. Althea shook her head slowly, a smile appearing at the corners of her lips, and she said with some helplessness, "Fine, I only used the word right earlier to save face. The truth is being called godmother is one thing, but I absolutely do not want to be called aunt." Haha, what a simple reason, but that truly can't be helped. Luoshu's shoulders shook twice, his face revealing an irrepressible amusement, though he still expressed understanding. After all, when it came to a woman's age, it was better for a man not to pry too deeply. Hee, very well. It's late at night, and it's time to rest. Let's not just stand here like pillars. Although with his strength, he wouldn't have any problems even if he gave up sleep. But the cycle of day and night is a law of nature, and working at sunrise and resting at sunset is a biological instinct. Unless necessary, he didn't feel the need to deliberately abandon past habits. Althea closed her eyes and didn't speak, simply following silently behind her god. Even after he entered his bedchamber, she still showed no intention of leaving. "Do you intend to sleep with me?" Luoshu looked at the woman who had followed him in with a strange expression, scanning her nearly perfect figure up and down, and finally nodded slightly. "If it's you, then I permit it." Situated in the savage Kangmang, needing to establish order from nothing, whether viewed from objective reality or personal subjective desire, his identity as the Luoshu was more akin to conquerors and pioneers like the Yellow Emperor or Dijun at the dawn of civilization, rather than a successor king like the Jade Emperor who could only take over when order was complete. Therefore, he didn't mind at all looking to his predecessors for inspiration, and trying out the possibility of having 3,000 consorts, and ascending to the Tao. Earlier at the banquet, being teased by that group of randy goddesses, "Aren't you uncomfortable?" Althea's expression was very calm, as if she didn't feel there was anything wrong with her behavior at all. "There were quite a few Amazons among the members of the Hera Familia, and I've heard them say that at times like these, men need the help of women the most. The Amazons are a quite warlike race of female warriors in the lower world, very uninhibited and dressed in revealing clothing. Their bodies have a structure closest to humans, but the offspring they bear will only ever be Amazons. There are no half-Amazons. Because the entire race is female, they must rely on males of other races to reproduce, which led to the custom of plundering men. Incidentally, in the pleasure districts of various major cities and countries, there are quite a number of Amazons who voluntarily engage in such work. It was fine before, but the interest you've stirred up in me now isn't so easy to suppress." Luoshu's lips curled into a playful arc. "But I'm curious, does this count as I cannot repay the debt of saving my life, so I can only offer my body in return?" Volume 133. It's too late to regret now. There's a joke online about a hero saving a beauty in the same situation, where the outcome differs completely based on the appearance of the savior. Suppose you are handsome, the one saved will say, "I cannot repay the debt of saving my life, so I can only offer my body in return." But if you look terrifying, the saved person's response will automatically switch to, "I cannot repay the debt of saving my life, so I can only offer to be a beast of burden for you in the next life." However, just as not every hero saving a beauty can lead to them offering their body, not every beauty who wants to offer their body can get a response from the hero. Based on this, it can also extend to two different reactions. If he thinks it's appropriate, he says, "Is that true, miss?" If he's startled, it becomes, "Miss, you absolutely must not." Although it's just a joking anecdote, the world is ever-changing and people's hearts are fickle. Naturally, it's impossible to have only these two outcomes in the same situation. But to say this joke has absolutely no truth to it wouldn't be right either. At least Luo Shu was confident that his appearance and charm were quite high. Didn't you see how that group of goddesses were like hungry wolves earlier? Of course, if someone really dared to spout nonsense about being a beast of burden in the next life in front of him, he could guarantee to fulfill their request, separating their soul and body on the spot, one part to be an ox, and one part to be a horse. Although I don't expect you to repay anything, and even a simple thank you would be normal, for you to directly state that you don't want to give anything in this life is just going too far. Are you sure you're not deliberately looking for trouble? The debt of saving my life, offering my body in return. Althea opened her eyes, as if she had seriously considered it, then shook her head gently. "For a simple life-saving debt, I will just return this life to you. I am the most talented adventurer in the history of Ora Rio. I became a level 7 at 15, and possess the ability to fight 2 levels above my own. Regardless of your purpose in resurrecting me, this cursed talent of mine can at least serve some purpose. Even if I die while repaying the debt, it doesn't matter. After all, this life was gained for free, so any extra time can be considered profit." In her eyes, the so-called life-saving debt actually couldn't compare to the kindness of curing the illness. She had been born with. Althea had suffered from a terminal illness since birth. After she joined the Hera Familia and received the blessing of the gods, this illness not only didn't improve, but instead became her skill talent compensation. Although this skill allowed her to gain combat powers surpassing adventurers of the same level, it brought irreversible negative damage to her body and mind. Every time she fought, she had to endure the torment of her illness until the day her body completely collapsed. Chapter 21. To be honest, if she still had to bear this curse after coming back to life, she felt she would rather enjoy peace in eternal silence. But the kindness of resurrecting my sister, the kindness of letting that child find his parents again, the kindness of letting everyone in the Familia return, all of these added together are simply too heavy. With my strength alone, it's impossible to repay it all, so I can only resort to some methods that belong to a woman. After all, you don't seem completely uninterested in me, do you?" A bright smile, not at all inferior to a goddess of beauty, appeared on the silver-haired woman's face. "My respected great god." If there was a single figure who made Althea feel immense guilt even as she faced death, it could only be her frail sister, who couldn't even take a single step out of her room on her own. A child who was as ordinary as could be, incredibly clumsy, and didn't possess even a shred of talent. Althea had always believed that because she had taken even her sister's talent while in their mother's womb, the other had been plagued by illness since childhood, and eventually died young after giving birth to her child. And she, the older sister who had been treated with such tenderness by her younger sister, hadn't provided even the slightest bit of care for the orphan her sister left behind. "I have achieved nothing in my life, and this bit of strength probably holds little value to a great god. Only this appearance, praised by the gods as slender willow, might allow you to relax a bit at night." Perhaps because she had died once, Althea's posture was very free and easy, completely lacking the usual restraint of an unmarried woman. Luo Shu could even hear a sense of resolution in her voice. A resolution like someone about to step onto a battlefield, prepared to be crushed to pieces, deciding to be as uninhibited as possible while they still could. "Why do I get the feeling that you're trying to indulge yourself one last time before the final battle? Is it that obvious?" Althea smiled, not denying the statement. "According to your intentions, once the forces of the continental nations are integrated, we will launch a crusade against the slumbering one-eyed black dragon. For the lower world, that should be the final battle that decides the future. In this battle, she would naturally appear at the very front lines, fighting that incarnation of the end until death. I can't speak for other familias, but the Zeus Familia and Hera Familia have no retreat. We must settle things with the 3 great adventure quests. At that time, this life you saved might just be given back. As for whether there would be a second chance at resurrection after dying in battle, Althea didn't consider it, treating this as her first and last chance to start over. Even the gods might not be able to grasp the will of the god above gods. How could she, an ordinary mortal, ask for more? Or rather, given that God has already performed a miracle once, if they still cannot resolve the calamity of the lower world, then dying is meaningless, and they would only be judged as utterly incompetent. Is that black dragon really putting that much pressure on you? Luoshu found it a bit hard to understand. When he projected his will over, aside from its ability to suppress divine power, he didn't see any particularly overwhelming strength from that monster. Of course, being able to suppress divine power was actually quite terrifying in the original story. To save her familia, goddess Artemis once released her seal and erupted with divine power, only for it to be completely ineffective against the divine assassin. In the end, her familia was wiped out, and she herself was devoured. Therefore, these monsters indeed possess a special advantage against deities. But a special advantage is just a special advantage. In terms of true strength, the three great adventurer quests weren't actually that strong in Luoshu's eyes. After all, they could be killed by a group of level 7 and level 8 adventurers. It is, after all, the end that has ravaged this land for thousands of years. Althea tilted her head, not finding the gods' contempt problematic. In his eyes, even the gods might not be all that strong, let alone a monster that crawled out of the dungeon. But in the eyes of the people of the lower world and even the gods, that thing is the undeniable doomsday clock announcing the countdown to the world's destruction. Now that the illness has been expelled, I am confident that within a year I can increase my strength to the point where I can easily slay that black dragon. But you probably won't delay your plans just for my needs, will you? Actually, there was no need. According to Althea's judgment, the 10 legions organized from a large number of legendary adventurers indeed already possessed the strength to suppress the black dragon. The remaining issue was simply how many casualties would be caused in the process. But as long as this goal could truly be achieved, even if all 120,000 troops were sacrificed, it would be worth it. So a quick decisive battle was fine, to prevent complications from delay. I've drifted off topic. Anyway, before I step onto the final battlefield, I want to taste a moon that even the goddesses cannot have. I wonder if the great god can fulfill this wish of mine. Licking the corner of her mouth and intentionally striking a charming pose, a light seemed to flow within Althea's heterochromatic eyes. Or is the great god actually the pretentious type who pursues pure romance? If so, I suggest you look for those little girls harboring naive fantasies. They would surely be willing to have a passionate love affair with you. A provocation, is it? Luoshu narrowed his eyes. Since a woman he was interested in had taken the initiative to throw herself at him, he naturally had no reason to push her away. He directly pulled the unresisting Althea into his arms. Even if you regret it now, it's too late. Volume 134. Great power moves at will. The next morning, Luoshu woke up early and opened the window of the bedchamber. Beams of light shot in from outside the window, dispelling most of the shadows in the dark room. Under the sunlight, the silver-gray-haired woman's languid posture appeared even more charming. Truly miraculous, Althea's expression became exceptionally strange as she carefully sensed the changes in her body. I just slept with you, so how did my strength suddenly become so much stronger? In the age of adventurers, the lower world never lacked mortals who fell in love with gods, but she had never heard of anything like this before. Don't lump me in with those guys. Luoshu casually poured a glass of divine wine from the table, picked up the evening gown that had been tossed to the floor last night, and threw it back to the woman on the bed, as if the scenery before him could no longer cause even a ripple in his heart. For the gods of this world, the body is just a shell that can be discarded at will. The soul carries the most important divine essence. But in the Kangmang world, the three domains of essence, chi, and spirit must be developed comprehensively to gain the qualification to ascend to the divine realm. This was a rule set by Luoshu as the celestial emperor. Only those exotic beasts that already possessed a corresponding status before his arrival were excluded. Beyond that, all living beings following the orthodox path to godhood must follow this rule. That is why the mortal stages of the sacred Tao system correspond to the 3 stages of body refining, the 3 stages of qi refining, and the 3 stages of spirit refining. Soul and essence, qi and spirit. Althea muttered these 2 key pieces of information somewhat confusedly, faintly grasping something from them. You mean, your power penetrates your entire body inside and out, perfectly integrated, and every inch of your flesh possesses the nature of divine power. It's because I accepted that I... As she spoke, the woman's voice grew lower and lower, and a subtle blush gradually spread across her already radiant face. This kind of thing is just too strange. It feels even less serious than the gods of this world. Haha, the harmony of yin and yang is the foundation of a flourishing civilization, and the root of all creation in the universe. There's nothing strange about it. Seeing Althea's rare shy expression, Luo Shu couldn't help but chuckle. It just feels even weirder. And her original intention was actually to repay his kindness, right? Although there was the factor of having a second life, and wanting to indulge herself with this man she was quite fond of before the final battle, the idea of repaying his kindness was still the dominant thought. As it turned out, after sleeping with him, her strength actually increased. It felt like she had taken a huge advantage again. Don't think too much, Luo Shu reached out and tilted Althea's chin up, his smile fading into a face as calm as water. In matters like this, it would be a bit too ridiculous to dwell on who gained and who lost. Besides, I was indeed quite satisfied last night. If I need to again next time, I won't be polite. Although the difference in strength between him and Althea was too great, theoretically preventing them from fully enjoying physical pleasure together. But that kind of thing isn't a battle. It doesn't require extreme sublimation or crushing the opponent with overwhelming force. If it were truly a contest of pure physical strength, then all marriages between couples spanning different realms in various supernatural worldviews should not be possible, let alone bearing stronger offspring at lower realms. Even the Dan-Maki gods can easily seal their divine power and display the physical fitness of mortals. At his level, his great power moves at will released, it can destroy heaven and earth, retracted, it won't harm an ant. As a powerhouse whose every word and action can distort reality, if he couldn't even manage this bit of technique, he might as well draw a circle and isolate himself instead of coming out to trouble the world. In short, it's unclear how powerhouses in other worldviews consider it, but for Luo Shu himself, since he can gain emotional value, soul resonance, and spiritual satisfaction from such things, it's worth enjoying. He didn't want to be like the Dan-Maki gods, gradually losing vitality over the long years of the future. As a destined long-lived being, it's quite necessary to maintain some special hobbies while holding firm to one's ideals. You stay here and rest well today. While you're at it, refine the extra essence in your body. I've already notified the members of the Hera Familia, and they will send someone over to look after you soon. Wait, what exactly are you saying? Laughing loudly, Luo Shu ignored the silver-gray-haired woman's suddenly changing expression upon hearing news of her companions. He turned, pushed open the door, and left the bedchamber. Given Althea's preference for quiet, she would likely hide what happened last night until the Black Dragon was completely defeated. On one hand, she didn't want to be distracted, on the other, she felt that dealing with the teasing from her companions would be very troublesome. But Luo Shu felt it was unnecessary. As the dignified Lord of Heaven, did he have to be secretive about sleeping with a woman? Just as he walked out of the corridor, the young man bumped into Senjuno Haruheim's jealous gaze at the corner. Looking at the resentful little fox with interest, Luo Shu reached out and patted the girl's small head. What's with this maid outfit? It was Goddess Eris's recommendation. Haruheim squinted her eyes comfortably under the head pat, quickly suppressing her small emotions. She told me that this is the most suitable attire for serving a god on a daily basis. So as soon as she changed into the black and white maid outfit, the girl rushed to Luo Shu's bedchamber, only to find the scent of another woman inside for some reason. She was a bit depressed, but it was normal for a god to have such needs. It was all her own fault for being too young to fulfill her duties as his exclusive priestess. Just listen to the advice of those improper gods, don't take it too seriously. He rubbed the little fox's ears, only letting go reluctantly when her face turned a rouge red. Could it be that I look strange in this? That's not it. My Heraheim is beautiful, so she looks good no matter how she's dressed. It's just that the style feels a bit out of sync with the era. In Luo Shu's eyes, this classic black and white maid outfit paired with white over-the-knee socks on Heraheim was a bit too modern. However, this sort of thing wasn't surprising. Although the Danmaki gods cannot cross the chaos sea to reach true alien worlds with completely different worldviews, within the Danmaki worldview itself, there are more lower worlds connected to heaven than just the one under their feet. It's not rare for multiple worlds to unfold within a single worldview, the most common being the three-realm structure and parallel worlds. As the highest dimension of the Danmaki worldview, it's easy for the gods to use this platform to observe, interfere with, or even descend to a certain lower world. Therefore, in the past eons, they had also observed civilizations similar to modern Earth, and their knowledge exceeded the world's imagination. Volume 135. No reason to send children to the battlefield. After admiring Heraheim's new outfit for a while, and watching the little fox clumsily learn domestic chores, there were certainly more professional attendants in the palace, but facing the little priestess's persistence, Luo Shu didn't reject her enthusiasm. But the girl was a young lady who hadn't touched chores until recently, so he shouldn't expect too much at first. After finishing breakfast, the two went to the office together and immediately saw a figure who had been waiting at the door for a long time. Completely lacking the crude and poisonous tongue she used with her familia members, seeing Luo Shu's arrival, the girl with black hair and a kimono, looking pitifully lovely, immediately stepped forward and bowed formally. This humble one, Gajono Kagaya, pays respects to the great god. Calmly gazing at the vice-captain of the Astrea Familia before him, Luo Shu didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. The job of your Astrea Familia should be maintaining public order. What difficulty have you encountered that brings you to me? If it was that, it was actually easy to understand. After all, lately, a large number of gods and familias from all over have poured into the kingdom of Rakia, and there would surely be some troublesome characters who are difficult to handle. Reporting to the great god, in the past few days, the influx of a large number of outsiders did indeed cause some chaos in the royal capital initially. But fortunately, a legion entered the city later to take over order. Under the deterrent of the army's force, all foreign familias have now settled down. With an army composed of soldiers starting at the 3rd stage, paired with a large number of 5th, 6th, and even 7th stage officers, with those familias whose strongest combat power was only level 3 or level 4, not be afraid. Those could already be considered mid to upper tier familias. Most low tier familias at most had a few level 2s, and didn't dare to cross the Rakia Legion at all. I have come here to make a request of you. I wonder if I might be permitted to join the 3rd Army and participate in the campaign against the powers in the eastern part of the continent. Like Senjuno Heraheim, Gajono Kagaya also hailed from a noble family in the far eastern island nation. In fact, one could tell just from their surnames the central government of the far eastern island nation was a composite faction led by the deity Amaterasu, supplemented by numerous subordinate divine familias. The 9 families with the longest histories were granted surnames ranging from Ichijo, Nijo, Sanju, up to Kujo, and as high-ranking nobles, they governed every aspect of the far eastern island nation. Unlike the Sanju family, which managed shrine rituals, the work of the Goju family was equivalent to an intelligence agency, meaning they eliminated people or matters that threatened the nation through the most underhanded means, such as assassination, falsification, and fabricating false charges. Coming from such a background, yet eventually joining the Astrea Familia, which symbolized order and justice, one could easily imagine just how dark Gajono Kagaya's past truly was. She had originally thought she would never return to that place even in death, but she never expected that after being resurrected, she would witness the Luo Shu sweeping across the nations of the land, and the country she came from was also an area destined to be conquered. Therefore, Gajono hesitated for several days before finally making up her mind she would return with the army to settle things with the Goju family, the deity she had originally contracted with, and the entire Far Eastern Island nation. This is a minor matter, seeing that Gajono Kagaya was somewhat anxious, the Luoshu responded to the young woman's request lightly, simply because it was indeed trivial. You shall lead a security detachment to depart with the Third Army. After they crush all enemy armed forces, you will be responsible for the post-war liquidation of the eastern continent. Given your background, you should be able to easily ferret out those who have committed various crimes. When the time comes, kill those who deserve it, and throw those whose crimes aren't punishable by death into the mines. Go ahead and do it without fear of any connections or backgrounds. The subordinate deities of Rakia will also go with you. If the main deities managing those countries are not sensible, make them roll back to the celestial realm first. Once the unification of the lower world was handled, the Luoshu would certainly have to pay a visit to the Danmaki celestial realm. He wanted to see just how many deities in this world would dare to disrespect him. After speaking, the emperor paid no further mind to Gajono's stunned expression, nodded to the little fox, and walked directly into the temporary office ahead. Big Sister Kagaya. Having positioned herself as a maid responsible for daily household chores, Senjuno Haruheim did not follow him in to disturb the lord's work, instead coming to the black-haired girl in the kimono, looking at her with some concern. As fellow countrymen with similar backgrounds, although they hadn't known each other long, their relationship could be considered decent. I am fine, little Haruheim. Recovering under the little fox's concerned gaze, a smile was squeezed onto Gajono Kagaya's cold face. I am just too happy, and for a moment, my feelings were a bit complicated. Enough about me, the black-haired girl patted Haruheim's head. What about you, little Haruheim? Do you want to go back and deal with those people? Regarding the experiences of this little one who was a fellow countryman, Gajono Kagaya had heard it from her personally. But in the eyes of the girl who understood the dark side of that country, the other party's encounter was likely not as simple as being framed by a prum. After all, Haruheim's father was a high-ranking official of the country. It was impossible for him not to see through such an obvious trap. The reason he finally drove Haruheim out of the house was either because the theft of the tribute was a foregone conclusion, and he sacrificed his daughter for the sake of his future, or it was an exchange of benefits from the very beginning, which was why he allowed that prum to take Haruheim away without any defense. In short, officials who play politics like that have black hearts. Gajono had already decided to put an end to her past, so she didn't mind bringing the little fox along, just to slightly repay the emperor's kindness. But Haruheim shook her head and refused without hesitation. Since the day I was saved from the monster by the Lord, the only meaning of this body is to serve the Luoshu. Those past encounters have nothing to do with me anymore. The little fox wore a serene and lovely smile. If I could help the Luoshu, I would want to do more, but the Lord said that there is no reason in this world to send children to the battlefield, so he does not let me fight. Gajono Kagaya fell silent at once. She had heard from the Rakia soldiers that Haruheim could easily sweep through an army in her divine possession state, and in her daily life, she was equivalent to a level 6 or even stronger adventurer. Even adding the resurrected legends, there were few in the entire lower world who were her match, not to mention that she could summon the emperor's will at any time, and even the gods would absolutely not dare to harm her. Under these circumstances, for him to still not let her go to the battlefield, was that not too doting? As for the saying, children should not go to the battlefield. Sorry, Gajono Kagaya had never heard of it in this era. To be so cherished by a god, it is truly enviable. Patting the little fox's shoulder with a gentle expression, the black-haired girl seemed to think of some past experiences and sighed. It is just that in various stories and legends, the outcome of mortals and gods falling in love mostly ends in tragedy. When Gajono was young, she had once fantasized about the marital happiness of normal people, but every time she woke from a dream, the cold reality would crush these bubbles that were hard to hope for. Because the Goju family were nobles following the goddess Konohana Sakuya, they had always implemented a tradition of endogamy within the clan. From birth, the girls of this family would take a poison called Konohana's poison every day. Those who could not withstand this poison would be eliminated, and only a few were able to survive. Afterward, the accumulated Konohana's poison would turn the girl's body into a poison vessel, so that one day in the future, they could eliminate enemies through seduction. In stark contrast to the girls, the boys of the Goju family had to continuously take an antidote called Konohana's wine, so that they could be unaffected by the poison vessel, making marriage and childbirth within the clan possible. Through generation after generation of bloodline purification, optimizing the skills and magic inherited from ancestors, the ultimate goal was to produce someone from the Goju family whose appearance rivaled Konohana Sakuya, a being who could even easily win over gods. Later, after experiencing some things, Gojono Kagaya's contract with Konohana Sakuya was dissolved, but her body remained a poison vessel, so even after joining the Astrea Familia, she had never fantasized about being able to fall in love with someone normally, let alone raising children. Now, seeing the little fox who had a similar background to her, was also abandoned by her family, yet was saved by a god in a desperate situation, she still hoped that the girl's romance could go smoothly. But who can say for sure about such things? Just like the plots in those hero legends, gods are immortal and eternally youthful, while mortals will eventually grow old and decrepit until death. In any case, do your best, little Haruheim. If there is anything you don't understand, you can come and ask Big Sister Kagaya. I can still be of help in this regard. Volume 136. The Emperor will arrive at his loyal Ororio the next day. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The scheduled day of war had arrived. As the Emperor tore open the void, teleporting 8 great armies to their predetermined landing points, and bestowed the blessing named Gallop, this war that would determine the fate of the lower world, like a sudden black tide, instantly swept across the entire land. The kingdom of Rakia, which had once been treated as a laughingstock by bards, stepped back onto the journey of conquest with high spirits, carrying the grace of their new lord. Thus, city after city was conquered with overwhelming force, and nations were powerless against a terrifying military force where everyone started at Tier 3. By the time Ororio, located at the center of the world, reacted, at least 1/3 of the entire continent had been forcibly changed in color. Who on earth produced this lousy report? In the labyrinth city of Ororio, at the headquarters of the Loki Familia, the clown goddess stood with one hand on her hip, slamming a stack of newspapers onto the table with an indignant look. On it, the content, which changed its form of address every so often, described the Rakia kingdom's journey of sweeping across the land. The demon god from Rakia has breached the nation of combat, Telskura. The unspeakable army of calamity is cleansing the far eastern island nation. The embodiment of bloodlust and riot has opened the gates to the fairy realm. The Lord of Hosts' subordinates have occupied the city of sinners, Bergen. The invincible Luo Shu is approaching the port city of Melon. The Supreme Emperor Juntian will arrive at his loyal Ororio the next day. Finn, Riveria, and other members of the Loki Familia carefully browsed the contents of the report in order, and in the end, they could not help but feel subtle because of the gradually changing attitude. Of course, what the person who published the newspaper was thinking right now was not really important. The key was, were the contents above true or false? It is too fast. The captain of the Loki Familia, the Prum Finn, frowned, his tone clearly showing some incomprehension. Let alone whether the 120,000 troops all possess a strength of level 3 or above, it has been less than a month since the official start of the war, and Orario's combat power hasn't even finished assembling. How can they be fast enough to suppress all the nations on the land? Given the vast area of the land, even if they only marched without fighting, it would be impossible to go through all the nations within a month. Because the opposing lord is a cheater, the clown goddess Loki pouted, resting her head on the table listlessly. He seems to have bestowed the blessing named Gallop upon all his subordinates, allowing the soldiers to march rapidly while ignoring all kinds of terrain. Coupled with void teleportation that can cross 10,000 miles in an instant, the time for troop transport can almost be ignored. As soon as these words were spoken, Finn and the others were stunned. Does this mean that a god is openly exercising divine power in the lower world? Is such a thing even allowed? Don't look at me. We have no choice. Unless all the gods are of one mind and completely concentrate their power permissions, no god can stop what that person wants to do. That day, the scene where the pillar of light pierced the void and even the projection of the celestial realm was torn down, it's not like you didn't see it. Waving her hand helplessly, Loki's tone was filled with a sense of giving up. In short, the celestial realm has now lifted the ban on gods using divine power in the lower world, but compared to when everyone was restricted, it makes absolutely no difference that everyone's restrictions have been lifted. We cannot possibly really take action against the children of the lower world. Otherwise, if we are targeted by that person, we might not even have a chance to resurrect after 10,000 years. The members of the Loki familia present fell silent at once. Is the version updating so fast? The current situation cannot be changed even by gods who have unlocked their divine power. Then what should we do? Finn, the Prum who had been bestowed the title of brave by the gods and who tried to inspire his kin with courage and restore the glory of the Prums, was also confused at this moment. He looked at his right thumb. Whenever he encountered bad things, this place would ache terribly. But this time, perhaps because the world's transformation had already exceeded the limits that mortals could cope with, or perhaps because it was not considered a bad thing, in any case, his right thumb did not send him the expected warning. In a drastic change that even the gods cannot cope with, what role can we play? Riveria, who was of the elven royal family, was also a bit trance-like at this moment, not knowing where to go from here. Just because news of the fall of her hometown, the village where the elven royal family lived, had also arrived. In this world, elves were a quite arrogant race, and the respect of ordinary elves for the royal family even surpassed that for the gods who descended from the celestial realm. But under the iron hoofs of Rakia, arrogance without power was meaningless. She dared not even imagine what kind of blood-flowing scene her hometown, which had already been breached, was like now. Sorry, your useless goddess cannot give any suitable advice. Loki sighed and admitted bluntly, actually, I am also very curious about the real otherworld. If it weren't for the fact that I cannot let go of you, and don't want the decades of effort of the familia to go down the drain, I would have been one of the first to surrender back when Hermes came to persuade me. To be honest, the gods who had been bored for hundreds of millions of years found it hard to refuse invitations from the unknown, so for the familia still remaining in Rio, the gods who acted as parents all had their own reasons. Some of them were for safety considerations, unwilling to face a monster that could destroy them at any time. There were others who felt that their compatibility with that emperor was poor. After all, through the changes in the kingdom of Rakia, everyone could see that he was actually of the order alignment. Many gods were used to being free, and did not want an extra strict father figure inexplicably appearing over their heads. Finally, there were gods like Loki and Freya, who were developing very well in Rio. Their respective familias could even be called the hope of the lower world, and they had been working hard for the inevitable day of the end. As a result, a god from beyond the heavens suddenly appeared, overturned the entire chessboard, stepped on it, and declared to everyone, the era of adventurers is over. Rationally speaking, the fact that the tangled karma between the people of the lower world and the dungeon for thousands of years was about to come to an end was indeed a good thing. But as the king who had just been crowned in Rio not long ago, and also as a representative of this era, neither she nor Freya could surrender without a fight, without doing anything. If they really did that, the blood and tears shed by the children in the past would all become a joke. Therefore, they really had to fight a battle, to decide the ownership of the future with weapons and magic. In short, do what you want to do, just don't let yourself have regrets. As the parent of this familia, I will always be your solid backing. Volume 137. Goddess of Justice Astrea. On a large plain not far from Rio, the 10 armies that had completed their combat objectives in various regions arrived one after another. Constantly recruiting combatants from the nations of the land that were forced to submit, the military force, which had swelled from 120,000 to 600,000, filled a vast area of over 100 square kilometers. In other words, the gods of Rio, led by Loki and Freya, ultimately chose to put up a desperate fight to the end, right? In the camp tent that served as a temporary command center, the Luoshu rested his chin on one hand, listening calmly to the news brought by Hermes. The remaining gods of Rio refused his offer of surrender. This was not surprising. No matter how much preparation was made in advance, the replacement of the old era by the new one would ultimately have to be put to force. The vested interests of the old era would never easily give up their power or concepts, so only by undergoing the tempering of blood and fire could the order desired by the victor be created. The celestial order has changed, the divine artifacts have changed hands, and they return to those with virtue. This is the natural law. I have already conveyed the Emperor's will to Loki and the other gods. They only need to lay down their arms and surrender with courtesy, and they will still retain their positions as deities, which can keep the lower world peaceful and prevent the flames of war. Chapter 23. I only hate that those rebels have made up their minds to oppose the heavenly mandate. Not only did they curse me with foul language, but they also deliberately slapped me a few times. Luo Shu, you must uphold justice for this lowly one. Watching Hermes's pretentious posturing speechlessly, the Luo Shu wondered just how many ridiculous things these bored gods had observed. Waving a hand to signal him to step back and find someone else to play with, the Luo Shu turned his gaze to the figure on the other side, who was buried in processing various documents. It was a goddess dressed in pure white, aristocratic-style attire. The top featured an off-the-shoulder design with golden laces crossed at the chest, while the bottom was a form-fitting long skirt pieced together from white and light blue fabrics, with the hem naturally spreading out in a fishtail style. Her walnut-colored long hair cascaded down her back, and her eyes were a deep blue that seemed to contain a sea of stars. She was full of femininity, with a curvaceous